That were pretty reason in the
Alright, stop where you get okay, I'll look at the sidebar for us people and for the devices I've it doesn't matter because you need to head to the new camp. What's the shortest?
Here you are.
Cyber so well, if
Whoop.
I guess there are questions about
Hey,
what is that or
here we are again.
you like to try to
Still feedback?
maybe yeah. Okay.
Is it okay now?
Okay, are we on?
Yep.
Okay.
I love that picture.
Where were we?
I'd like to bring up something too, though. I want to go back to what Nadia said. Are you there, Nadia? Okay, we can just listen. It'll just take a second. I've got a quote over here from Jacques Monod. I don't know how you say his name. He's a biologist from the last century. I don't think he's around anymore, but he was very famous. He said regarding the nature of variation, and this think about this because they need a naturalistic explanation of everything, really, including how we evolved. He said, it necessarily follows that chance alone is at the source of every innovation of all creation in the biosphere. Pure chance, absolutely free but blind, at the very root of the stupendous edifice of evolution. This central concept of modern biology is no longer one of many other possible or even conceivable hypotheses. It is today the sole conceivable hypothesis, the only one that squares with the observed and tested fact, and there's nothing warrants the supposition or the hope that on this score our position is ever likely to be revised. The point is, and what you were saying, Danny, that because I believe in God, I'm more likely to maybe disbelieve evolution. I think the shoe is actually on the other foot, because you are, I guess, I don't know if you're an atheist, but you believe, as you do, your side believes by priority that chance is the origin or the hero of the plot. You know, it's the origin of everything. I deny that.
You support, Tommy, that there is intelligent design.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, that's it. I wanted to know.
I believe we're living a miracle. Quite frankly, it's all a giant miracle.
Mm-hmm.
You call it a miracle?
I call it a miracle. Supernatural.
I don't see.
It's a fucking nightmare. If it's some kind of supernatural affair, we're basically burning in hell as it stands.
It's a little bit like going the easy way. Like, okay, magic. It happened by magic.
Well, but how is saying poof did it, chance did it, any less?
Can't you have intelligent design with all this scientific beliefs? I don't understand.
But I'd like Danny to answer my question. How is chance did it any less of an easy way out? Just saying, oh, it just happened by accident.
No. I'm not saying it's the easy way out. It's the hard way, at least it is the hardest way to study because it is so complex and bizarre. Okay.
Chance is complex. I would say intelligence is complex.
Exactly. Intelligence is complex, but how we did evolve from nothing to intelligence, that is so. You have to take so many steps that just thinking about them will make your head um, blow out. Okay, it's like it's too difficult to think of everything, but we suspect there is something along that lines. Okay, there is a theory, until it gets completely debunked by other theories. I am open to be debunked. I am a scientist, so I study what is more likely, and what is more likely is that what I will majorly stick to. I will not become a religious, a fervent defender of that. It's just the most likely thing to happen. If someone proves me wrong with scientific methods, I will embrace them. Of course.
Well, that's a good position you have. I can sort of dig that that you seem at least to be open to having your mind changed by the evidence. I would just ask you to check your own, what you've allowed to kind of exist in your brain as a fact that needs to be debunked or challenged, even challenged. I would say that the evolutionary theory hasn't been demonstrated at all. I mean, it's kind of just something it's a gloss that's put on everything, or a paradigm, and everything that happens or we find in science, it's got to fit within the paradigm. It's seen through those goggles. It's seen through the goggles of evolution. But I'm suggesting you take the goggles off, and you'll see things completely differently.
What I'm saying, Tommy, is that what I see is the most likely scenario. And to take my Googles off, what would that do? To look at the other side, what creationists have to say, that life just spans miracle ways.
Well, I mean, for starters, you could ask yourself, can mutations really can it really account for the creation of biology? I've not seen even one iota of evidence that mutations can create biology of any sort, of any kind of biology. None.
It depends on what you consider an evidence. And
just like there's evidence that mutations can do all kinds of things.
All right, hang on. All right, what do you mean create biology? And well, what else are you expecting from evolution? Are you expecting things like paleontology, common descent, abiogenesis, and all that? Because they're additional topics.
Mutations can alter eye color and change the timing of things and create resistance in bacteria. All those are proven in science. But what's not proven is that mutation can actually substitute as the creator and create new biology or any biology. It can make small changes. Usually they're negative, sort of detrimental changes, but there's just no evidence of origins that these natural processes that you put your trust in can actually create anatomy or biology or anything.
Where do white people come from?
I don't know. The first people were probably red, and so we split off. The people who migrated to the hotter areas turned darker, and the people who migrated to the colder, maybe the wintry sort of places, they got lighter.
This well could be. We just can put the puzzle pieces together as good as we can. We don't know everything, we scientists. All right.
Are you lactose intolerant? Are you lactose intolerant?
I don't know. I don't know how to argue this.
Tommy, get out of my way. Are you lactose intolerant?
Can I drink milk? Is that what you're asking?
Without getting a stomachache and gas.
Yes.
That's a mutation.
That is
What anatomy did that add?
that isn't beneficial at all. That is a card that is playing at your against you.
What is that? Not being lactose tolerant or not being lactose
No,
intolerant?
being lactose intolerant, wearing glasses, or I don't know, whatever, having very small hands.
Lactose intolerance is the prior state.
Lactose intolerance caused by an enzyme can be a disadvantage. Well, it is a disadvantage. Whether it will be transmitted to the next generation or not, well, it depends on how the genes behave. Of course, this is very complex, and we cannot reduce it.
Is it going to kill somebody? Is it going to kill somebody if they're not able to successfully digest milk? I mean, if you I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you.
It won't kill you instantly. It just will make you less fit than the rest.
But you could still breed. And most people, most humans are smart enough to know if they get sick every time they drink milk to not drink it anymore.
If you're handsome, you will breed anyway.
All right.
Tommy, if you're handsome, you can breed.
That's true.
It will
reduce. In this world.
It will reduce the number of children expected to go about living. Excuse me. Do you mind? Hello. Do you mind? Shut up. Do you mind? Shut up. I said let me talk.
Okay.
Now shut up. God damn you! I said let me talk.
Don't scold me.
Shut up. God damn you! I said let me talk. All right. Now, as I was saying, it reduces the expected number of children you will have that will in turn live to reproductive age and reproduce themselves. Go ahead.
Statistically, it does. If you take your statistics and you check the breed that lactose tolerant people have against lactose and intolerant people have, it can be for the lactose intolerant who have a disadvantage, it might be lower, but we have to check it out, all right, generation through generation. That's the difficult part of it. We have to track it, and it's very difficult to track it. It's just like, hey, my friend's is completely ugly, but he has the hottest girlfriend. Well, how can it be? Well, he has other things to offer. He has a personality, he has money, he has whatever he has. But he has other advantages. But he has one handicap, that is a card that is playing against him. And it's real. If anybody has all the cards, okay, anybody has the full set of good stuff. But some have more good cards than the others, and eventually this will show in statistics how much they have bred successfully. That's my point, my whole point. It's not a matter of faith. It's something pretty logical that has been shown through evolution year after year and time after time. More inputs. Come on, let's go.
The thing is though is that's all very well, but you need certain, like you said, like the genome is all very complicated stuff. There's lots of interacting factors, but what is the actual, what are the mathematics behind it? How does it work out? What are the probability of producing kind of highly interlocked genome and a new a protein which gives a selectable advantage? It needs to be selectable as well, otherwise, what's going to
What's
happen?
the
Dies up.
we have to check it out. We don't know. We have to empirically check it out. The easiest way is with bacteria, for example. They breed every 20 minutes, for example, at 25 degrees Celsius and Fahrenheit. I don't know how those would be, and 1 atmosphere of pressure. Each 20 minutes you get a new breed, new breed, new breed. You can force them to evolve into something, or you can force them to die because maybe there's a limit to their DNA, and you will find it and break it. You need more time, more span, more than we could possibly observe at one lab, one laboratory, at least one person. Okay, it would take generations
But it hasn't
for us to see
So-
real
going
changes.
generations.
I think there are other major points of contention,
Mhm.
typically bagged under the same, heading, and go from paleontology,
Mhm.
the evolutionary history, common descent, and of
Yes.
course abiogenesis. Are those three things held in question, or perhaps even common descent being maybe even more contentious than the rest and such?
This
Hang on there.
always
Hello?
fascinating. Yep. Hello. Common
Danny,
ancestor.
Have you?
Reti-
Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, no, I mean we've been doing these kind of experiments for a while, and I don't know. Should we have expected to see some kind of positive result by now? We haven't, but maybe that's all fine. We get gaps in the fossil record, which leads people to believe that
Mhm.
drastic changes can be quite, in geological time, quite sort of almost instantaneous. So it almost seems contradictory, and the kind of studies looking for like upper and lower bounds to this stuff is kind of saying that it's just so unlikely for evolution to have occurred by chance, given the kind of environments that we live in, that we shouldn't find any other sort of higher life form in the entire universe. I mean, that's quite a drastic result. If that's true, I mean, it means that if the base.
What do you mean by chance?
Well, the evolutionary process. So you get random variations and
Yes.
natural selection.
Well,
But-
there's a random input, sure. Maybe a few. Yes, the process overall is, one of effectively deterministic selective processes, right? That's
Yeah.
not so not so random. Not just a matter of chance. So
Yeah, but by that really I meant that you've got that kind of stochastic input to cause. That's apparently the variation is generated by that, and also the environment itself, right? Like Danny was saying, the evolutionary process is really only it's kind of half a theory, right? Because it ignores. So if you get an evolutionary mechanism going and with bacteria and they're in a like perfectly controlled environment for them, they're probably just going to sit there, right? They're not going to start, that everything's taken care of. The only selective pressure they've got from the environment is to not change, because any movement away from the solution that they currently embody is going to be a decrease in fitness.
well, if I may, I mean, Hardy-Weinberg law is, very well predictive. They do not fail to predict, allele distributions over time and such. And then they produce accurate predictions. Chi-squared testing and such. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Given certain types of variation in a population and environmental pressures that select for different, alleles, that branch of population genetics is fairly rigorous, right? I don't think anyone denies that. I don't think even creationists deny that. But what I meant was, so you do have these kind of random inputs to produce a variation in the first place, and also the environment, whether the environment's not random either, right? But it's highly complex, and all sorts of things could happen. So you need a kind of interplay of factors to be able to guide the evolutionary process, because as we understand, like the neo-Darwinian evolutionary process, it is mindless, right? It will just kind of slot into, like gel in a mold, it'll slot into the environmental niches around it. So you need like these combination of things, and not only that, for certain systems to have arisen in the first place is probably, even given optimal conditions, it's rare. It's still a very rare event, So, for instance, the production of a coding molecule like DNA, and the extraction of energy from sugar and stuff like this. If you take all these factors together, and you assume that what we understand about evolution is basically right, and that is how it happens, then that's great. But evolution would literally be miraculous, right? I mean, that's where the consensus is today. I mean, that's why a popular, a considered hypothesis of abiogenesis is panspermia, right?
Welcome back, Tommy.
So we're relying on a kind of miraculous explanation like that, a kind of, really lucky lottery win to a huge magnitude, or there's some other explanation that we haven't quite grabbed hold of yet. There's something else going on in the natural processes of life which we haven't really got onto yet. And I mean, there's work being done in kind of quantum enzymology, and maybe that will provide a path through some kind of quantum computational extraction of the infinite parallel. I mean, it's all quite crazy still, but maybe that'll provide an answer. But kind of as it stands, it's quite a hard pill to swallow. And I mean, so I call myself a Darwinian, right? And but I don't actually believe in that the Darwinian process is the right answer. But I want to, if it is the right answer, I want it to be established. So we've got a lot of work to do on that realm, and people are doing a lot of work, but it is quite up in the air still, right? There's still a lot to do.
I think from the account I gave earlier that Darwinian affair is unavoidable. And also, welcome back, Tommy.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I would just like to say, even if, and I don't believe in the Darwinian stuff at all, but even if it did exist, like you guys say, even if it does exist.
When I told you it, you assented.
What?
When I told you it, you assented.
I agree with some of the natural selection stuff, at least in theory. The point is, it could still happen, like, even if it was a young Earth creation scenario where God created Adam and Eve in 6 days and all that, the Darwinian mechanism could still theoretically happen. So the point is just because, even if it was shown to be true, which I don't buy and don't believe for a minute, but even if it was, it wouldn't disprove the account in Genesis. It would be just the way that animals adapt and survive and whatnot.
Tommy, do you know about when all continents were like together? Okay, they made Pangea or whatever however it's called, Pangea, I call it.
Yeah, about 3,000 years ago. 4,000 years ago.
That's your take.
I just thought it would crack you up.
Okay, you're messing with us.
Well, this couldn't happen because we have history from back then, and the continents were as separated as they are now. Maybe a few kilometers away. Okay.
Depends on what history you're looking at. I've looked at a lot of history that kind of implies otherwise. But go ahead.
You're talking about Bible history?
I'm talking about comparing certain artifacts and customs and pyramids, that are on opposing continents that seem to happen at the same time. A lot of the artifacts, like I say, and the technology seem to be mirror images of each other from the old world and the new world, and also from the Orient to places like South America and Mexico.
Okay.
Oh, good to have you on.
That. Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm going a little bit beyond that to explain how the same group of animals are fossilized from one continent to another is because they were joined at some point.
Yeah, but wait. Okay, yes, I understand. But you've got the continents were joined long, according to your theory, millions of years before, say, mammals and apes evolved. So they separated long before the apes would have, say, separated from monkeys. Yet there's monkeys in South America. The point is there's no explanation for how, especially the mammals, came to be on both continents or on different parts of in the world.
That's correct.
I don't think I followed that.
They would have evolved long after the separation. Yeah. Pangea started separating like 80 million years ago. But most of the mammals supposedly started evolving long after that. That's when the dinosaurs were alive.
Exactly.
Tommy's right. There are monkeys in South America, Africa, India, and Japan. This is a problem for evolutionists because they believe that South America and Africa split apart millions of years before monkeys even evolved. So the monkeys got to North America and South America by some means other than before the continent split. It happened after the continent split, not before.
And the funny thing is, there's no evidence of any sort of Bering Strait crossing by way of monkeys or elephants. Up through the mountains of Russia, and there's no evidence of any mass migration.
If you do follow the fossil record, you can see how some species traveled from one place to another that now, today, are separate, even isolated, and are separated by the sea. It can't be.
That doesn't show any evidence of evolution.
They were joined one day. They migrated. They shared some DNA pool. Okay, they had common traits, but then the continents started separating, and we still see it today. I mean, 100 years ago, continents weren't exactly at the same place, even though when you see it in a map, you won't notice anything because it's such a little scale.
But you got specific species that are almost identical, in Europe and in North America. So they had to, these would have happened. These specific species would have had to have evolved long after the separation of Pangea.
Yeah, of course.
And you wouldn't have expected evolution to create the exact same species. It'd be one thing if it was a higher level of classification.
they share the same ancestor, of course. They
No, it's
traveled
not. Tommy's
from one
pointing
place
out
to
that it's
another.
not logical to believe that monkeys evolved in Africa and then evolved to be the same kind of creature, a monkey, in South America separately. And he's right about that. That's completely illogical. So the evidence is clear that monkeys got to the Americas by some means after the continents had drifted apart, by either rafting on debris on the seas, or by land bridges that are now underwater.
Or
Yeah,
that
somehow
they
they
were,
traveled.
or there's another option, or that they were created, that they had already dispersed throughout the whole land, and then the land separated at some point with the animals already on it.
But that, Tommy,
That's what
is
I like.
scientifically a little bit crazy, right?
No, well, it's not crazy. I mean,
It's kind of mad.
why is it any more mad than monkeys swimming across the ocean?
They didn't swim.
Okay, then how'd they get here? Boat?
No, there's always some kind of narrow place where they can pass, and then the earth plaques continue to separate. You see Australia, you see how different those animals are from the ones we have here at the continent, in America or in Europe. They are really different, all right? Kangaroos, koalas, everything. Platypus, what the fuck is that animal?
I don't know if a monkey could swim across the Mississippi River, much less across 100 miles of ocean. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can swim a little bit, but I don't think they can swim very far.
They figure it was
That's because
2,600
they didn't have
kilometers.
to swim that far.
2,600.
They don't
I just
have,
posted a
then.
paper.
excuse me, they don't have voluntary control over their breath.
Okay,
They can't hold their breath.
so no swimming.
They can't hold their breath.
That's
So
true.
they got here
Excuse
by
me?
land.
Sorry, they can't swim. Go ahead.
They got here by rafting or land bridges. It's the only two potential explanations.
Land bridges, when they were shorter, now they are abysmal. That's why they evolved different. Now they are isolated. They weren't before.
No,
By
they're
the way,
same
hey, Neff.
organism. Hey, how's it going? They're the
Good.
same
Link
organism.
on the
as
side
in
might
Africa.
interest you.
As Tommy pointed out, it's completely irrational to believe monkeys evolved separately on two different continents and turned out to be the same creature by random mutation. That just didn't
No,
happen.
they aren't.
So they got here by land bridges or by rafting. One of the two.
Monkeys in South America are completely different from monkeys in
Yeah, they're not the
India.
same species.
No,
That's-
no, they're
They
the
are
same
different
type of creature.
species.
To believe that monkeys, you guys are willing to believe it, you're welcome to that delusion. But it's completely illogical, irrational to believe that a monkey evolves into a monkey in Africa, and then also a monkey evolves into a monkey from some non-monkey separately in the Americas. That's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's not what science is saying either, though, right?
Okay,
Because
so-
this is not how it works. I'll be right back. I'll be back.
So there's only two explanations.
3 minutes,
They got there by land.
Hold on.
Trust me.
Hold on that thought. I'll be back. 3 minutes.
They got there by land bridges, where they walked across, and now those land bridges are underwater, or they got here by rafting.
There's
by
a third-
rafting on debris that floats. 1 to 2.
3 hypotheses have been formulated to explain their possible transatlantic migration: land bridges, volcanic island hopping, and floating island rafting.
What about parasailing?
I posted an interesting paper on the side there. Worth looking at later.
I don't know. I just find all of those, because it's not just monkeys. It's basically all the mammals, because none of the mammals that we see today would have been around 80 million years ago when they started splitting the continents. So it's just me. It strikes me as more logical that they just simply were where they are, and then the land's separated somehow.
But that doesn't work with the flood model, Tommy. So the
Well,
flood is
does
what
the flood
separated the
But does the flood model include land mass separation at all?
Yeah, in fact, it was the flood that broke the Earth's crust up into plates and caused plate tectonics.
Well, but it could have happened long after. It could, like, if the flood happened, when did it say? 2500 BC, thereabouts?
Thereabout.
Okay, so it could have happened after that, you know. In fact,
Right,
what
right.
Plato has stories from his ancestors that he recited that, you know, stated that there was a large continent that was here one day and gone the next. So it could have happened long after, several years, 100 years after the flood.
Oh, it had to have. Yeah, it
Yeah.
did happen after the flood, no doubt.
Anyway.
And that fits the flood model, actually. That the fact that the monkeys are here and in Africa also, it fits the flood model because it doesn't fit the evolution model. Because as you pointed out so rightly and smartly, the continents, according to the uniformitarianists, the continents split apart 80 million years before monkeys even evolved. So it's a problem for the evolutionists. It's not for the creationists.
And there are kangaroos fossils in South America, by the way. I forgot, was it Ludic who said that? Somebody was talking about the kangaroos in Australia and how they were unique, but they actually did live over here.
And Antarctica.
Mm.
They migrated from South America across Antarctica to Australia.
Yeah, so Antarctica was covered in ice, I suppose, and kangaroos made their way then, or what? No.
Antarctica was temperate at the time.
Okay, when? Like approximately when?
Hi there, I'm back.
I think it's like 45 million or so years ago.
Okay, so if it's in the pretty much the same spot now as it was then, what's the difference?
It was in the same spot.
Well, it was down there. Was it not south of South America? Or south of Australia?
Oh yeah, I mean they were so much closer together.
Have you guys heard of the the Peary's map? There was an ancient map maker who depicted South America. It's a long time ago, but it depicted Antarctica, free of ice, and it showed that it was a little bit out of position from where it is now.
Yep.
That it was just off the coast of South America and was roaming, you know, different herds of cattle and things were on it, and it depicted it, you know, with no ice on it. So, you know, the further back in history you go, the weirder it gets, and I think, you know, it seems to me that the continents probably were in a different position than they are now, probably closer together, if not conjoined, at some point in the fairly recent past.
I have to revisit all this stuff and info because I studied it like 15 years ago, okay, while studying biology, and I'm so rusty now, so oxidized that I would anything I would tell you could be a lie, or I could be making things up, and I don't want that to happen. So if I cannot state something for sure, I will not, of course.
Well, I think the official explanation for how the animals got to the New World was by way of the Bering Strait. That is still the official Darwinian or Long Agers explanation.
They came by what? Come again, please?
The Bering Strait, up between Alaska and Russia.
Oh, okay.
You know, the land bridge. But there's no evidence of any mass fossil. You know, there's no fossils or any human artifacts or.
Can't tell you, man. I can't remember.
Which animals?
All the ones that got here.
What?
All the ones that got here, or you know, at least the ones that have a counterpart on the other side.
Okay, but there were animals here as well before.
When the continents were fused, what would now become North and South America were inhabited by animals.
You guys are all in the U.S. I mean, North America, all of you.
Canada too.
Canada.
I think Rodney's in the UK and Palm is in I think Eastern Europe.
Did you say palm?
Palm.
Is he here?
He's playing. I know.
No.
That is Ludwig.
Yeah.
Not here. Hi, Ludwig.
Okay. So, some number of animals who came over. Oh, as it broke off of Pangea. So.
Pangea, exactly. That's a word. I never said that in English. You know, in high school it was Pangea in Spanish. So Pangea, I didn't know how to spell it. Pangea, something like that.
Yeah.
That was an interesting concept, Pangea. Everything wasn't a single concept.
Science used to laugh and scoff at the idea that the continents even moved at all. You know, that was a concept that they were embarrassed by and didn't want anything to do with it. And what was it, back in the 50s or so? I think someone finally came up with a mechanism that suited their long ages mentality.
Wegener, 1946.
Okay, 40s.
Yeah, the understanding that plate tectonics, that the continents are drifting and that plates are subducting, was discovered by a creationist.
Tectonics and drifting, those are words that I want to remember, because I'm so sloppy when talking, really, in English. Drifting, of course.
You like that word, huh?
Yeah, dude.
It's a good word.
Drifting with my car.
Tectonics sounds so, you know, tectonics, you know.
Sounds like badass. Tectonic 2 this summer.
Yeah, that's right. Tectonic
in
2.
Theaters.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I go to get my tectonic. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I love that picture, Danny.
Thank you.
I grew
my
up.
favorite movie of all time.
It should be the name of a cell phone.
Well,
you know?
it really is a great one. Yeah, I grew up loving Arnold Schwarzenegger and wanting to be like him.
Me too, dude. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Have you seen his latest movie? The remake of that? That was actually pretty darn good.
Which was the last one?
Yeah, the Terminator.
Oh,
no.
Yeah,
his latest one is
It's not a remake, but yeah, it was excellent.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I didn't go into it with many high hopes, but it was actually pretty darn entertaining. And he was good in it.
Terminator Genesis or something along the lines.
Yeah, it's Genesis.
I expected less because of Terminator 3, that was a complete mess. And I expected less. I
didn't like Terminator 3 when I first saw it, but I ended up really liking it.
Not bad. Not awesome, of course, but okay, enjoyable.
Well, I'm old enough that I also remember the super bodybuilder guy buck naked in the middle of the street, and like the nightclub named Tech Noir, which everyone's been like rehashing for, what is it, like 35 years now? So, yeah. Yeah, buck naked guys just kind of like wandering around naked in the street. I like that.
Love that.
Cool concept.
You betcha. Yeah, especially when they work out. So, yeah. What is that? I seen it like, friggin' Portland, Fort Lauderdale, New York, and what kind of friggin' weird ass place around the bay. They all had places. They were, I guess, not actually standing venues, but they're still called Tech Noir.
Tech noir.
Yeah.
It's like a genre of movies.
No, it's a nightclub.
Maybe. Oh,
No,
it's a
the
nightclub.
nightclub in the Terminator.
I would swear that tech noir is also Czech.
I think you're right. Yeah, then it's
What?
probably a pun. The name of the
Probably what?
nightclub was probably a pun. Probably a pun.
Oh.
A play
Yes,
on words.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There was a pun, a really intended pun here. Tech noir. Tech noir is a genre of fiction. It combines science fiction with film noir, like in Alien, for example. I am reading this from Wikipedia. I mean,
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. What would that would?
There's a prime example of one.
Alien was like 2 years
Exactly.
before. That's not a prime
Tech
example.
noir.
It's not a film genre. It's the nightclub in the Terminator movie.
No, don't lie to us.
It's both, Nadia.
Okay.
Nadia, do you have any cigarettes?
Well, I have one. You want one?
Not many.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a few.
There will be a moment when we will exchange not only data but stuff. I mean, material stuff.
Betamax? What? Betamax
No.
VHS? Don't forget Laserdisc.
I used to have a Betamax.
Yeah.
It played better than VHS.
Yeah, my folks' car used to have a 8-track.
Whoa. Now we do it all on computer. We have evolved. Hey, in a single lifespan. Individual lifespan. That's evolution in a single lifespan. Technology has risen up
I've
to
devolved.
amazing. You have devolved. Why do you say so?
Well, you'll hear enough.
Okay.
So,
Hmm.
what does it make you think the, for instance, age of the Earth? You know, how do you know the age of the Earth?
The age of the Earth.
Well,
Well,
I mean
that-
to
that.
maybe
uh,
Evan and Tommy especially.
Oh, okay. I think Tommy is away for a moment. He was be right.
I'm here.
In a beer right. Okay. Hi, Tommy. The question was how do we know the age of the Earth?
Well, that's a big question.
It's a big question, and I can't answer it because I trust physicists.
See,
Okay.
I don't trust them.
Okay.
I don't trust that. Well, you know, they assume that the world was not created. So they assume that there was no force in existence in the past,
But
that's
then
around now.
what?
So-
They made up
so
a number?
by definition, they rule out God and they rule out different physics that may have
They
been
believe
in play.
the Earth was created, but they don't believe there's any supernatural forces behind it. It's just naturalistic
Actually,
processes.
they don't deny anything. They don't deny it was created or not, whether it was created or not. They just state that it's very likely that it has 4.6 billion years of age, the Earth. Okay,
There are
By
things that we
observe-
can know, though, about the age of the Earth, and there's a couple of things to consider. Firstly, we would consider limiting factors, something that could, in science, that would limit for us the age of the Earth, put a cap on how old it can be. And the other would be the features of the lithosphere of the Earth, that is the skin of the Earth, the skin of the continents, the geomorphology of the continents. There are features about them that whisk away the millions of years of the supposed geologic column idea. The evolutionists or the uniformitarianist guys believe that the various layers of the Earth, or strata, as we call them, going very deep into the Earth, an average about 1,800 meters globally, that these were laid down over vast, slow deposition over a vast periods of time. But we can show scientifically that can't be the case, that they had to have been laid down rapidly. And this is powerful evidence for the Noahic flood. But the features of this, of the lithosphere, remove the millions of years. There are many features of that do so. And so we can take away the millions of years, but we can't prove scientifically the Earth is 6,000 years old, or 10,000 years old, or 20,000 years old. What we can show, though, with science is there's a limit to the age of the continents by certain things that we can discern about them. For example, the rates at which the continents are being eroded by the oceans. The oceans are constantly lapping at the shores, the coasts of all the continents. This causes erosion. And it's estimated that 280 billion tons of continental material from the continents is going into the oceans annually, every single year. Now, the problem for the idea that the continents are millions of years old is, if you do the math, you take the number of billions of tons that are in the continents, and you go backward in time, the continents cannot have existed for 20 million years. Unless you believe some reason the oceans weren't lapping, or have not been lapping at the continents until relatively recently, in fact. As far as the uniformitarianist idea is concerned, like within the last million years or two, then the continents simply cannot be even 20 million years old.
Neff, does that calculation take into consideration land being created by volcanic processes, etc.?
That wouldn't help at all. That wouldn't help at all because the amount of land being produced by volcanic activity is nil in comparison to the total.
Can you give me a number, perhaps, then?
Oh, it's just a very tiny portion.
Could I?
Well, you're just discerning that. I don't know that.
That my headset cut out immediately after I asked that question. I haven't heard anything what's going on for the past maybe 10 or 20 minutes.
10 or 20? Are you sure about that?
I'm hand waving.
Here's something else to consider. That there's been there were bacteria discovered in a salt inclusion and a certain level of strata in the Earth that the uniformitarianists believe is 250 million years old because of their belief system about the age of the various strata going down into the Earth. According to their idea of the geologic column, these strata must be approximately 250 million years old. But now bacteria have been found there, taken into the laboratory, and revived. And
any chance?
The problem for the age of the Earth idea with that is that that it's now believed that by the secular journals, the evidence written in the journals today, that DNA has a half-life of about 521 years. So 521 years, there's half of DNA molecule left. If it's under nearly ideal preservation conditions, nearly ideal, in 521 years, the molecule breaks down and half of it's left. Another 521 years, half of that's left. Another 521 years, half of that's left, because the molecular bonds of the DNA molecule naturally decay. They weaken over time, and the molecule simply breaks apart. So if knowing if their idea of the half-life of DNA under nearly idyllic preservation is correct, then the bacteria simply cannot be 250 million years old. They can only be thousands of years old, a few thousand, else the DNA in them would have decayed so bad they could not possibly have been revived. See, the DNA of the bacteria has to nearly be not decayed at all, almost no decay for the bacteria to be revived and survive and live.
All right. What were you saying was how you knew the age of the Earth? Because my headset was dead for about 10 minutes or longer.
Well, I said there's limiting factors. We would look for limiting factors like the rate at which the continents are eroding into the seas, the fact that the Earth has not achieved carbon-14 stasis yet, which should take about 30,000 years, and bacteria revived. They're supposed to be 250 million years old. Features of the continents which tell us that whisk away the millions of years of the uniformitarianist idea. So we can take away the millions of years, we just can't prove the Earth is 6,000, 7,000, 15,000, 25,000 years old. Scientifically, you can't prove that. You can get it down to thousands of years, but you can't get it down to, as accurate as within 3 or 5, 10,000 years.
Well,
how can you affirm that it doesn't hold up scientifically?
Well,
how about uranium-radium dating of zircon?
Well, there's a lot of problems with dating methods. They're called radiometric dating methods for a reason, and that's because they produce a metric of ages, for one thing. So if you date a rock with lead, plutonium, lead dating, and you get 200 million years old, you might also get it aged 160 million, and you might get one 280 million. You might get one 90 million. And the way that they select the date, they believe they pick the date for in that range, is by their belief about the age of the particular strata that it's found in. So if they're dating a strata, something in a strata, a rock in a strata that they believe, according to their uniformitarianist idea about the age of the strata, where how deep, how old a particular strata is, going by its depth in the geologic column, which is determined by what fossils they find there, index fossils. So the index fossil determines how old the strata is. Then they date the strata and they come up with the range. And if they believe the strata because of the fossil, index fossil, then since the strata is 300 million years old and they get a range anywhere from 90 million to 270 million, they're going to pick the date that's closest to 200 million years old and throw out the rest. And that's exactly
how do index fossils become index fossils?
Well, strictly by an assumption of evolution over time. They take the entire age of the Earth, and they divide into it what creature must have lived approximately what age, and it's based on, it's a whole lot of circular reasoning. Their belief about what part of this continent was underwater at one time, and that part was on land. So if it's on land, if it's dry, then life can be evolving on it. If it's underwater, land animals aren't evolving on it. So then it's a whole package of circular reasoning. The index fossil determines the age of the strata, and the radiometric dating verifies the index fossil, as long as you throw away all the other dates.
You know how the index fossil becomes an index fossil?
It's merely assumption. It's no scientific method that verifies the age of that fossil.
No. The igneous rock are used to date layers and areas where they have index fossils, or things that are fossils and become index fossils because they're in an area where you can have that dating of sedimentary rock by sandwiching between the igneous rock, right?
And then they're going to pick the date that fits their belief system and throw out the rest. Nadia, that's how dating methods work.
No, the igneous layers are dated by things such as like potassium argon.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot of circular reasoning behind dating methods.
Yeah, what Nev is saying is true, and that's why labs, they always want to know the depth of the of where they find the artifact or fossil. They want to know where it was found, what layer it was found in, because they want to know, the context of it. Where, to me, if dating was a real science, they would date everything blindly. So in other words, you could take a certain fossil or artifact to 10 different labs, tell them nothing about where you found it, and see what sort of dates they gave you, but that's not how they do it.
Dating only
Potassium,
works
argon.
for a few thousand years. Okay.
Potassium, argon, only works on igneous rock.
If you submit a material to a laboratory to date it, there's a question on the form. How old do you think it is, and where did you find it?
That's scientific.
That's because different forms of dating work to different times. Like, I mean, it's amazing that you guys spend so much time memorizing all this stuff, and yet it's not like you're not learning this from scientists, or it would be science.
Yes, I did.
Like, there's a reason why this can't be taught in schools.
No, I learned that from former director of Sandia National Laboratories, Russell Humphreys, PhD mineral geologist.
All this information you have very well learned makes me suspect that you are under the influence of some sort of pseudo scientific methods, okay, to counterattack actual science.
No, it's opposite. I mean,
I point out that the igneous rock used to date the sedimentary layers between which is sit between those layers of igneous rock, alright, are dated using potassium argon, right? Molten rock, well, can't hold gas. The argon bubbles out of it. So that's how it gets a reference range of, well, argon.
Consider this statement.
Potassium isotope becomes argon. And then that's how you can get your proportions to go dating with. Now. Right, that's just used for the rocks sitting above and below the sedimentary layers. Then it goes about, some matter of interpolation, etc. through layer. Right. Then last but not least, fossils found within the sedimentary layers sandwiched between igneous rock, index fossils.
Well, consider this statement by Richard L. Mauger, Associate Professor of Geology, East Carolina University. He states this: potassium argon dates of from his paper. Potassium argon dates of biotites from tuffs and Eocene rocks of Green River. He states this, and I quote: "In general, dates in the quote-unquote correct ballpark are assumed to be correct and are published, but those in disagreement with other data are seldom published, nor are discrepancies fully explained." And there's many statements like this by scientists. It's not a secret amongst the scientific community that they get a range of dates when they date a thing, and they throw out all the ones that don't fit what they believe about
That's
the
natural selection. They select their data according to what they need.
Right. It's all based on circular reasoning.
It's crap.
Why this awesome knowledge that you have isn't taught at universities, man?
Where
bias
is the
is this a
circle in
something?
potassium argon dating of igneous rock layers above and below large sedimentary layers? Then, of course, dating those layers by some manner of interpolation between the datings of those igneous layers above and below, and dating of index fossils found within that sedimentary layer, sandwiched between igneous rocks, according to their position within that layer. Now, there is no circle.
There is problems, Nadia. Igneous rock is produced by magma. It's really Okay, and
Yeah, I figured it out now.
It is.
yeah, and there are problems with that. I'll give you an example. The Unickorette lava formation and the Grand Canyon is a lava formation that has flowed from the top of the Grand Canyon down to the bottom of it. But when they dated the material at the bottom of the Grand Canyon using more than one dating method, they all disagreed with each other, and the material at the bottom of the Grand Canyon dated older than the material at the top. It should be the opposite way around. If the material at the bottom is older because it was from an earlier lava flow, then it should date older than the material that's just now coming out. See? But it doesn't. So it doesn't work. Dating methods are not based on empirical science.
It sounds so pseudoscientific to me.
It's based on assumptions and circular reasoning. Dating methods are not empirical science. There is no empirical method of dating.
No, actually, dating through radioactive decaying element, okay, like carbonium-14. Anyone? The carbonium-14 lasts for like 35,000 years or so.
50.
That is more, 30,000 years or so. That is more than anyway than what the Bible tries to say that the Earth has in years.
There are problems with carbon-14 in the idea of the age of the Earth. For example, carbon-14 has been found in dinosaur bone and in diamonds, and that's completely impossible if the diamond or the carbon. Please. Or if that's completely impossible if the diamond is hundreds of millions of years old or a billion or more years old, and it's impossible if the dinosaur bone is 65 million years old, because carbon-14 has a lifespan, a half-life of about 5,670 years. If you had a ball of carbon-14 the mass of the Earth, every bit of it, every atom would be gone in only 1 million years. 1 million. The whole Earth-sized ball of carbon-14 is gone. So there can be not one atom's worth of carbon-14 in a dinosaur bone if it's 65 million years old, or in a diamond. But yet it's found. So what this tells us is that although you don't use carbon-14 to date those things, right? The secular scientists aren't going to do that. The fact that carbon-14 is found in them proves to us.
You already know why.
It can't be millions of years old.
Neff, you already know why. How does carbon-14 form in the atmosphere, Neff?
Well, it's also destroyed by the sun in the atmosphere at the same time. And this should lead to carbon-14 stasis, which would take 30,000 years. But the Earth has not achieved carbon-14.
That's fine. How is it created? How does the carbon capture an extra neutron?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know the exact method, the actual physics method.
Cosmic rays.
Well, I know that. The sun creates and destroys C14 in the upper atmosphere of the Earth at the same time.
Anyway, you can't find any trace of C14 in the fossil record whatsoever.
In dinosaur bones?
No, it's no longer bones. It's stone. It's been replaced.
It shouldn't be there. It can't be there if it's millions of years old. It decays too quickly.
They couldn't carbon-14 if it was completely turned to stone.
Carbon-14 just serves to archaeology, actually, or for bones that date that have no more than 30,000 years, and that would be too much. Then the margin, the range of error is too large.
Now, Danny, you told me a second ago that you would be willing to give up some of your beliefs if it was shown scientifically, if they were to be shown wrong. So why, to me the carbon-14 dinosaur bone thing and the whole soft tissue thing with dinosaurs is a slam dunk that the long age is incorrect. So why, if you're a scientist, and you say that you're open to other, to new information and things, why would you be so closed off to this? Because you don't seem very close at all to accepting that this carbon-14 of dinosaur bones put the dent in
The thing is
theory.
that physicists understand why those carbon datings work for different ranges. Like, Danny might not have the information on hand to refute you guys, but the thing is that you're not giving us new information. That's why I think it's dangerous, because there might be like children listening or something that take you guys seriously.
Wow,
What?
so science is dangerous.
How was carbon-14 dating a dinosaur bone dangerous?
Anyway,
No, it's
I'd like
applying the wrong
to
dating methods to it.
answer.
What?
I'd like to answer Tommy when you are over, please.
There's a logistic
Go
curve
ahead.
of sorts.
Okay.
There's a
It's a scientific test. You guys should be celebrating it.
There is a logistic curve of the proportions of the element or the isotope and its decay product, right? And as things vary between those two extremes of that logistic curve distribution, whatever, right? There are proportions where one or the other is effectively undetectable, right? And that is the region where those things are deemed to be either too young or too old.
Yes. Anyway, trying to answer to Tommy's question, he said that how can I rely on dating systems if C14 fails after a few thousand years, something along that line.
No,
Maybe.
I was suggesting, I was asking why you would not celebrate and embrace the fact that dinosaur bones have been carbon dated with carbon-14 and they've come back in the thousands of years and not millions. Why would you not, as I do, see that as a slam dunk that those organisms could not be that old, and that's backed up with the soft tissue that's been found in their bones?
This is because of geology. You know how
Paleontology?
layers. No, geology. You know how layers of ground, of earth are put one on top of the other, then they are compressed, they have their dynamics, etc. Okay.
Tommy,
This
didn't
is
I mention
what-
earlier the assumption about the geologic column and the circular reasoning? See, believing that the strata are millions of years old leads to all your assumptions about how old this is and that. You see it happening right there.
He won't let this break through his assumptions.
But the same way you don't believe a mountain was created in 3,000 years, you can't believe that fossils, those poor guys that lived 200 million years ago, they got crushed by the ground, down and down. They moved, they changed, they shifted, they drifted. A word that I like a lot, and that's why it's so hard to extract evidence from those things that happened so long ago, that we just have to make, of course, theories and try to nail it in una diana, in an objective, like when you shoot a dart. Well, okay, I tried to make a Spanish metaphor and I failed miserably.
Now,
but you get the point.
So, if you are proceeding with dating, you can actually tell whether it's too young or too old. You can see that either the radioisomer, the radioisotope, or the decay product, right, predominate, and thereby render the say other things proportions like less than 1 in 1,000, right? At that point, you say that it's either too young or too old. It's the radioisotope that's predominating, 999 parts out of 1,000 or more. That's too young. It's a decay product predominating, 999 out of 1,000 or more. That's too old, right? So you can actually figure out if you're out of range whether your sample was too young or too old. Now, between those, you could take the, say, hyperbolic arctangent to undo, like, the logistic curve and such, right?
Well, you're going to rely on assumption for that.
What assumption?
But
About the age of the strata. It's
About
also
what? Where did the strata even get mentioned?
we have solid foundations to think that Jurassic Triassic happened 200 million years ago.
What
That
evidence
is
is that?
What evidence is that? It's geology. You have to think back in the past. Okay, you see what has been done now, like you have all
What
these piles of earth and straits or strats, whatever you call it, guys, crashed together. You see how they are broken and drifted from one tectonic plate from another. They share the same fossils, etc., etc. You can then think it's like making reverse engineering. All right, you have one thing to witness, and you have to interpret it the way it happened.
All right, so you can tell me.
we-
Sorry, hello.
Sure.
Can you tell me how radiometric dating has some kind of dependence on the age of the strata?
Me, I can't say anything about radioactive dating apart from C14 because I have no more info about it.
That was for Evan.
So
Okay.
for
What was the
I
question?
can't say anything about it. I'm not informed enough, right?
What's the question, Nutty?
I will leave it to others.
So, yeah, how does radiometric dating have any kind of dependency on the age of the strata?
Well,
Strata. Exactly, that's a word. Sorry.
Only in the imagination, really. That's the thing. It doesn't.
All right.
No, man.
Now, excuse
I would
me.
agree with that.
Okay, now,
There are some.
your objection to radiometric dating was that it was circular reasoning with the age of the strata.
Well, that's one of
Could you
them.
explain how that is?
One of the objections. There are others, such as
Hey, Mac.
incongruent dates that are achieved, and limiting factors that are known, and known problems with radiometric dating methods. For example, water washes radioisotopes into and out of materials in the earth all the time. Every time it rains, and if you drive down the highway and you see who's making that terrible noise, if you drive down the highway and there's a hill where they cut it out with a bulldozer, and you look after 2 days, 3 days after a rain, and you see the hillside exposed where they cut it away with a bulldozer to level the hill out for building a highway. 2 or 3 days after a rain, and you walk up to that hillside, you'll see water trickling out of that hill after a good rain. It's because water is flowing. The gravity of the earth is pulling the water down through the ground, through the soil, over and through the rocks, out of the hill. It happens every time it rains. Every time it rains, the majority of the water gets sucked down into the earth by gravity. And when it does, it moves radioisotopes all around. It will deposit more here, remove some there. And radioisotopes get washed around by moving by water in the surface, the crust of the earth all the time. So consider this: if you date a rock, and let's say it's 20 meters below the surface, and you date it with a dating method, and you get a date of 1 million years. Okay, and then you dig further down. You go down 50 meters.
If you did it at 1 million years, you are failing.
And you date another rock, and you get 50 million years. The problem for the dating method is this: you cannot know how much of the radioisotope, the parent isotope, was deposited in that rock.
Because it gets pushed away.
Let me finish.
Hello.
Okay, so Let's say you're using lead, plutonium lead dating, okay? And they say that the amount of lead found is an indication of how long the uranium has been decaying. So, and it's the ratio is how they determine how old it is, the rocks. Okay, so, but if you find, you cannot know how much water has how much of that lead that you find has been deposited in that strata by water over time. Likewise, you can't know how much uranium has been deposited in that rock over time. Now, if you dig down 50 meters deeper and you find another rock and you date it, and it turns out to be 50 million years old instead of 5, it could very well be that the lead you find that gives you an indication that it's 50 million years old exists there because water has washed more of it there and deposited it there over time. So you cannot know how much of that original, if it's a sedimentary strata, especially, and most of the strata of the Earth are sedimentary. So you find you cannot know how much of the parent isotope was original. In other words, how much of it was deposited in situ by the water that created that sedimentary strata. You cannot know how much. Hold on. You cannot know how much of the parent isotope was deposited there by water over time. It could be 0 amount, it could be 15%, it could be 100%. You cannot know likewise how much of this daughter isotope, the lead, has been placed there by or removed from there by water over time. Could be 5%, 40%, 95%. See, so these are all 100% fudge factors. You have no knowledge of how much has been added or removed from the parent or the daughter isotope by water. Impossible to know.
We have to know that the permeability of igneous rock is 0 millidarcy. You even know what a darcy is. Okay. Now, moving on. Sedimentary rock is not used. Nobody uses radiometric dating on sedimentary rock because they know better. Because they know it's permeable. Second, or third. Last but not least, you showed 0 circularity. Right? You made a claim there was some circularity, and you demonstrated nothing. You made a claim regarding, what is it? Dissolution or some such of radioisotopes, and that was irrelevant. Because, of course, the dating, radiometric dating, is done with igneous rock. I already qualified that earlier were not dated by radiometrically. They were done by having igneous layers sitting above and below them.
But Nadia, igneous material is volcanic, and it's been demonstrated with dating methods to produce wildly differing dates. I provided in the text chat here a couple of text quotations from scientists in the journals, and I could provide more to demonstrate that circular reasoning is required to pick a date. In fact, the Unickorete lava flow at the bottom of the Grand Canyon dates older than the stuff at the top.
And that's relevant how?
That's igneous material.
So?
Igneous material is not a slam dunk for dating methods. It doesn't help. It doesn't matter what material you're dating.
It is slam dunk. Right, the dating methods are applicable to igneous rock.
Well, it's how much of the parent or daughter isotope was deposited in that igneous rock by water over time? Can you tell us?
And the permeability of the igneous rock was how many millidarcies?
Well, you need to be able to tell us how you know how much of the parent or isotope and daughter isotope were added to that rock by water over time, or how much of it was removed, so that the dating method can start with a firm foot. Well, unless you can know that, the dating method is purely subjective.
Permeability of igneous rock is 0.
Volcanic material accepts water, and water can wash into it and out of it.
of course, radiometric systems fail the more the age of the material, the stuff you're looking at. But also, when you're looking at something, you have to take in consideration some things like, okay, water lixiviation or water washing of isotopes. Yeah, okay, scientists have that in account. So when they find a higher concentration of that isotope, it can be because it is a real material from that age, or it could be an error. You have that in account when you are a scientist. You find many errors all the time. You just have to make your way through and get an explanation to everything. It's not easy. We scientists face this all the time. We just have to stick to the theory that is more likely. Of course, I will not. I would not have my hand cut to affirm that the Earth is 4.6 billion years of age. Maybe it's 4.5, 4.7. I don't know, but it seems that it goes along those lines, all right?
Well, we're willing to believe that because we're taught that, and we trust scientists so much. They say it so much on TV and in newspapers and everywhere.
Oh, no. It's not because they're on the media.
And so people tend to believe that because they trust scientists, and so many of them say that's true. Here's another considerable problem for the idea of the dating of the Earth is zircon crystals, which have helium in them. The problem is, if these zircon crystals, which are present in granites and other types of rock, if they were millions of years old, they could not have the helium in them that they do. But scientific studies have been made on these. They've been sent to laboratories and dated, and by the amount of helium that's in those crystals. Now, the amount of helium that's in them indicates it's impossible for those zircon crystals to be millions of years old.
Thank you.
Because over millions of years, the helium would have leaked out. Helium is a really slippery molecule. It leaks out of rock relatively quickly, very quickly in comparison to the idea of millions of years. It just comes right out. In comparison to millions of years, it slips out quickly. So finding so much helium in the zircon is an indication that those crystals, the zircons and the granites that they're found in, can't be millions of years old.
If it slips out, then through what?
Through the rock. It comes out of the zircon crystal. And the helium present in these zircon crystals in granites indicate that the granites cannot be millions of years old because they possess so much helium. If those granites were millions of years old, they should have virtually no helium in them.
Show me that gas escapes from solid rock.
Well, helium, zircon, helium slips out. Well, just do a search for, look for papers in the science journals about helium and escape. The rate has been estimated, how fastly it slips out, and it's not millions of years. But I'm going to provide you a link to an article by. I'll provide you.
How fast it slips out of the atmosphere, out of solid rock?
No, not the atmosphere. Out of rock, out of granites, and the crystals that are in granites. The zircon crystals, they possess far too much helium for those crystals to be millions of years old. And that's a problem for the idea that the rocks in which they're found are millions of years old. This is relatively new scientific data. This is
I noticed that when I Google it, I get a bunch of creation sites.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Not science, but actually creation sites.
Yeah, scientists. Yeah, real scientists.
This Like, do you realize how hungry scientists are to disprove each other? How competitive they are.
So tell me this: the laboratories, which Russell Humphreys and his other team members at
just
the
tell me this: why isn't this being presented in actual actual institutions? Why don't you see this in Berkeley or Oxford or something?
I'll answer your question once you answer the one I was already asking you. Here's the question: is the laboratories that they sent samples to producing stupid, complete bogus science when they bring?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Now answer my question. Why aren't reputable institutions releasing this sort of information?
So you're willing to say that the same laboratories that all the secular scientists send their samples to somehow botched the job when the creationists sent them?
I'm saying that your creation science isn't found in reputable institutions, and I'm asking why.
Nonsense.
Okay, so I asked you a question you didn't answer. Why aren't reputable institutions reporting this information?
I'll answer that question. But first I want to point out that what you're willing to do is dismiss the data provided by the laboratories that are used by all the secular scientists regarding the samples sent to them by a creationist scientist. But you accept the data that they produce when dating materials whenever an evolutionist sends it to them.
I'll tell you that it's a really bad sign that when you Google something that's supposed to be in scientific labs, you come up with creation sites. That's a really bad sign.
Yeah, great job. Great job. Now,
tell me, why aren't reputable institutions reporting on this? Why aren't we finding this in reputable journals?
Because of watch the movie Expelled to find out why.
Wait, I'm curious.
You're not going to answer my question?
Wait, Nicholas, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that because it's not recognized by these other non-Christian or non-creationist people, that you're saying that it's automatically considered illegitimate, or?
I'm saying that the secular societies would be reporting the same information, and they would be coming up with some other sort of theory, or they would be saying it's not explained.
He's basically saying it don't look good.
Yeah, it really does not look good when you Google something and you come up with a bunch of creationist sites. That's a really bad sign.
Well, see, we've already verified.
But what difference does it make who it comes from, and whether or not the question is whether or not the information is accurate? Isn't that what matters?
Yeah, and that's a really good sign of whether or not it's accurate. When you Google the sources for places and you get people with music degrees instead of scientists, that's a sign that the science is probably not good.
That's not really answering the point, though. The point is, I mean, because it's a bunch of creationists saying.
He's simply questioning why isn't it coming from the source.
No. I'm asking, how do you? Because it seems like you're almost committing a genetic fallacy here. I mean, just because it's coming from creationists, therefore it has to be questioned. I'm just curious. I mean,
no, he's not saying that. It's because
are the things? Wait. So I'm just curious. So the things that come from the creationists, are they all wrong? Are they all automatically should be?
Not if you can also find it in traditional scientific.
I have no problem with it coming on creationist sites as well if it's actually reported by reputable institutions. But it's a really bad thing when it's creationist pseudoscience accounts and people with music degrees reporting on this stuff.
That's sort of like a prejudice analogy that you're using. I don't know if
it would come from reputable scientific people as well. The question is not. It's not. Hey, creationists are talking about it, therefore it's wrong.
That's what it sounds like, though.
Oh, no, that's what it is. We've already heard that Nicholas.
Damn it! I'm trying to make a fucking point, you people. All right, it's not. It's not creationism equals wrong. It's why isn't it also coming from these other people? And that question needs to be addressed.
Yeah, because there's a shutout. That's why. And the same shutout is heard from the opinion of Nicholas. You see, but when he said, and he acknowledged that his way of thinking about it is not scientific, it's based on his dismissal of any evidence or arguments or scientific data that is produced by or related to a creationist scientist or which argues against his paradigm.
I am relying on the consensus of experts. Yes.
Listen carefully, according to what Nicholas said just a minute ago. He said, and I asked him, so the scientific the materials that were produced for this study that I mentioned were sent to the same laboratories that are used by all of the secular mainstream theologists. They use these same laboratories. The creationists didn't do it in their garage in the backyard. They sent them samples to the same labs. When I asked Nicholas if he believed that this laboratories botched the science, the data, their dating of this material, because a creationist sent it to them, and yet when an evolutionist scientist sent samples to them, somehow they produced good results, he said yes. And
okay, maybe I misrepresented myself. Let me answer again. Let me answer in a different way.
Hold on. That shows
instead of you misrepresenting me.
Hold on. That shows, as Veckel pointed out.
Or you can keep on misrepresenting me.
Excuse me.
And talk for minutes and minutes and minutes like you did last night.
You can allow me to finish.
Well, are you going to misrepresent me? Are you going to continue to misrepresent me, or what?
Yeah, if there's a concern about misrepresentation, I think that it's concerned to be addressed before you.
That shows, as Veckel pointed out a minute ago, that he has an extreme bias.
Really, before you continue, you should address the misrepresentation.
Well, no, just allow me to finish my statement.
Well, you continue to misrepresent somebody, you should address the misrepresentation.
No, we all heard him. We all heard him. No. Not misrepresentation. I asked him a simple, straightforward. No, there's no misrepresentation. I asked him a simple, straightforward. There is no misrepresentation. I asked him a simple.
Says that there is one, so address it.
We all heard him. I asked him if he thought the laboratory botched the science, the samples, because it was sent to them by creationists.
So he would like to yell over me and misrepresent me rather than letting me present my own self.
But they don't botch it when but they don't botch it when a secular scientist sends it to him. He said yes. I mean, we're done. I mean, there's no point in discussing science with this kind of.
Okay, so you said we're done. So I think that means that what I meant was the information that's being reported by these creationist groups is not accurate. I think they're cooking the data. No matter who they're sending their data to, they're not reporting it properly. Because if they were reporting it properly, then it would be in secular journals. Like these are the journals where the experts with consensus report.
The report is produced by the laboratory they send the samples to, Sport.
Okay, but the reason why this isn't in reputable journals, and the reason why when you Google this crackpot pseudoscience stuff, you come up with creationist sites, is because there's no peer review. People are cooking the data to do whatever they want. I don't care who they're sending it to. They're not reporting the data properly.
So the laboratory
I would
data,
also briefly point out that crystalline igneous rocks have, as described here by the USGS, 0 permeability.
Okay, so here's what we get from the evolutionist camp. When a sample is sent in by a creationist, the lab botches it. But when it's not, they get good data. Boy,
no, good labs aren't going to botch it. It's the creationist camps that are cooking the data, or else secular journals would be reporting on it.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying the data is produced by the laboratories, boy. They date the samples.
I'm saying give me a single reputable journal that reports an article on what you're trying to claim.
You really blew it.
If I can very briefly comment further.
Nicholas.
High porosity varieties of igneous rock are also not admissible for potassium argon dating because they are permeable to gas as well. The gas would escape. Argon is a gas.
He's occupied.
Every time
if there are any children listening, I just want them to not buy into this in a desperate attempt to prove God exists. Like there's good evidence God exists. You don't have to resort to pseudoscience.
Agreed.
You can trust the scientific institutions. That's what they're there for.
Well, I'm not sure science is a roadmap to that, but anyway, kind of more a philosophical question.
Well, we do have scientific evidence we can use in arguments for God, but I mean, we don't have to resort on this. Like it's just a shame that somebody would spend so much time memorizing so much, and yet they're learning this stuff that's in 100 years going to be so embarrassing. Well, it's embarrassing now, but it's going to be more embarrassing in 100 years. Like, This is why you're not allowed to teach this in your schools in the States.
I am back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
It shouldn't be taught in the school. It's ridiculous to teach the
It's a
controversy.
virus.
Because there isn't a controversy.
There's no scientific controversy, right?
What are we discussing right now?
Your mom.
Combination of the permeability of igneous rocks, potassium argon dating, and of course claims regarding the dating of what was it again?
It's hot stuff, and I can't really say.
No.
anything
There's a dating of zircon and helium. Claims that helium escapes from zircon.
Even less. I can't say anything about this. Okay, yeah, I don't know enough. I'm not informed, so I would lie if I would start.
Yeah, and that's fair. Don't say anything that you don't have any expertise on there, brother. You don't have to worry. Like the thing is that when you Google something like this and it comes up with a bunch of creationist sites, that's a really bad sign. Like that says something on its own.
That's something I wanted to point before.
We've heard all we need to hear when somebody said.
I would briefly point out.
There was something I wanted
excuse
to.
me, I was in the middle of a sentence. Do you mind? Hello. Okay, so Evan, I would briefly point out that. Excuse me, I said Evan. I would like to briefly point out that the porous igneous rock is not admissible for potassium argon dating in the first place. When it's permeable to water, it's permeable to argon gas.
Okay. So how do you get such discrepancy with dating methods?
Number one, it's not applicable to porous igneous rock. So
how do you
crystalline igneous rock is where it's applicable, right?
Well, then there should be no such gross discrepancies when dating those things, but that's what they do get. But we've heard the very most telling thing of all, and it's this idea that if the laboratory, the same laboratory used by mainstream geologists, when sent a sample by a creationist, they somehow slip up and botch it real bad. But
I already corrected you on that. You can repeat that again, but I mean, I don't know who you think believes you. Like, Ocean knows that's not what I said. He knows that I corrected you on that already, so you can keep repeating that, but that's not my position.
It's interesting that you keep making misrepresentation when somebody...
No, it's not. I'll record from this video exactly what he said and put it up on my YouTube channel. You can hear yourself. Or go back and go back.
Are you going to also include me correcting you now?
Clarification now, and you're ignoring it.
No, not. No, he somehow believes that they botched the data. He says the data is produced by the laboratory.
No, I don't think reputable labs botch the data. I think disreputable groups have misrepresented the data.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to put that into a video, then please include the correction.
Right. So, if it's the director for a former director of Sandia National Laboratories, PhD physical geologist, sends us the laboratory sample in, he's going to botch that data. Yeah. That's the belief system of these people. Shut out anything that doesn't fit their view.
It's pretty obvious how desperate you are to misrepresent me. I think everybody in the room can tell that.
What they're willing to believe is just nonsense in order to protect their paradigm.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Ocean, I understand how upset you are, but please refrain from putting my Lord's name in vain, please.
I guess that's fair enough. It's not my Lord, but whatever.
So, back to the helium. The helium in these zircons cannot be there if the zircons are millions of years old. But what the laboratory results produce is that there's an exceptional amount of helium in these zircons. Can't be there because it slips out. It's a slippery molecule. It can't be there after millions of years. But the rocks of the Earth are full of oxygen. They're full of zircon. They're full of helium, and that just can't. That's a strong indication that the rocks of the Earth are not millions of years old.
As I always say, show me scientific evidence of this, and I will believe you.
No, I'll provide you a link. But just make sure that you ridicule it because
Just remember
data
the
was
links are just
by
links
creating scientists.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Not actual scientific articles. Just links with
Yeah,
info.
well, I mean, you wanted information. I provided you some.
I want information, but I want real information.
Okay,
But
well, there
just
you go. It
info.
can't be real because, hey, this guy who's a former director of Sandia National Laboratories, he's not a real scientist. He's a
I don't mind who wrote this. I don't mind about the credentials.
silliness.
The guy who wrote the stuff.
See, when you live by a paradigm and you attack science because it doesn't fit what you believe, you're not being rational, you're not thinking scientifically, and there's just really...
That's exactly what I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about you, sir. I'm talking about others.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's just not a rational, scientific way to go about things. It displays, that a paradigm is in place that, according to the person's heart, says I cannot allow it to be questioned.
Someone do me a favor and respond to his links, some Zeitgeist movie links from WordPress.
Did he put some Zeitgeist shit up?
He dropped out anyway.
No, I'm saying use that. If he thinks that links are evidence, then cite some Zeitgeist.
Oh, bring up some Zeitgeist?
Links.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
it's
doesn't
also
use me.
it's something pure bullshit.
Not sure if nothing.
Yeah, I
rational.
think it's yeah, unfortunately people will walk away.
Do we have another subject to discuss? Maybe this is getting
No.
old. No, we want to get on this track. All
We
right,
gotta get to the
No,
bottom of this.
when they ran away, the conversation died.
let's go.
Well, I'll just repeat myself in that if I misspoke, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that a reputable lab would misrepresent data.
I don't think you did.
What I meant is that if only creationist sites are reporting this, then that means that either they're misreporting on the data or they're doing their own data and they're cooking the data. Sorry, Ocean, you were saying?
No, I don't think that you did, but I would think that if you did, your correction should be listened to, if it's indeed a correction. Like it was getting ridiculous where he kept repeating his misrepresentation and acting like he was making the point.
I found it like frustrating, but last night was even more frustrating because we were talking and he kept on bringing up this irrelevant point about whales, and he was like lecturing on it for like a half an hour, and people were trying to interject and correct him and give him a counterexample, and he just wouldn't listen. Like, the reason why somebody like this lectures so much and has memorized so much is they're totally closed to critical thinking. They're just willing to look at anything. Like he is like, oh, these scientists did this test with this, what were they talking about, particle size distribution the other day? We looked it up, and the guys that did it, the apparent scientists, like the one guy had a music degree. Like they didn't even sign themselves as scientists. Like it's so embarrassing to be associated with these sort of people. Like I think that young Earth creationism can be defended, but not this way. Like I'm not a young Earth creationist, but I think you can defend it. All you have to do is not use bad science, bring in what is questionable, and just say the supernatural explains the rest.
Very good point, Nicholas. Very good point. Pseudoscience.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, the interlocutors are gone.
What's going?
I'm in the middle of the feudal age, and my army consists of 3-minute arms.
What are you playing?
I'm playing Age of Empires.
Age of Empires 2.
Oh, that's cool, man. I used to play that game. Or no, wait. Maybe not Age of Empires. No, Civilization. No. I think Age of Empires, yeah. Where there's like the Hittites and stuff.
This
Is that
takes
the game?
place in the Middle Ages. I'm playing as the Incas.
Yeah, I think I played. And you get a priest at some point where you can convert enemy soldiers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember
Isn't that civilization planned to be doomed?
What the hell that subject has changed to?
Something with more scientific merit.
I once had a 9-hour play at Age of Empires 2. trying to get the other king, like regicide.
Regicide? Oh, Regicide's awesome.
Well,
That's
I will
awesome.
claim that
You don't have to cancel when you play Regicide.
every
9 fucking hours there.
scientific contradiction you can make against, say, my assertion that let's say yoga creationism is merely proof of where the God created a miracle.
The miracle to me is a fantasy. Is a concept. Is a beautiful concept, indeed.
Anything you demonstrate through science that goes about quote unquote contradicting, the young Earth creationist hypothesis is merely evidence of where the God stepped down and did divine intervention to establish the facts as they are now. Go ahead.
Well, there's certain questions that can't be answered through science, though, like the beginning of time, for instance. So you might not say that you have warrant for a supernatural explanation, but you definitely don't have you'll never have a scientific explanation for something that can't have a scientific explanation.
Yeah, Nicholas, I agree. I think that's sort of the hardest thing that can be explained by science is the fact that at one point there was something that came from nothing, and that's the really hard point to make. I mean, everything else is explained by science. There's no doubt about that. Evolution.
That's not actually.
Go ahead.
That's what the science says. Not what the science says.
That anyway, if you can't find a scientific explanation to something, why going the other way and trying to justify it by
the science actually says.
Magic thought. Okay.
The science actually says.
The other side would be magic thought.
No. It could only unravel the inflation back to something like 300 or 400.
It's something to fill out the blanks.
Hang on. He said you can only unwind the inflation to something like 300 or 400 million years relative to, a date that's a kind of mere extrapolation of the inflation to where it would hit a single point, which doesn't necessarily represent what actually happened. What
we need is a boundary change. What we need is a boundary change to explain that. We need a boundary change. So, like changing the way that entropy works or something. But like that, they concede that, like the BGV. That's what the BGV shows, is that extrapolating it back, we have a point where we need a boundary change.
Nicholas, what do you mean by boundary change?
A change in the way physics works. Like the way gravity works as we understand it right now is that the closer objects get together, the stronger the relative gravity is. So it makes sense that we would draw it back to a single point, a singularity. And the further and further that we get with our singularity theorems, the closer we get to a single point. What we need to get away from it becoming a single point and coming from that one thing that can't go back any further is a change in the way physics works. And we don't have an explanation for that.
I see what you're saying.
Well, the actual observations are only able to go back, something like, I think 300 or 400 million years.
Well, it's not just the observations, it's the math.
Well, that's also from that dating is relative to where that reverse extrapolation would say would back to a single point, which doesn't actually necessarily reflect history, right?
Right, but according to the mathematics we have right now, it goes back to a single point. That's what I'm saying. If we get a boundary change, then we don't have to do that. But as it stands, it seems to be going back to a single point.
Well, it's not that it seems to be going back. It's that that's kind of used as a way of establishing a point relative to which to date things, as I understand it. It's kind of understood that it's understood that it can't go back to a single point.
Yeah, it can't go back beyond the point. Like it's kind of like in the same way that we look at the math and we sort of extrapolate what past was. It's almost like looking at a car flying towards a brick wall and predicting what's going to happen to that car, such as it's going to smash into that wall. That's what the math says right now. That's where we're at.
Well, plus there's evidence that the universe is expanding, right? So I mean, if you just do the inverse of everything is expanding. So if you do the inverse of expansion, which would be everything would be minimized, that would go back to a single time and a singularity.
Yeah.
Well, except there are a couple different things we know, right? First off is our actual observations stop at 300 or 400 million years. Second is it can't actually work at a single point. Right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for one, there's a sort of a principle of minimum action, right? Nothing can actually hold still. Right. Everything, sort of quantum level, it's always some form of motion, right? And always getting background noise that's incredible. Everything, jumps around, right? Because
that requires
action.
For something to jump around, it would require some kind of atom or some kind of force to create that movement. According to even like basic.
Well, worse than requiring the force, requires actual other positions to jump around to. Right. At one point, there's no other position.
I don't quite follow you. What do you mean by that? At one point, there's no position.
At one point, there's no other position.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because there's no such thing as position at that point.
Well, there's one. There's nowhere to move to.
I see, but what would be the object to be moving?
Particles, matter, whatever.
Well, that requires something. Particles are made up of something.
Mm-hmm.
So what would that particle be? Like, even if we're going into quantum mechanics and quantum physics, you're talking about like electrons moving, and the electrons are obviously something. They're small particles that are even smaller than atoms, but an atom must be first before even an electron is moving. They're made up surrounding electrons, like a free-floating electron. It
was a counterexample, right?
I see what, okay.
It's actually worse than that, right? To the extent you have some number of particles, you can't squish them that far.
I think my question is more along the lines of the coming into existence of that particle. Now, I'm not talking about religion here. We don't have to go into magic, as Danny was talking about. I'm talking about just the fact that first particle. We don't have to go. I mean, this is something that is unexplainable by science, and even in the natural law. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. What was demonstrated was that it can't be that case. All right. So, whether it's more than one particle, more than one point, whatever. Yeah, it probably needs to be more than one of each. That can't have happened, right?
So what must have happened?
What must have happened? We don't know what must have happened. We have an idea of what can't have happened.
Okay.
So if we don't know, we can't say, God did it. Hey, you can't know. Either way.
No.
That's
it's pretty
like
easy.
my
We don't
point.
have a... No. It's not like a gap you could just like... all it really represents is, lacking a sort of way to unify, say, quantum mechanics with gravity.
No, quantum gravity doesn't solve against the extrapolation of the BGB. The only thing you need is expansion and time. That's the only two things for the BVG prediction to work.
What's the BVG, Nicholas?
The Bordet-Guth-Vilenkin theorem.
Well, that would represent a counter argument against the sort of, I guess, oscillating universe within a single space-time region.
Yeah, it does show why it can't be oscillating. That's if we had a boundary change, then we could have an oscillating universe. But the thing is that if expansion overall, even in an oscillating universe, is positive, then we still get the extrapolation of the BGV. So we need the expansion to not be positive. We need the Hubble constant to not be positive in order to escape that. And the thing is that if we go back to a certain point, and then we need some sort of a cause for that beginning. Like that's, I hope, have you watched that lecture yet, Nadia, from Valenkin? It's on YouTube. It's did the universe have a beginning? It's great because he outlines briefly the BGV. The BGV paper is really easy to read. You don't have to know the physics, like you don't have to know the physical equations to understand it. And then he
would probably do better with the equations.
Okay, sure, but I mean, the description that they like as they describe their team is pretty easy to understand. And then that lecture on YouTube, Did the Universe Have a Beginning by Alexander Valenkin, he talks about how the different theories that have been offered don't work, and how there can't be a physical mechanism for the beginning of this, and that's why I think we can extrapolate an immaterial will. But I'm not ready to defend that tonight. I'm actually, I gotta be honest, I'm pretty frustrated right now, so I'm just gonna chill out for a bit.
Okay.
What else? What else? What else?
Yeah. Welcome, Harley.
Hey, everybody.
So,
how are you all?
Good, good.
Doing fine.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Any good news on any of the things we talked about?
Oh, well, I did get a bank account, and I monetized my YouTube account finally. I'm not sure how that works. Did they just send you a check in the mail?
No.
Yeah, but you gotta make like $100 first, right?
I think it's $10.
I think it's more because like I'm monetized, and I'm pretty sure that in order to get any money, and I think they do a bank transfer for me, then it has to be a minimum of 100.
Oh.
Isn't that right?
Does that come in for you?
Well, the AdSense thing said it needed to make at least $10 before you could change anything.
These people that have like 5 million subscribers and stuff, how much money are they raking in?
Who knows?
Like a little bit beyond a livable wage.
You can look up the stats online.
Yeah, go to Social Blade. Social Blade does that.
It has to do with how much you're getting paid for the ads that are displayed, but yeah, if you have millions of subscribers watching your videos and millions of views, then it does add up to amount of money. But I mean, like, I get like people watch about 2 hours of my content every day, and I only make like maybe 10 or 15 cents a day.
I see.
Yeah, probably not best to divulge too many details on my end. I'm not exactly raking in the dough. So anyway, the more important part is shit.
No problem.
The more important part. Sorry, excuse me. I was meant to. The more important part is that. Yeah. Where were we on the physics of the Big Bang? Or actually, have you seen Quentin Smith and William Lane Craig's book on the Big Bang cosmology?
No, I should check that out.
Okay, bear with me.
Nicholas, your avatar image, where is it from?
My what? My avatar. Oh, I just this one I think I just googled Ninja for it. Most of the pictures I use nowadays are actually from Flickr.
It
I use
sounds. This is so familiar to me. This is from some movie I've seen. I'm so sure. Revenge of the Ninja, maybe. Check that out.
Okay. Well, it would be an amazing movie, I bet, because the guy looks badass.
B movie, Grindhouse, totally. But it's amazing.
Yeah, man. I think that Asian culture is so cool. There's something wrong with Ocean that he's not playing an Asian culture. I think he's defective.
In this game.
Yeah, speaking of which, Ocean, I need to brush up on my Swedish. And falling behind in Duolingo.
Oh dear.
Hey, is that Age of Empires?
Yep.
Cool.
I just, what bothers me so much about that creation science stuff is that what they do is they get kids' heads so full of crap, and then those kids when they go to college, if they ever do go to college, they either abandon their religion because they've been lied to about Christian apologists from Christian apologists, or they flunk out of school. Like it cripples Christians. Thank God it's not taught in your schools anymore. You American guys.
Oh, Christianity?
No, not Christianity. Young Earth creation science.
Young Earth.
I actually went to a Christian high school, and they actually didn't teach creationism, but they did not teach evolution either. So it's kind of like a middle ground approach of we're not going to do either. So they kind of taught evolution in like a back way by kind of explaining some aspects of it, but then disproving how it'd be possible, kind of a thing.
Oh my gosh. Well, I guess that's an improvement.
Well, they showed I distinctly remember being in like science class or like science biology in like 9th or 10th grade, and they actually showed us a movie about Darwin, and it was like an anti-Darwin. And I distinctly remember that, and I remember like, oh, this must be the norm. This must be, creationism is so. I mean, evolution is so stupid. Like I remember thinking that for the longest time.
What state did you grow up in, if you don't mind me asking?
Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know very much about geography, but yeah, Arkansas. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's in the south. It's a Bible Belt.
It's where Huckabee's from.
Correct. Yeah, Huckabee, and also
Clinton too.
Clinton too. So yeah, please make sure you mention Clinton. So not as bad as you think. If you like Clinton.
Like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton?
Yeah. Well, Bill.
Okay, I like them.
It's funny because Clinton was governor there for 12 years, and then Huckabee was governor there for 12 years.
Right. Yeah.
And Huckabee is the one that came second.
Okay. Well, then Zeitgeist taught me that Huckabee doesn't exist.
What does that mean? Like as a human being?
Yeah, he's a myth because he's copied the same pattern as Clinton, therefore he doesn't exist. You know what I'm talking about, Mohammed? That Zeitgeist movie?
I haven't seen it.
Oh God, Zeitgeist.
It's
Did you just
like
see that for
really
the first time or something? Just the
it's
second reference you've made to it.
Yeah, it's like the Christian creation science of Christ mythicism.
New Agers, sort of.
Of New Agers, yeah. They make
Peter
all these
Joseph's
claims.
pretty slick, though. You have to admit.
It looks slick, but I mean, if you actually research any of the claims that they make, like Buddha was born of a virgin or something like that, or Horus was crucified, it's really laughable.
It falls pretty flat.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, it's all a lead up to push the 9/11 conspiracy and the New World Order conspiracy, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. It's like I remember like part of the movie was all this like religious stuff, and then the rest of the movie was 9/11. It really confused me.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen 9/11 or Loose Change, and I think they reference Zeitgeist quite a bit. I think.
God.
No, Loose Change is quoted in Zeitgeist. Like they actually like take clips out of Loose Change, but Loose Change is really bad scholarship too.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's actually a bunch of kids made it, from what I remember.
Yeah, exactly. Like they were in high school, I think.
Hey, where are you, Nadia?
I'm down the street corner because a couple of the housemates are picking up the stoop. I'd normally be standing in the doorway at this time, but unfortunately, from where they're sitting, if I stood in the door like I usually do, I'd end up ashing on them. So.
Okay.
Ashing.
What are you
That's a
drinking?
word.
What are you drinking, Nadia? I noticed you had something. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
That is a word.
Strawberry daiquiri.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Well,
I know I keep harping on the young age creationist stuff, but I'm just so glad that my dad was a geologist. He was scientifically educated. Like he didn't feed me this crap and cripple me.
Yeah, I came out of it. I luckily came out of it when I
I think I'm gonna win this game using just peasants.
Yeah, good thing, Muhammad. I'm glad to hear that. How did you come out of it?
Well, I remember taking biology class, and the first slide of our Bio 101 class was that nothing makes sense in biology outside of the light of evolution. And we talked about that for about 2 or 3 weeks in biology, and I remember being like, wow, this is amazing how much proof and evidence there is within evolution. So it's really hard to argue.
Yeah, like we have excellent records of change over time. We have the natural selection. That the mechanism of natural selection is well proven. The only question is that whether or not random mutation is enough to create those innovations. Yeah.
Right. Everything.
It's all derivative.
Right, and it all happens at the the biological level, the very, very small molecular level, are where these changes occur, and we can see these changes in amino acid. I mean, you can see these when you look at like orthologs or homologous changes. If you're just observing cytochrome C, which is an organism, you look at say the human cytochrome C is completely identical. What cytochrome C is a protein which is found in mitochondria, which is it's a protein that's used for ATP production. But when you look at cytochrome C in humans, and then you look at, say, cytochrome C in, say, like a fly or something, you'll see so many of the same amino acids, just in line. So it's amazing how many of the same amino acids are actually in the same molecule. And then say there was a change. Let's say instead of isoleucine in slot 2, you have a leucine protein or a valine or a glycine. But the thing is that change is a conservative change. So it is a nonpolar aliphatic amino acid that has been replaced there. So it still doesn't change the molecule. It's still the same thing with a very small, slight amino acid change. So it's amazing that these things are still conserved within organisms so far apart in the evolutionary, in the phylogenetic tree.
Yeah, I really look forward to the advancement.
Sorry, go ahead.
I really look forward to the advancement of computing technology, because as it gets further, then we'll be able to develop better models. And I think probably in the next 100 years we'll be able to solve how it came. Like a lot of the leaps that seem like a mystery now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
Check this out. I have an army of 7 people, and I'm building a wonder right now.
Yeah. So,
I'm telling you, man, those Incas, and they're amazing. Amazing people.
Yeah, that conservation is part of that evidence for common descent. At least in terms of things like, or rather to the extent that these chemical similarities or evidence of common lineage or like the way paternity tests work. And there's some trick where I guess the paleontological fossil record, etc., is a big memorization task that is something I'm not exactly very prepared to present. So, somebody's getting a lot of static or who knows what.
It's not me. I'm muted.
Who was
Yeah, I
it?
stay muted.
Was it me? No, it was Tommy, maybe.
I hope it's not me. Hold on. Does that get any better?
Yeah, I think it is.
It's all quiet now.
Yeah, I pretty much got the sort of what was it, kind of basic allele distributions changing over time, etc. down, but the common descent and evolutionary history cases, I actually don't. So at some point, I need to work that out.
Last night they were talking, he kept on saying, well, how does fossilization happen when you don't have rapid burial? And I remembered it always being rapid burial, but now I haven't looked it up. But now I remember that I think fossilization can occur in highly anaerobic situations, like sulfuric lakes and stuff.
Tar pits.
What's that?
Tar pits.
Well, tar pits would be kind of like rapid burial, I would say.
Ice is Siberia.
We back on fossilization?
Yeah, are you back, Joseph? Or Jason? Jason, sorry. It's you, right, Jason?
Yes, this is me.
Yeah. Earlier we had Neff in here again, and he was pulling his same old crap. He did his very best to misrepresent me. And then when I corrected him, how many times did I correct him? 3 times. Then he left.
About 5 or 6 times, including with me.
Well, it sucked that I missed him because I had responsible adult things to do, and I wasn't able to goof off with Neff.
But you missed all the scientific education you could have gotten from him, and all his links to creationist sites.
Yeah.
I need some frigging responsible fucking adult shit to do instead of being on these fucking hangouts.
Well, I mean, my evening has been freed up because I did all the things that I had to do. So.
Well, I don't know how you guys just screw around all the time. Sometimes I'll play a game or something, but usually I'm working. I've been working all night tonight.
Well, right now I'm unemployed, and I get my money for school, and I get my money for school and groceries from student aid. So.
I was doing a lot of applying for jobs yesterday. In fact, I was moving around town, talking to different people in shops.
The wages might be extremely low, but this is my job.
Like Nicholas, I know what you mean, but I mean I want to work. I really want a job. I hate having too much free time. I really do.
No, but I mean I don't understand how you guys can sit in this room and not be doing stuff. Like I understand, I guess, if you're playing games or something, but some people sit in here and they just talk, and I wouldn't have the patience for it.
I'm playing some serious Age of Empires, man.
Yeah, you're playing Empires, right, Ocean? So that's different.
Exactly.
I don't think that I could.
Peasants, motherfucker.
I don't think that I could intellectually destroy Nephilim free while doing something else.
Yeah, Nicholas, as sorely as my patience does get tested, I unfortunately am stuck kind of chipping in to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I guess you've got that added responsibility, hey? I could just facepalm while I'm on mute.
I get what you're saying, Nicholas, but I also think that it's it's like a Saturday night. Like, you could be doing either one of several things. Somebody could be going to a bar, right, getting drunk. You could be watching a movie. You could be playing games or something, or you could be sitting here having a intellectual conversation.
For me, it's like more Sunday morning.
Or Sunday morning,
If
Danny.
I
for you.
could,
6 o'clock.
if I
here.
could, if I could get a gym membership or something, I'd be at the fucking gym instead.
There you go.
I mean, if you want the easiest, Nicholas, I'm talking. No, I don't care. You can finish it.
I was just gonna say I'm not knocking being in here. Like I'm obviously in here for the conversation. I just don't know how some people have the patience to just like stare at their screen.
Yeah, I feel you.
If you ever run across, like I know we're done with the topic, but I think I should have my fair share of bashing on people tonight. If you ever need a good sort of like foundation to stand on against Nephilim free when it comes to fossils, just send them the link to stromatolites because they fossilize in heavily oxygenated conditions.
Oh, they do they? Okay.
Trouble is that the sorts of grand arcs of paleontological history and development need to, in effect, be laid out to make the case that, well, life ended up developing according to some accounts.
The beautiful thing about stromatolites too is they're the prime. I think they're at least one of the 3 or 4 prime examples of life coming out of the Cambrian.
It doesn't. In the meantime, right? Angiosperms,
very beautiful.
Angiosperms and gymnosperms and cycads and so on. Never mind, amphibians, and reptiles, avians, and mammals, and tetrapod, amniote, whatever it is, development. They do need to get laid out, which is a far more extensive task than mere, these bacteria from 3.5 billion years ago have been accumulating ever since, right?
Hey guys, I gotta come back later, but I will be back. I will return.
There are 4 fundamental cases that you get put forward. First 4. Excuse me. The first is for evolution by natural selection. The second for common descent. The third for paleontological history, and the fourth for abiogenesis. Right. That's a tall order.
Yeah, he left, but I'm looking at this abstract to this one paper from 1999. Stromatolites are attached, lithified sedimentary growth structures accretionary away from a point of limited surface of initiation. Though the accretion process is commonly regarded to result from the sediment trapping or precipitation-inducing activities of microbial mats, little evidence of this process is preserved in most Cambrian stromatolites. The study and interpretation of stromatolites requires a process-based approach oriented towards developing the replacement of textures of ancient stromatolites. The effects of diagenetic recrystallization first must be accounted for, followed by analysis of the lamination textures and deduction of possible accretion mechanisms. Accretion hypotheses can be tested using numerical simulations based on modern stromatolite growth processes. Application of this approach has shown that stromatolites were originally formed largely through pseudo-precipitation of laminae during Archean and older Proterozoic times, but that younger Proterozoic stromatolites grew largely through the accretion of carbonate sediments, most likely through the physical process of microbial trapping and binding. This trend most likely affects long-term evolution of the Earth's environment rather than microbial communities. So, rather than quick burying, like we were talking about in the other circumstances, it can actually happen from microbial mats forming. And you know what? That wasn't from a creationist website. That was from an actual scientific journal.
Nicholas, can you post that on the side chat if you don't mind?
I don't have the side chat, but you know what, man? All I did was I Googled stromatolite. I went to the Wikipedia page. I didn't bother reading the Wikipedia page. I just went to the bottom and looked at references.
Got it. Thank you.
Actually, that one was under additional reading. Now, that was just the abstract. I don't have access to the full article, but if you do your Google flu, you could probably find a way around that.
Well, for the moment, it looks like the sort of a body of evidence to be collected makes the paleontological history the most cumbersome of the four tasks to address.
What's amazing is that, like, he spent so many years memorizing all that stuff, and, like, he just wants to go through speeches like a politician. And if he had been studying good sources, and he wouldn't even have to have the ability to think critically. He would just have to be studying good sources. And then he could, like, teach everyone around him. He could teach the other Christians, hey, this is actually a good theory. Instead of this world conspiracy idea.
I think in some respects, I think the evidence for common descent might rest upon paleontological history. Abiogenesis could be done independently, though.
Yeah, that's a different question. And that's the thing, is, like, if he knew what he was talking about, then he could, like, attack something like that.
Like what again?
Like the fact that we don't have any sort of theory for abiogenesis. That any sort of tests that we've tried to do to recreate abiogenesis have been failures. That's an argument from a lack of evidence, but if you really knew the mathematics, you could make a probabilistic argument from that.
Yeah, maybe.
But personally, I don't have a dog in the fight. Like, I mean, there's nothing that science teaches that affects my my religious beliefs at all. They don't put them into question at all. Like, if God can use gravity, why can't He use natural?
I think I agree.
A big deal.
Right, I agree with you, Nick. I think the same thing even for me. It's the same thing. It's, you know, there's no reason why evolution is incompatible with religion. I think with some people's view of religion, maybe literalists and those maybe who take, like, for instance, Genesis literally, or those who take maybe Jews who take the Torah literally, or Muslims who take maybe some of the stories in Hadith literally. Then I think these things definitely do maybe clash, but there's no reason why evolution is incompatible with religion or with God.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Because if you think about it, I was just thinking about this earlier. We believe in Islam that God doesn't have a place. There's no distinct location, and if you try putting God in a place out inside the creation, it doesn't work. I mean, God is Himself outside of the creation, and everything He's created can work by whatever mechanism God designs. Meaning He is not confined to that sort of creation. So when we think about God, we're thinking about something that is completely outside even our understanding to some degree, because we're so set in this kind of how nature is displayed and how we observe nature.
Yeah, I think I need to reinterpret Islam through your rubric of non-literalism, because, like, I think of, like, Hadith about, like, God being above the seven heavens on the backs of mountain goats and stuff like that, but you don't take any of that literally, so.
I've actually never even heard of that. So it's some things, again, like these sort of Hadith that I don't think a majority of Muslims even know what you're talking about. I mean, these kind of Hadiths are sort of on the outside, and not something that are not Sahih, that aren't literally taken, worth the paper they're written on, really. So I mean, you have to really be careful with Hadith.
Well, the ones I'm talking about are actually from Sahih Muslim and Sahih al-Bukhari.
Well, I haven't heard of. I haven't actually seen those. So I mean, some of those I'm not sure about.
I think that if I read them to you, you wouldn't take them literally.
Yeah, no, for sure not. Because if you talk to any Muslim scholar, I mean, they will explain that it was first actually one of the first sort of scholars that brought this up about the actual position of God, like where is God? He was actually asked, Sheikh Ibn Taymiyyah. He was actually asked in front of a court back in the I think it was it wasn't the Ottomans, it was before them. I forgot the exact time it was, but it was Ibn Taymiyyah was his name, and
I will correct myself before you go on, Muhammad. The ones that I'm referring to, they're not Sahih at all. They are they're Da'if, so they're weak. So you can dismiss them as much as you want. They're from Abu Dawud, Al-Tirmidhi, and Ibn Majah. But I mean, they're all Da'if, so you don't have to take them. They're not required articles of your faith at all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this idea that God is isolated to a place, any kind of. So Ibn Taymiyyah was a scholar, and I forgot the time, but he was a scholar, and he was asked actually by some of his students where God is and how God comes down from the top of the seventh heaven down to the first, and he was like, well, he walks down. And this was pretty much dismissed, but I mean, he was a prominent scholar, and surprisingly, a lot of Muslim groups, and especially jihadi groups, and Salafist jihadi groups, they follow him to a T. And ISIS are one of them, actually. If you actually look at, I don't know if you heard about this, but they recently, ISIS posted a video on YouTube, and it was, not YouTube, but on the net, where they burned alive a Muslim Arab pilot. And it was online, and if you read what the quotes were saying, they were translated, they were all quoted from Imam Ibn Taymiyyah. And this scholar was dismissed years ago for being somebody who was not at all scholarly. And it's just amazing how this sort of leads to this cycle. But anyway, yeah, this any idea that God is isolated to a place is completely dismissed in Islam.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to hear your interpretation. I much prefer your interpretation. It gives me hope. Because what I am hearing, or what I heard for a long time, was people saying, like scholars in the Middle East that are saying, like, this is the way that you need to take this, like basically Salafi. And then I had like people in the West that deny that these things are in your Hadith and in your Quran at all. And what I need is for somebody like you to say, yeah, it's in there, but look at this. This isn't. We don't take this literally.
Right. I mean, the reason why. I mean, there's actually a lot. I mean, there's a lot of Muslims out there that are not like that, and actually, I would say a majority of them are not like that. Nicholas, the reason why you're hearing more loudly than anything else the Saudi Arabia interpretation is one reason, and that reason is money. Saudi Arabia is the richest Muslim country. They're extremely wealthy. They
invest a lot of money in North American mosques as well.
Exactly, North American mosques, and you know very well that the North, Canada, America, they're in bed with the Saudis, just like as many other European countries are. So yeah. we have a vested interest, our Republicans, Democrats, whoever it may be, in keeping Saudi Arabia happy. So the version of the religion we're getting is this strict Salafi interpretation, which is not with the majority. And in fact, Salafism is actually a rebellion against the four Sunni schools. So the four Sunni schools are what make up the majority of Muslims. That's Hanafi, Maliki, Hanbali. These schools are all what Shafi'i. These schools make up the foundation of Islam. Salafi is a recent movement that came and sort of kind of was a movement against these schools. So they're even much more, they're a very new version of Islam, and that's why we hear it more in the West, is because they have money. They're able to.
Well, I gotta say, man, that like these sort of apologists that like Islamic apologists that are going in debates and stuff like that, they're not doing you guys any favors. Because they're either denying it or they're taking it like extremely literally. Like And what we really need is people to acknowledge that those are in some of the work, and that you don't take them seriously. Like,
Well,
not
look at the
serious, not
Christians
take them
going into
seriously,
debates
but take
too.
them literally. What's that?
Because the Christians going into debates as well are not necessarily doing the religion in accordance either. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
there are some of them, but like, we don't have people denying that. Like, for instance, we don't have people denying the story about the Amalekites. We don't have people saying, "Oh, that's not in the Bible."
You'd be surprised. I think that that wouldn't be hard to find.
Like, I mean, among like professional debaters. Like, I mean, if I were to list some
I don't know.
debaters that I don't really respect very much, like Brinkgate and stuff.
It's a different problem with Christian debaters. It's not necessarily that they're denying content, or I mean, some of them are kind of reinterpreting it, whatever. But I don't know, it's a different issue.
But the other thing is that like a lot of times when somebody brings up something like this, Muhammad, like they bring up these stories and stuff like that, the first answer is, oh, well, you don't speak Arabic, or you haven't studied this for 50 years, like, and that's not the sort of responses that we need.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, that's not at all a response that should be given. I mean, what you do is you counter by scholarly arguments, right, about what scholars have said. You know, none of it. I mean, I can say for me, I'm not a scholar, but I can tell you the opinions of scholars on those verses.
Yeah, and if you can turn to scholars and you can say, read this, then that gives me something to read, right? Instead of another person that's disingenuously telling me, no, this doesn't exist, when like I can look it up for myself.
A lot of books are being translated now in English. So I mean, the problem we had before is there was a lot of tafsir books and hadith books, that were not translated, and actually still, Nicholas, there's still, I think, the stat, I forgot how many are. There's still like over 100,000 hadith that haven't been translated. So I mean, there's still a lot that's still out there that work needs to be done in the Muslim, and it is being done. And there are more and more and more and more books coming out daily. I just went to the divinity school where I'm at now, and I don't go to divinity school, but the university that I'm with went to the divinity school, and there's more and more books coming out on Islam. On a weekly basis, they're getting more and more new texts that have been translated, and they discuss a lot of these issues.
Well, I look forward to it because the Saudi Arabian interpretation of Islam is not something I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's been challenged. I mean, there are scholars out there on it. There are debates within the Muslim community that even happen in Saudi Arabia. These debates, and they're definitely not able to stand a solid ground against if they any Hamza Yusuf, Imam Zaid Chakr, I'm just throwing some names out there, people who've actually been out there and debated. These scholars can't stand a chance to them, honestly.
Yeah, well, it's refreshing because like I grew up very open-minded about religions. The Catechism speaks very highly of Muslims. Like I considered you guys my brothers, and then running into this, I felt like betrayed.
Yeah, I completely understand. I mean, these are the same people that would call me. I mean, Nicholas, these are the same people that call me non-Muslim. I mean, they would call me, I'm not a Muslim. They would say, and unfortunately, these people are the loudest, and they get heard the most. Like ISIS, again, like I'm just throwing ISIS out there, Al Qaeda. These people get heard the most, right? They're the loudest people. They get the most news media attention, where more moderate Muslims they really don't. They're actually the more poor moderate Muslims. Actually, they're the ones that are being tortured the most. I mean, look at the refugees and what's going on in Syria right now. These people out there who are leaving, trying to flee ISIS and flee Assad. I mean, they're in the middle of all this of this wreck, and they're the ones who you can't get they're just kind of they're the ones getting their butts kicked, unfortunately. That's what's sad, kind of, to see.
Yeah, and it's it's markedly different what I hear from these apologists and what I read in these sources from anybody that I've ever met. Like, I mean, I've worked with Muslims, I've met Muslims in my private life, and they're always like really nice, respectful people. Like, there's no hate in their heart or anything like that. Like if you were to tell them like you need to go kill apostates or something like that, like I realize that's in your schools, but I mean that's not something that they are eager to do, you know?
Right. Yeah. I mean, those verses are obviously specifically for specific time, and any Muslim that takes that out of context is literally has no knowledge of Islam. If they take those verses to mean let's go and kill, like ISIS do, for instance, you know, I mean these people have no business. They're not Muslims, and actually, many scholarly opinions is the more moderate scholarly opinion is that it is mandatory and an obligation for Muslims to fight ISIS. So that's what we're seeing more and more. And actually, there's a recent book out. I think I told you about it before. It's called Refuting ISIS by Muhammad al-Yaqubi. This book has been translating into English, and he was the former imam of and sheikh of the biggest mosque in Damascus. And he wrote a book called Refuting ISIS, and it's being actually sent to a lot of these fighters, like in UAE and Iraq and Jordan, who are going to be in the future be fighting ISIS. They're giving them these books to show where, in fact, all the points of where these people have been misguided.
Well, that would be really great, yeah, because I recently heard a statistic that in the UK, more Muslims have left to join ISIS than are fighting in their military, like in the UK's military.
That's really surprising. That's really surprising. Yeah, I haven't heard the number. I think it was something like 1,000 or something.
I think it's a lot higher than that.
I like this. The wave function of a godless universe.
Nadia?
Okay, so quote from MP Khalid Mahmood.
I'm going to bed.
Okay, have a good sleep, buddy.
See you, buddies. Nice to meet you all.
So the Ministry of apparently MP Khalid Mahmood refuted Ministry of Defense estimates of around 500 to instead guess there are about 1,500 British Muslims fighting in Iraq and Syria. The Times reports that 560 Muslims serve in the British Army, which is correct according to this MOD data.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Who refuted Ministry of Defense estimates of around 500. Khalid Mahmood says there's not 500 but 1,500. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Which is an MP.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very surprising. That's really unfortunate. You know, these So to a degree, I think it's also the fault of many of the imams and scholars that are there in the UK. I mean, at some point, it's their fault for leaving and going over there, but it's also in how they've been taught. You know, if they keep reading about their religion being this extreme version of Islam, literalist text, you know, Islam. There's no wonder why they're going over there. You know. Versus if somebody grows up, you know, in a moderate household, you know, taught Islam, you know, as it should be taught, then you don't get this. You don't get this extreme wave.
Yeah, I have Europe Newsweek that says it's giving the estimate of Khalid Mahmood of 1,500, and then it says about 600 British Muslims currently in the armed forces. Well, the thing is that, like, I hope you believe me when I say that a lot of representatives of Islam have been denying that these things are in the sources, and so I think that if I had wanted to, I could have radicalized some Muslims that I spoke to, because when spokesmen are saying this isn't in the sources, and then I turn it into the sources, and I'm making a point like the Quran says that it's a book that's clearly explained in detail and expounded on, right? And then I show like stories. If I just ripped stories out of the Hadith, I feel like I could make a strong case because they don't have a counter-apologetic ready. Like if somebody tried to tell me, like they tried quoting the Old Testament and say, look, you need to go find some Amalekites and wipe them out, then I would have a counter-apologetic ready. I know the context of those verses, right?
Right. I think that comes to a point of how much knowledge one has of the religion. You know, when you actually have somebody that is schooled in the religion in any kind of degree, they're going to be able to answer these questions with ease. Because they've been taught this, how to analyze hadith, how to talk about tafsir, how to handle it, what are the interpretations, what was the context in which a hadith was given. I mean, these kind of things are all very, very important. And if you're just we're tossing sort of texts out or tossing sort of hadith out with somebody that doesn't know where that hadith came from, whether what's the lineage of that hadith, whether it's sahih or not, whether it's what the context of it was released, what it means, what's the Arabic, multiple interpretations of it in Arabic. I mean, these things all need to be analyzed before a final interpretation can be given. And that's what, if you don't have somebody that doesn't know that knowledge, yeah, it's very easy to persuade him. And that's what's happening, what ISIS is doing. Right? They're just getting a few verses of hadith, they're just quoting them, look at this is what we're supposed to do. I mean, I read some... So this Muhammad al-Yaqubi guy, he one of the speeches of al-Baghdadi, who you know who al-Baghdadi is, right? He's the he's the leader of ISIS. So here's a direct quote of al-Baghdadi, and this is very interesting if you listen to this. Oh, this is what he says. He says, "Oh Muslims, Islam was never for a day the religion of peace. Islam is the religion of war. Your prophet was dispatched with the sword as a mercy to the creation. He was ordered with war until Allah is worshipped alone." So I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. You know, the Messenger of God established the first Islamic state in Medina following the Covenant of Medina, and it included non-Muslims and Jewish tribes. You know, the Messenger also had companions sent to live in Christian kingdoms in Abyssinia. You know, so this is absolutely ridiculous. And then he says that Islam is a religion of never once a day of peace, right? This claim is ridiculous that he was sent by the sword because the Prophet was preaching Islam for 23 years of his life. Only 200.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, when he was in Medina under persecution, he was extremely peaceful.
Extremely peaceful. And then what's funny is if you look at this is what al-Baghdadi is saying, who the leader of ISIS, that Islam was never, the Prophet was dispatched with the sword, and not for a day was a religion of peace. And if you look at the life of the Prophet, he lived 23 years of his life preaching Islam. 23 years. Now 200 days were spent in war. That's less than a year. ISIS has itself been in war for over a year. So they have already been fighting and spilling blood more than the Prophet ever was. That's what I find really, you know.
How do you come to that number of 200 days of warfare?
I think you're specifically talking about, like, you're counting up the seasons, right?
Well, yeah, you can look back and all this stuff is recorded.
The seasons of war, right?
In Islamic, no, these are recorded in Islamic historical books. I mean, you can look at, like, for instance, the Battle of Badr was the first battle, and that was when the Muslims first had they had a small group of 300 people, and then the armies of Mecca were surrounding them, and they were trying to kind of wipe them out. And there's like 300 against thousands. And they kind of fought to defend themselves, and then they again got they got Medina, and then they defended themselves again at that point. So if you count up all the days, and then how many? So Badr was like what, 2-3 days? You know, I don't know the exact number, but if you look at the historical texts, they explain how many days each battle was.
Well, let me ask you a question that I have yet to have a Muslim answer honestly and correctly. What was the end of the Prophet's life like? How did his life end?
How did his life end?
Yeah, like his personal life.
I believe he. Oh wait, hold. Farhan had something. Badr was one day. It was 30 minutes. Farhan, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, something like that. It was roughly 30 minutes. It was not long. 30 minutes. It was a very short battle.
30 minutes. So okay, yeah. So excuse me. Yeah, it was
something
much shorter than that. Yeah, it was very, very short. And that was the first battle, correct, Farhan?
It was the first official battle. There were other raids, but they were not technical battles.
Right. Jazakallah, thank you, brother, for correcting me.
No. So he asked, what was the death of the Prophet? I think he died in the wife in the arms of Aisha radiallahu anha for the
Yeah.
sickness.
He
That's
had
all I know.
Yeah, it was a fever of some kind. I'm not sure.
Yeah. There's theories that he was poisoned, but that's kind of speculation.
That's the disagreement, one major disagreement between Shiites and Sunni, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the cause of that poison.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Shia, not all, but certain groups of Shia say that it was. I don't know who they say, but they do say it was somebody. And there's some people who say that it was a sickness from this one woman who had poisoned him. But I think they're just kind of like small things that people say. They're not technically like the official position. I don't know beyond the fact that he had a sickness that he died. That's all I know.
Alexander the Great's death is shrouded in just as much mystery. There's a theory that he was assassinated. There's another theory he got extremely sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in school, I heard Alexander the Great died of sickness after his last conquest. But what were the symptoms of his sickness? I was wondering if it might be arsenic.
It's all over the place. It's hard to trust the records of what his sickness was because nobody was writing down what the symptoms were when he was dying.
Oh,
He got
okay.
hit by an arrow or something, then was infected.
No, I don't think that happened.
I've never actually looked into how the Prophet ﷺ died, to be honest. I just know that he had a fever of some sort, and then he knew he was going to die.
Dude, I'm gonna win from just peasants. This is fantastic.
Where are you, bro? You're like a far away from your army.
Say what?
Where are you? Where's your army at?
Oh, this is just a little explorer.
I see.
Like, here's what I've got going on.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I've got this wonder here that's surrounded by towers. I've got a bunch of peasants getting resources.
What game is this?
So there's 3 castles here. There, I won.
Are you paying them adequate wages for their work?
I don't know. I just paid 50 food for them. And then they do work for me for years. They've been actually a bunch of them have been working for me for, I guess, as long as this wonder has been around. It was 500 years. So the timeline. Look at this.
Oh my gosh.
I just built a wonder here, and I remained the weakest person on the map. I had all peasants up until about here, and then I started building an army just to protect the wonder if I got attacked. Nobody ever attacked me, so I won.
What game is this?
Age of Empires.
Oh, well, that's old.
Yep.
So I noticed that the topic for this room is religion isn't a basis for knowledge or morality. The anti-transsexualism of many religions is, of course, odious too. Would you say that it's immoral, Nadia?
Yes, the anti-transsexualism of religion is far more than enough to render religion immoral.
I don't think transsexualism is immoral.
Yeah.
Actually, just Nadia,
welcome to Star. What's that?
I said just yesterday, not yesterday, a couple days ago, I went to a. They were giving a speech on Trans Buddy. It was at the medical center here. They just opened a new. It was like a new. It was a new nonprofit called Trans Buddy, and what they're doing is because I know it's very difficult. They're mentioning in this. It was like a lecture. It's very difficult for a lot of trans to go to clinics, even for like basic visits, because they feel it's like a very nerve-wracking thing for them, because people think that they're going for one thing, but actually what they do is they actually send like a trans buddy with them, somebody to go with them to make them feel more comfortable in clinics, which I thought was really nice.
And welcome to Star. You seem to be juggling. Or maybe it's just an animated chef.
I was pretty talented.
I think it's just an animated chef.
He waved, so I don't think so.
Wave again.
You waved? What?
Wave again.
He was juggling with one hand and waving with the other, and he was scratching his head.
Oh, okay. That is talent. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty brave. I probably don't need a chaperone, really.
I can
So,
juggle.
Nadia, what's the basis of your morality?
Well, probably some aspects of balance between, say, welfare, egalitarianism, and who knows what else.
But my friend Coffee Smug would say that that's not, those aren't really morals. He would say that morals don't really exist. Those are just preferences.
Well, okay.
Hey, Nadia, here's one of the...
sorry, go ahead.
Here's one of the... sorry for interrupting. Here's one of the papers that they gave out during the lecture. I just want to know, do you agree with this or not? It says there are additional barriers to care for transgender people there that are a consequence of systematic bias in healthcare. For example, transgender patients are frequently documented in their electronic records incorrectly because electronic health records do not have fields.
That was an awesome... Sorry, I said this. That was awesome.
Sorry, yeah, you got interrupted. I think the last thing you said was something about trans people's electronic health records.
Yeah. For example, transgender patients frequently documented in their electronic health records incorrectly because of the EMRs do not have fields for recording transgender identities, thereby creating challenges to continuity of health. Repeated misgendering and outing of transgender patients in the healthcare setting has been linked to increased rates of violence, with 28% of transgender people reporting verbal harassment in a healthcare provider's office and 2% reporting physical assault. Furthermore, because transgender health is not included in most provider training and education, many transgender patients patients report having to educate providers about their identity-based healthcare needs. So the Trans Buddy program helps to facilitate communication between providers, staff, and transgender patients to reduce the onus of education for transgender patients. It actually started in New York. I don't know if you're in New York or not, but if you're interested in that, it's started in New York.
I'm in Brooklyn. I'm in Brooklyn.
So I think one of the founders, I think it's right now at Vanderbilt University, but one of the actual founders is from New York, and I think they have a Trans Buddy program there too.
Well, nothing actually matters because, I mean, it's not like they're going to cover the surgeries, so, I mean, why bother trying?
Yeah, I think this is more for more emotional support for the patient.
Yeah, I don't need emotional support. I need the freaking surgeries, and
yeah, I feel you.
The good news is, if I can get my fat, disgusting Jabba the Hutt orca behind to Manhattan, I do have my, what is it, the designation or custody of the body, I guess, given to a public official, which will prevent, I don't know, the use of my body or my corpse or whatever in, some kind of funerary ceremonies that are horrifically disrespectful and so on. That's pretty much the highest priority. Yeah. I think was to get back to New York, so without any willing delegate or whoever it is to take custody of the body, I can designate a public official in New York State to take custody of it and all.
Can you designate the president?
What?
You said you can designate a U.S. official, public official, to take custody of your body?
Well, it's a federal official. It's think it's like the quarter medical exam or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So how about this question? The United States House of Representatives, how much do they actually get done?
Not much.
I guess with respect to me, I guess launch a few half-hearted attacks on me now and then.
Yeah, they voted, I think it was yesterday or the day before, they voted to defund Planned Parenthood until they investigated like the selling for body parts and the partial birth abortions and abortion modifications. But the articles that I read, it said that like it's not gonna, like, even though they passed it, the Senate won't pass it.
Yeah, that's a nonsensical issue that's coming up. It's really stupid of these Republicans to bring that up.
Yeah, I think the president's going to veto it probably. If it actually.
It's not even that.
I don't think it'll get out of the Senate.
The evidence that they have. So look, okay. So here's the whole deal. Basically, there were these people that were talking about how they were cavalierly and jokingly talking about selling baby parts and stuff like that, right? The video that they have is actually false. It's not even real. Like, it's literally the actors who are the ones who are trying to do a sting on Planned Parenthood are the ones who are in the video talking. So it's complete BS on that regard. And then, like...
No, I don't think that's right, man, because I saw the video. They just misrepresented the representative. Like I've seen the short video and I've seen the long video, and it's actually that woman that's speaking. But the thing is that they represent it as if she's selling body parts, and what she's talking about is financial cost covering for like handling of the bodies and stuff, which is legal. So there's the question of whether or not what they're doing is illegal, but based on the interview, there's no evidence that what they're doing is illegal. They're just talking about it in a way that seems irreligious.
Inappropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, the way they're talking about it is it's almost sickening.
You know that they're going to shut down the federal government over that, though.
I think they said they were what's his name at the debate? The big guy from New Jersey, forgot his name. He said that he was
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie, yeah. I think they specifically asked that, are you going to shut the government down over this? And he said, he didn't answer it directly, but I think he said that we're going to do what we can. So I don't know, whatever that means.
I don't know, man. This is dumb. Like, I guess if you think it's murder, that's one thing. Like, they're going to destroy, like, the government. Like, and they're not going to win.
That's it. What do you think, Farhan? I mean, it's within Islam tradition. I mean, it's the third... it's the third month, right? It's the first trimester.
It's like when the.
But the entire point is to realize whatever flimsy pretext can be concocted to destroy the government. Just of course pure plutocracy.
Yeah.
So within Islam, the only thing I've heard is that when the heartbeat starts, then it's considered a life. Yeah, that's just, but I honestly I have not looked into this issue from a theological perspective, but I wasn't really taking that approach. I was more saying, like, this is going to harm the government very severely. This is like and they're not going to win in the end. That's my concern. Like,
yeah, that's true, yeah.
They're not going to win. This is not going to do anything. It's just all that it's going to do is people who are in support of who are pro-life, and I can respect that position completely. I'm not even against that, like, as in, like, oh, they're just dumb because this. I'm not taking that. I'm saying, like, just people who are pro-life are just going to get riled up, and people who are pro-choice are going to fight back, and then the pro-lifers will lose, and then it'll just be like, oh, look, well, we did this, we took it to this level against Obama. That's all that's going to happen.
I mean, I actually fear because I mean, this is, I mean, from the right-wing party, they're very, very, very sensitive about this issue. Right. I don't know if you remember, like, the abortion bombers. Mm-hmm. I mean, they take us to the next level. A lot of Christians do. I mean, not a lot of, I shouldn't say that. Some Christians take us to the next level. I don't know if that would
I think that abortion bombing was like a one-time thing in, like, the 80s or 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
But a few times.
It happened a few times, yeah. And it was a group of, I don't know if it was a group or what. But I'm afraid of something, that one, I don't know if that'll happen again. But I mean, this is a really big issue for a lot of Christians. You know,
There
this
was one guy that
is
was
life or
shooting.
death.
Yeah, this is huge for me. Like I take this very, very seriously.
And if you think about it, it makes sense, right? Because if even I know a lot of people here are atheists, right? But if you look at it from a Christian's perspective, they're going to think this as somebody's being murdered. Essentially, it's murder if you look at it from their perspective. So that's why they take it so seriously. And I really don't blame them.
Yeah, and it's not even just somebody.
Yeah,
It's not like it's not like just anybody. It's like somebody that's totally innocent.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
any European viewers, help me get the hell out of this hellhole country.
So I
You see the kind of bullshit I'm like locked up in here with? Abortion clinic bombers, neo-Confederate, neo-Nazi, whatever it is. Like, come on, get me out of here.
I don't even my thing isn't about I don't really care. I mean that came out wrong. I completely I'm not even taking it from a religious perspective that they're completely innocent. I agree with you on that. But what I was saying more was that they're not going to win. The right will not win.
Yeah.
And so it's like, is this the right time? If somebody is pro-choice, fine, I can respect that. But is this the right time to do that, or are you going to make your issue seem like a fringe, loony, wacky position?
Well, as much as they might not, quote unquote, win the war overall, they can marry. Well, actually, they already have destroyed me. So, is there euthanasia? Anybody? Somebody to Belgium. Oh, and welcome, Christian Hillbilly. Would you like an abortion with that?
I just I have a hard time focusing on any other issue when that issue is up to bat.
Is it really that very important for you?
Yeah, it's huge. Like literally hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Like that's the way we look at it. We look at it like the Holocaust in a lot of ways.
Do you see it as life from conception? Like, do you see it as life after a certain
No, it's I believe it's life from conception.
Mm.
Nicholas, see, I agree with you 100%. I think though that for me as a Muslim, I agree, and I think Farhan would agree too that it's something that we would not consider. I mean, I'm not speaking for Farhan, but I would not consider it as a moral thing to do. However, being as a Muslim in this country, I understand that there are different viewpoints and that women should have control of their own bodies. And who am I to tell the woman next to me who's pregnant, who doesn't want her child, that, you know what, I'm going to control your body. Yet
well, it's not about just controlling her body. It's about her making the choice with her body that's going to kill another human being.
Right, but then that woman might not have that same viewpoint of you as the child being a soul.
Okay, but we're going down the rabbit hole now, because if I say, what about a Nazi that says it's not a life getting rid of a Jew, right?
Europeans, please get me out of North America now.
So, but what if you said
look at that? They think the fetus is a person.
But would you say though that by the way, I truly have no dog in this fight. I don't really have a view on this, a defined view. But would you say? Well, I guess I kind of do. But would you say it's her body, therefore we have the right to let's say it was a 1 day before delivery. Would you say now she still has the right to end this life? 1 day before delivery?
Nadia said for any reason she was down with partial birth abortions. She said for whatever reason, she says as long as it's contiguous. You could take that back or reaffirm that if you want, Nadia, but you said as long as it's contiguous, you have no problem.
What if the baby has left the mother
think,
and it's still attached?
I think the only position consistent with what could be called religious freedom is abortion on demand, literally, a takeout delivery person, shows up, 30 minutes to your doorstep, and that, right up to the last day of the third trimester. There you go.
But you said partial birth abortions. That's where they turn the baby to breech. They deliver it all the way up to the head, and then they decapitate it.
Oh my God! Is that really what they do?
Yeah, that's a partial birth abortion.
You're kidding me. That literally they? Wow, that's horrible.
And Nadia, you're saying now you're not okay with that, or you are okay with that?
I fully endorse it. Yeah.
That's horrific, man. Are you serious?
Wait, what was that again, Nicholas? Say that again.
Okay, so you know how a baby usually comes out head first, right?
Yeah.
A partial birth abortion is when they turn the baby in breech, so that the feet are coming out first. They deliver everything up to the neck, and then they decapitate the baby before the head comes out because it isn't technically delivered yet.
At what point in the pregnancy is this?
Yeah, this could be after the due date. The baby could be delivered late. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the baby hasn't left the vagina yet.
So,
but that's not the laws in Canada or the U.S. or Western countries, is it?
Yeah, that's
not the can't do that here. That's illegal.
They do. Yeah, because if you go to Planned Parenthood's site, they say that viability is too much of a gray area, so that they can't do that. And so, and the reason why they say that they deliver it like they do the partial birth abortions when they do it is to preserve the organs. Because the head is the biggest part, so that's the part that they say that they have to mess up in order to get it out without any problems. Like they have defenses about this stuff on their website, but they deny that they do regular partial birth abortions, but they do have statistics for it. I think I looked this up before, and like they don't deny that it ever happens.
So it's like the reasoning behind it happening is like. Is it like the mother's in danger or the child's in danger, something like that? Is that, or not the child, but the mother's in danger?
They will give that as an excuse, but that's like when you watch the video that Farhan and I were talking about, they talk about how they specifically deliver it in a certain way so that they can get full organs out.
Right. Well, I don't agree with that, but I think that the main issue is, regular abortion, if that's what you can call it, is. I really just have, again, I would agree with you, Nicholas. I really don't think it's the right thing to do, and it's something that I definitely would not, condone. But a woman has a right over her own body, and if it's at a certain point, that woman should be able to make the judgment of what she has to do. Because at the end of the day, she may not be a Christian, she might not be a Muslim, and if that child inside of her, yes, I agree. But who are we? I mean, if we look at that from a government perspective, how much do you want the government to interfere with your life? Instead of telling you what is right and wrong with what you can do with your body, what you can do with your guns, what you can do with your... I mean, all these issues that come to rise.
Do you guys know there's lots of cases where women don't want to pay for an abortion, and they deliver the child, and then they kill the child after it's been delivered? Like, they do this in their home. They'll, wrap it up and put it in a shoebox or whatever.
I've heard about that.
I've heard of it. I've heard of that. Yeah.
I think that wouldn't you agree that the government should step in at that point?
They call them back alley abortions.
Yeah.
But I mean, this isn't even an abortion. This is after.
No, this is murder. That's murder.
And that's the thing is that you put that baby 12 inches in, and I still think it's murder.
I understand,
12 inches in.
but then you have to go. Then you have the chicken and the egg problem. Then at what point? Then right when they're conceived, what if right when she finds out she's pregnant, the sperm has hit the egg, she's pregnant? What about then? She
I think I'm consistent about that. I think maybe we could start debating about that. But I mean, right now we're in agreement. We've broken off from where Nadia is, right?
Well, yeah. When the child is outside of the womb and not connected to the mother, and it's a full-grown child, of course, yeah, that's murder at that point.
Well, how about this, Nadia? What about if the baby's been delivered, but the umbilical cord hasn't been cut yet? It's still contiguous.
I tell you, placenta would have to definitely be still attached.
So the placenta is still attached. The baby's outside the womb.
I got another weirdo question then. And I'm being serious when I say that. Does the baby have the right to kill the mother?
There is no baby.
Who are you asking?
What are you saying with the baby having the right to kill the mother?
Well, I mean, it's just something to think about, because kind of a lot of the things that people say is well, whose body is it? Well, it's the baby's body.
No, it would be the mother's body.
No, they do the baby.
How about contemplating certain medical scenarios where the mother is in danger of dying? Like, wasn't there a case a few years ago in Ireland where this lady couldn't get an abortion that was needed, and it took her life and the baby's?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is, I'm willing to move a little bit on issues, especially in issues where we know that there is there's no chance of the baby being delivered, like in an ectopic pregnancy. The Catholic Church allows that. It's up to the mother at that point. So I'm allowed to, like, we can move and debate on issues like that. But I mean, if like, we've gone really easy pickings on the one side where Nadia says placenta is still attached, go ahead and kill it, which you guys would disagree with. I go all the way on the other side, which you guys probably think is equally insane, which is right from conception. Protect that baby. If that baby has a chance for life without killing the mother, then protect that life.
Yeah. Well, strictly speaking, it can't be killed. It's not a distinct person.
What about
You'll speak of killing your fingernails when you clip your fingernails or something. So,
fingernails don't have a unique DNA composition that will naturally turn into a person if I don't kill them.
So is our fingernails or is DNA the criteria?
Well, like, how do we define a person? They've got a unique DNA composition. Like, they are a human DNA.
So would you say it's
chimeras are, I think, 1 in 500.
Okay, so we have a combination of DNA, and not the case with a DNA composition. If you put that into a DNA sequencer, they'll tell you this is a human being.
So okay, so then
you broke up for me.
Have you ever heard of?
You broke up like crazy for me. I couldn't understand the word.
Oh, I was saying that a chimera situation isn't the same. Like, that's somebody with a combination of DNA. That's separate from somebody having a unique DNA strain where if you put it into a DNA sequencer, you're going to come out with human.
So, Nicholas, let me try to get this straight real quick.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
In the chimera, the tissue of the mosaic part and touch, or parts, whatever they are, will actually have the unique DNA, right? Are those mosaic parts, because of the unique DNA in a different person?
No, it's a different situation because this is a person with a combination of DNA as opposed to a distinct person.
It's begging the question there.
No, okay, well, explain to me how somebody with a combination of DNA is more than one person.
How someone with a combination of DNA is still one person?
Is more than one person, if that's what you're trying to argue.
Well, you claim that the basis of regarding a fetus or embryo as a distinct person was at least in part the distinct DNA, right?
Right, yes, they are distinct. They have a distinct DNA. They're not a combination of DNA. They have a distinct DNA.
Right, so when the kidney has a distinct DNA from the rest of the body.
Well, that's a human being with a combination of DNA, right?
So Nicholas, you're saying like a blastula?
On what grounds? Go ahead.
Sorry, you guys broke up for me there.
I was saying, so you would think like a blastula, you would consider that to be a human being at that point?
Yeah, right from conception.
Yeah, that's kind of a different topic.
A single cell.
So
I consider to be
sperm. Is a sperm then a human being?
No, a fertilized egg though is.
So why would a fertilized egg be a human? Because of the potential of it being a human?
It's got a unique DNA composition that is going to, if you don't medically intervene, is going to develop into a human being, into a healthy human being.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, but by saying that, you're basically denoting that it's not yet a human being. How could it be?
Yeah, no, I misspoke. I misspoke by saying it will develop into a human being. I mean, it will continue to develop into a fully autonomous human being.
Okay, let me ask you a really weird question.
Yes, autonomy. This is a big part of it.
I would note that the chimera conversation got derailed.
Is the kidney going to turn into an kidney going to continue to mature into an autonomous human being without medical intervention?
Yeah, why is that a criterion?
What's that?
And how is that a criterion?
I think that's pretty important. When we're distinguishing between a human being that has a combination of DNA, where if we don't medically intervene, they're just going to continue to have a combination of DNA, versus somebody that has a unique DNA, and if we don't medically intervene, they're going to develop full autonomy and full cognitive ability like us.
What? How is medical intervention make a difference? I mean, assuming, won't regard as such. I mean, any skin cells, potential clone, or I suppose.
Without medical intervention, your skin is going to. Without medical intervention, your skin is going to develop into another autonomous human being.
No, of course not. It's impossible. Of course.
Yeah, I was saying that, or objecting to that. Medical intervention doesn't actually matter that much, right?
I think it's a good qualifier, medical intervention. It's not the only thing, but I mean it's a pretty big distinction between somebody that has a combination of DNA and a unique strain of DNA that if there isn't medical intervention, there will be an autonomous that person will develop into an autonomous person.
So Nicholas, if I can just say something.
If there's no medical intervention, well, there will not be an autonomous person. And
so Nicholas,
hey, you mind?
Sorry.
I was saying, in many cases, without medical intervention, there will not be an autonomous person. And for instance, any life-saving intervention to keep somebody from dying. Quite a number of pregnancies where there's, some kind of whatever risk to the fetus. Yeah.
Okay. Apart from just if you naturally imagine a healthy kidney in a chimeric human being versus a healthy blastocyst in a human being. There's a pretty big difference there.
Well, odds are it'll get menstruated out.
What's that?
Odds are it'll get menstruated out.
Okay, well, if it continues healthily, then it will be fully develop into an autonomous human being.
Menstruation is unhealthy.
So, this human being is kind of ridiculous. It's obviously very artificial.
What's artificial?
The trying to say that somebody that a fertilized egg that, as long as everything continues healthily, will continue to develop into an autonomous human being. There's no breaks in between that point. There's no extra steps. Versus a kidney, which just happens to have a different DNA combination in a chimeric human being, which, if that person continues to be healthy, will continue to be a kidney. Trying to equate those things, I don't think is a good argument at all. I don't think it's convincing to anybody in the room.
So it'll somehow grow into a autonomous human being in the future, so to speak, and that without some kind of medical intervention. What does it take? Well, if not medical, then at least human intervention to, bring these things, fetuses or whatever, into existence in the first place. And in fact, for quite a number of those who are, say, fertility impaired, it takes medical intervention to bring the fetuses into existence at all.
If I could just say something real quick. So, Nicholas, based on your kind of logic, what could I say that? I mean, basically, because the potential of a human being from that blastula forming, would you go as far to say that even birth control measures, you would be kind of against some birth control measures as well?
Yeah, I'm especially against abortifacients, but I'm against contraceptives like different reasons. In that it's a barrier, what's supposed to be a natural expression of love. You're saying, I love you enough to get me off, but I don't love you enough to actually create life with you, to welcome life into this world that God's created.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I see. Hang on. Well, yeah. So these matters of quote unquote human intervention are somehow deemed somehow less worthy, and it's almost like an argument from nature. This is without human intervention. So I don't know. So pure, so right, so obligatory, right?
If you don't feed and shelter a 2-year-old infant, they're going to die as well. So your human intervention thing isn't what we're talking about here. It's natural for someone to deliver a baby when they come to term.
Well, you're talking about human intervention as far as whether or not this thing has the potential to become some kind of autonomous human life.
Yeah, I'm talking about human intervention specifically meant to kill that thing so that it doesn't continue to develop into an autonomous human being.
Nick, are you against withdrawing?
Yeah, because that's the
so I can't withdraw and blow my load on a chick's face.
That's the same barrier.
That's a sin.
Can we?
It is, yeah, because what you're doing is you're saying, I want to get an orgasm from you, but I'm not open to starting a family with you. And that's runs contrary to the whole purpose of sex. It's to bond, to create a family, to create life.
But Nicholas, so in other words, the other
purpose of sex.
So Nicholas, could I say that another reason why is because the potential for life? Because I think embedded in that reasoning is also the potential for life. So even could I argue that as well? From the
sorry, you broke up for me, Muhammad.
Sorry, I was saying that from that argument that you're saying, I think embedded in that argument is the fact that the potential for life. So basically, as you were saying, that a blastula will form into an autonomous human being at one point.
It's not just the potential for life. Like in terms of the fertilized egg, it's not a potential for life. It is life.
It is life. Okay, so then it is life. Okay, I get what you're saying. So then the actual act of sex is also considered a potential for life. So could you say that?
No. Sex. The whole purpose of sex is to bond with your partner, to develop and to be open to developing a family and to be raising children.
Yeah,
that's the natural order.
Yes, I mean I agree. Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying that you would say that the reasoning behind not being against contraceptions is because of the potential for life, right? Or am I not understanding something?
I think you misspoke when you just said not being against contraceptions. What did you mean? Because I'm against contraceptions.
I'm sorry. Against contraceptions. That's what I meant. Excuse me.
The reason, okay, so we've got two different situations here. We've got situations where contraceptives cause an abortion. They're called abortifacients. So, for instance, you take the pill, and there's still the conception, but what happens is the egg isn't able to plant on the uterine lining, so that baby dies. Like that blastocyst that's developing into several cells that's going to continue to develop, that is a human being at that point, but is going to continue to develop into an autonomous human being as long as there isn't medical intervention to kill it. That will die because of the drugs you're taking. It's going to make it so that that baby can't properly grow. But as for something like a condom, which the sperm never meets the egg, there's an objection to that on a different level, which is that it's a barrier method in between the man and the woman. And the whole purpose of the man and the woman to be having sex isn't to have children every time, but they're supposed to be developing a bond. Within the bonds of marriage, they're supposed to be developing a bond and an environment to raise children in.
Okay. So Nicholas, let's just take I think the most famous case as far as at least Catholicism and the spreading of Catholicism goes, and that's the intervention in Africa, right? The Pope specifically saying that AIDS is not as bad as condoms. Do you think that's a force for good? Do you think that we know before? Let me rephrase my question. So we know that people are going to be having sex anyway, regardless of the intention to conceive a life, right? So we know that it's going to happen. There is no even teaching abstinence is not. The teaching of it is not an effective way to prevent a community of people from having sex. So
That's not true.
Well, at least it's ineffective. So we have AIDS in Africa, right? So do you think that condoms can be a force for good in that regard, where we know people are going to be having sex in the first place, but we can prevent the spreading of a deadly disease?
The Pope said something. Pope Benedict said something a few years ago that was really taken out of context quite a bit. They asked if a male prostitute is going to be having sex and he knows that he has HIV, is it a good thing for him to wear a condom? And the Pope said, yeah, in that limited circumstance, perhaps it can be. Now, the idea is that, like, when you line up everything so that everything's terrible, 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 and then you say, okay, well, the only thing we're going to change is whether or not there's a condom on this person or not, then that becomes a different question. But the thing is teaching people to use contraceptives a morally ethical thing to do? And no, I do not believe it is.
Even in the case where I'm not saying that that the situation is terrible, right? Where we know, okay, both parties obviously have HIV and that it's just terrible because everyone's spreading it. I'm saying that both parties in the sex act know that there's a possibility that either one of them could have it. Do you not think that the use of contraceptives in that regard, if they don't have the intention to make a kid, don't you think that could be a force for good? I mean,
can I answer this question?
Go for it, buddy.
Okay. The way I see it, how about we just teach people how to have what the purpose of sex is, what it's for, and that's how you pretty much eliminate most of the problems here, because contraceptives ain't the answer if people are going to keep having sex anyway, even with the so-called contraceptives. It still spread disease. It's not 100% effective, and it never will be. The whole point of what sex is just how Nicholas played out. It is for the bond between a man and a woman to have a family and to have a bond with that spouse. That's the whole point of what sex is. That's what God created it for. And when people abuse that, you have diseases, you have all these problems because the Bible said that you're going to have all these problems. But, I digress. You can go ahead, Nick.
Well, wait, my contention was that most people don't actually use that definition.
Doesn't matter.
Like if you're going to say, well, we just need to teach people what sex should be for, well, obviously that's been tried, and obviously it doesn't work.
Let me help you here. What is the difference in the era between the baby boomers? The era in the baby boomers and the little bit of years before that, and the years that we have now when they're teaching sex education. What's the difference? Why is it that there's such an increase in diseases, in marital problems, in divorce, in, all these sexual acts going on? What's the difference? I could tell you one. The difference is that as far as the baby boomer goes, one, they were teaching the context of marriage in the context of sex in the eyes of God, being done right in the eyes of God. That's one. Because they had the Bible in schools.
I know. I think the main reason would be advances in medical technology, where the ability to detect whether or not somebody has all of these known diseases that are known now, and not all of them were known then. I mean, you could say, well, they're more rampant now than they were back then. Yes, a lot of them still were. We just weren't able to detect them. I mean, you can't say that isn't the case.
I've got an article here. Let me read a few paragraphs from it. So we've got pro-condom lobbies, exaggerations over the effectiveness of its product, actually making the problem worse. For one simple reason, condoms provide a false sense of security for those who use them. Being convinced of their effectiveness and feeling invulnerable, users simply continue to actually increase their high-risk behavior. In this way, the claimed 90% effectiveness rate plummets in proportion to the increase in self-destructive behavior. This phenomenon is born out in countries that focus on condom distribution to fight disease. But while condoms clearly won't solve the HIV/AIDS crisis in Africa or anywhere else, there is an approach that will: abstinence. Indeed, in African nations where HIV/AIDS is transmitted almost exclusively through sexual contact, abstinence is the obvious solution, and better yet, it has been proven effective. Uganda at one time had the highest rate of HIV/AIDS in the world. Starting in the mid to late 1980s, their government instituted a program to teach abstinence before marriage and fidelity to one partner afterwards. They only reluctantly advised condoms for high-risk groups like prostitutes, whom they knew would not accept the other two approaches. Billboards, radio announcements, print ads, and school programs all promoted virtues of abstinence and fidelity to prevent HIV and AIDS. The results were astonishing. In 1991, the prevalence of HIV was 15%. By 2001, it had dropped to 5%. It was the biggest HIV infection reduction in world history. Among pregnant women, the drop was even more drastic, as reported by CNS News, January 13, 2003. In 1991, it was 21.2% of expectant mothers tested positive for HIV. By 2001, the number had plummeted to 6.2%. Compare this with the numbers from Kenya, 15%, Zimbabwe, 32%, and Botswana, 38%. All three countries focus on condom distribution, and all three countries continue to see their rates rise. But wait, do condom advocates object the Ugandan miracle is simply a result of more widespread condom use? Not so, says Dr. Edward C. Green, an anthropologist at Harvard University School of Public Health. Dr. Green has been a strong proponent of condom distribution to stem HIV and AIDS, or that is, until the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, hired him to study the reasons behind the success in Uganda. The results of his research left him little doubt. Quotation, reduction in the number of sexual partners was probably the single most important behavioral change that resulted in prevalence decline, he noted, end quote. Quote, abstinence was probably the second most important change, end quote. Testimony before the subcommittee Committee on African Affairs, as reported by Joseph LeConte. Quote, it is very indicative? No, it's not. It's indicting.
Oh.
That's an odd word. It's very indicting statement about... I'm getting my... Go on mute there, Max.
Oh, sorry.
It is a very indicting statement about the effectiveness of condoms, he told Citizen magazine. You cannot show more condoms have led to less AIDS in Africa. I look at the data and I see what might be called a more liberal response to AIDS. More and more millions or billions of condoms has simply not worked, especially in parts of the world with the highest infection rate, Africa and the Caribbean. So that would be my response to that.
Booyah! No, okay. I'm sorry.
Abstinence works when people practice it.
No, man, I 100% agree. I mean,
what was in the beginning of the article? They gave a date. What was the date?
They compared 1991 to 2001.
Okay.
But Nicholas, my issue would be more along the lines of like, yeah. So of course, I think we can agree that we would both agree that abstinence is obviously the best thing. But would you go to a point of forcing people, or making condoms or contraceptions illegal? Would you go that far?
As far as condoms, I really am not comfortable making that stuff illegal. I'm not that sort of an interventionist sort of person. But when it comes to abortifacient birth control, then yeah, I would want to make that illegal.
What about like hormone therapy, for instance, like a bar in the arm that keeps your hormone levels at a certain women's hormones level at a certain position, so they never actually get pregnant, or they're constantly in a state.
My biggest drawing line there is the life. So if it's an abortifacient, then I would say it should be illegal because it's killing people. And if it's not, then I would say I'm really not comfortable with it, but I'm also not comfortable with making it illegal.
Okay, I see.
Before I came in here, and just want to say hi, guys, because I didn't say hi earlier. Say what?
I said hello, brother.
So, one thing I heard before coming in here is that people said that when abortions occur, that you can't really tell a woman what to do with her own body, and I myself just find that really, and I'm gonna just be simple-minded on this. I find that really stupid because everyone knows that it takes two people to make a baby, obviously, and you're gonna
Two
say
people, but not two people physically.
I don't care. So it does take two people. It takes a man and a woman. Ain't no way you're gonna get a man and a man. They ain't getting nothing. Neither is a woman and a woman. You might as well be trying to figure out how you're gonna get two plugs together to make electricity.
I mean, a woman can go. A woman can go to.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I'm saying the old natural way, not some in a lab way. No.
But that's become very predictable. I'm getting.
Okay, Mac, you really need to mute yourself when you're done talking. Because that's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm not done talking though.
Matt, get headphones. Mac, you need to get headphones, or you need to just mute yourself whenever you even pause.
Okay. Anyway, what I'm trying to get here is that the fact is that people say that if a man gets a woman pregnant, the man should have his say-so as well as to what happens with it. To be honest, it should not be no choice. But the man should still have a say-so because he is the one who brought that life into this world.
So what if a woman goes to a sperm bank?
I'm not saying in that way.
Okay.
So you're saying that women should be forced to go to the last term with every pregnancy? I mean, that sounds like a totalitarian regime to me.
If it's not going to threaten her life, then yeah, I think that the life of somebody is worth the 9 months of somebody's discomfort.
That sounds very totalitarian.
Killing people sounds totalitarian to me. Imagine if instead you were like, okay, well, if this pregnant woman were to carry this baby to term, then this man is going to have to, for the rest of his, or for the next 18 or 20 years, pay child support payments. It would be better to just kill her. And you say, no, don't kill the woman. Like, that's terrible. Like, imagine abortion wasn't an option. Don't kill the woman. That's a life. And you say, no. Making that man pay for that child for the next 18, 20 years is a totalitarian regime. He should have control over his own life. Like that's a parallel argument.
That's a really bad analogy because you and I have definitely varying definitions of what we consider life. I think a woman is much more valuable than her blastula.
So then it's not a question about her autonomy over her body. It's a question about whether or not it's a life.
Well, I mean, again, we're going to have different definitions of life. I'm going to go to what I
if you
can
agreed it
verify
was a
medically.
life-
I'm going to go to what I can verify medically, and you're going to go by what you believe.
Yeah,
Well,
Nicholas,
medically it's from conception.
But that issue is, when it comes to it, Nicholas, is the fact that, you and me may see it as a life at a certain point. Like, you may see it as a life right at conception. I may see it as a life at 3 months. At the end of the day, is that woman may not see it as a life, until the baby's actually born. So there's different definitions. I think in Judaism, I think maybe saying this wrong, but I believe from what I've learned is that they don't believe it's a life until it's actually been born. So in Israel, for instance, you can have an abortion all the way up until 6, 7, 8 months, and it's completely fine.
Yeah, as I understand, there's some disagreements, but they are all away from the idea of abortion. But the thing is that I don't think that the definition of life is open for debate, and I don't think it matters what the laws in the country are or what the people in the country say. I think it is a life or not, and that's the position where I stand on it morally.
Well, you stand on it. I think you stand there morally, Nicholas, because you believe that at conception that is the life. Now, for instance, for that Muslim girl that doesn't believe it's a life until 3 months, she may have a different view and may say, maybe from up all the way up to the 3rd month, the first trimester, that abortion would be legal then. Or maybe the Jew would say, you know what? They're also these being very religious people. And they say, oh, it's not a life until it's born. So at 9 months I could have an abortion. Or not 9 months. At 6 months I could have an abortion. A Jew may say.
And there's some people that believe that it's not really a life until 4 years old.
Right.
And they would be trying to bring it up to that point.
Exactly. So I believe there has to be some sort of middle ground to be able to. We can't live in a society where, okay, well, this is an American, this is in America, so we can't just choose one way or the highway. I think there has to be some debate, some discussion, and I think that people who believe, and I think it's a valid opinion, that it's the woman's right to have an abortion up to a certain point, because her view of life may be different than mine.
Let me piggyback off this question about this. I think this comes down to a definition of life. And one thing I wanted to ask earlier was, I think you said that it's when it's separate DNA. So I have 3 questions. Number 1, like, where does that definition come from? Number 2, what about someone like conjoined twins who share one body and have the same DNA? Are they considered one person? And what if, for example, the life is clearly not viable outside of the womb? Like, as soon as the life is born, the child is born, he or she will die. Is that considered life at that point?
Okay, so we've got multiple questions here.
Yeah,
first, I want to respond to what Muhammad said. Yes, there's a disagreement, and we have to live in a society together. And so my position is political activism. That's the position I take on abortion. And that's why when it comes down to voting on a particular topic, I have a lot of trouble seeing past the abortion issue. As for the definition for human life being DNA, I think what would be a good thing? Medical texts for that?
Medical texts are kind of like my skin is considered life. So like I meant like in the sense of like why is it considered? And I'm not challenging. I'm inquiring. Why is it considered a separate life? Because it has separate DNA. Like is that where does that definition come from?
I think the DNA definition is bad. I mean, what I understand to be life is that there are multiple different kinds of, and you learn this in basic high school biology, is that why viruses aren't considered life and why bacteria is considered life. There are lots of different parameters that affect the definition, right? So it's about the individual. It is about the individual, and it's about its ability to perform homeostasis and to be able to reproduce without a host. There are a ton of parameters that affect whether or not you can define something as life.
Well, let me read you guys some quotes. How about? Okay, so development of the embryo begins at stage 1 when the sperm fertilizes an oocyte, I don't know what that is, and together they form a zygote. This is Marjorie, England, A Life Before Birth, 2nd edition, England, Mosby Wolf, 1996. We've got Toronto. Okay, so human development begins after the union of the male and female gametes or germ cells during a process known as fertilization. Fertilization is a sequence of events that begins with the contact of sperm, spermatozoon, with a secondary oocyte. I've never seen that word before. It's ovum, and ends with the fusion of the pronuclei, the haploid nuclei of the sperm and the ovum, and the mingling of the chromosomes to form a new cell. The fertilized ovum, known as the zygote, is a large diploid cell that is the beginning of primordium of a human being. That's Keith L. Moore, Essentials of Human Embryology, Toronto, BC, Decker, Incorporated, 1988. I've got a quote from Quoting Human Beings, Report and Recommendations of the National Bioethics Advisory Commission, Rockville, MD. We've got embryo, the developing organism from the time of fertilization until significant differentiation has occurred when the organism becomes known as a fetus. I've got Ida G. Docks et al., the HarperCollins Illustrated Medical Dictionary, New York, Harper Perennial, 1993. Embryo, an organism at the earliest stage of development, is in a man from the time of conception to the end of the 2nd month in the uterus. Walters, William, and Singer, Peter.
What is the basis of these definitions, though? Because these are quotes, but what is the basis? Like, because they're saying like they consider it life, but what is their? Why do they consider it life?
They're explaining when the organism begins to develop. So the basis for them to calling it an organism is that it's unique and it's developing on its own and it has a unique. I guess I don't know.
That, but I'm saying, like, what is the basis for them to say that this is something that's considered separate life?
Well, this is their medical. This is their medical definition. So I guess you could go to these medical experts throughout the world and say, like, where do you stand on this? Like, what's your reasoning for this?
I think it's a lot more colloquial than maybe my example, and you're probably talking about, or they are probably talking about a much more common use for the word life, where I was talking about a
and sort of calling it a separate organism.
Right. I was talking about sort of classifying whether or not something appears to be life.
Hey, Nicholas, you quoted Keith Moore, right? I think you quoted Keith Moore just a minute ago.
Keith L. Moore from Essentials of Human Embryology at Toronto, BC.
Yeah, he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim. You know that?
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Now I should have you guys on my side too.
Well, I was never against your side. I'm simply arguing from a secular point of view. And we live in a secular society, so we have to take into account other views as equally valid as ours.
Okay, but I thought we were discussing the morality of it.
The morality of it's different. I'm talking about laws.
Like
Okay,
what should and should be illegal.
Yeah,
shouldn't you be voting from your moral conscience?
I do vote for my moral conscience, Nicholas, but I'm saying that in a secular society, for instance, I am not going to sit here and tell a gay individual she can't marry, somebody she loves. Even though morally I may be against gay marriage, I would certainly allow them to do that, to have equal rights, because we live in a secular society.
Well, how about this?
And then also,
okay, I don't think that everybody that's gay has a gay gene, but imagine if some people are, and we could identify that gay gene, and parents could in utero discover that their fetus was going to be gay.
Okay.
And they wanted to kill it. Would you let them do that?
Yes.
Strictly
on those grounds, yes.
Strictly on the grounds that they know it's going to be a gay kid.
Yes. Well, I don't think a female needs any grounds to decide she wants an abortion.
That's
ridiculous. Again, something I'm going to say again is the fact, what I said earlier, is the fact that the definition of life is different among different religious groups. Again, a Jew who is extremely religious, Nicholas, have a completely different view of what you have as a Catholic than a Church of Christ or Baptist would have a different view as you have, and a Muslim would have a different view of you as of when life actually is.
But are you going to leave the definition to that parent, that mother, who's happy to kill it? Wait, let me finish. Who's happy to kill it when the placenta is still attached? Or are you going to draw your line at 3 months? Or are you going to have a consensus in the society, or what are you voting from?
My question with that is that what about, for example, what about clear murder? What if some people just didn't have a problem with murder? Could they say, well, it's a secular society, so in my conception this isn't murder, and therefore just a random person walking on the street? You have an issue with that?
Yeah, both are great questions. But I think that as I'm speaking from policy and a lawmaker perspective, and I would take both of those answers and say, listen, as a society, we have to take a ground and a moral ground and a center perspective. We can't take the extreme on both sides. So, for instance, if we have a portion of America,
the Nazis were democratically elected, right?
So, what basis will we use to create these laws? We would probably have to go with something hopefully unbiased, like science.
That's definitely you're out of your league on that one.
I think.
Well, I'm out of my league. You don't think that's how current laws are determined as to when you're how far into term and abortion is allowed legally? No. Yes.
Okay, that's off to. Going to
How do you think the courts go about determining when the cutoff limit is for abortions?
They have advisors. They have lawyers and advisors who have advisors. I mean,
they have medical advisors.
I assume there's some scientific basis for it.
Yeah,
they certainly would among theists and religious groups, would they?
Sorry, what's that?
Is there a cutoff limit at all for abortion? Is there any?
There is.
Yeah, there are guidelines, but they're very, very vague. They
They're
specifically
not
didn't want to make,
guidelines. There's laws.
they specifically didn't want to make the viability a line. That was something that they discussed in Roe versus Wade, whether or not viability should be a line, and they decided they should not make that the line because viability is a very gray area. So you can look up for laws about abortion, and you can see what hard laws there are, Ludic. You can look in our country as well.
This is a very confusing question.
Well, like I said earlier, I take the very hard leftist current secular position, in that I think that a woman's choice to have an abortion should not be predicated upon rape or incest. I think she should be guaranteed the right to do it no matter what.
Can I ask you a challenging question about that?
Can a murderer be well within his right to kill someone?
What?
Can a murderer be well within his right to kill someone?
Abortion is not murder.
That's the thing, though. They do see it as murder, though. They do. And let me ask you a question about that, then. Hypothetically, this is a weird hypothetical. I'm getting a lot of echo, by the way. This is a weird hypothetical. It's obviously nonsensical, but I just want to see what you think. Do you think that the child, if the child could somehow speak or communicate, would have the right to kill the mother and say, it's my body? Because obviously in the idea you're saying it's basically one body. So do you think that the child has the right to kill the mother?
You're asking Nadia, right?
No, I'm asking whoever was speaking. I'm sorry, I haven't minimized the screen.
I think Thomas, I believe.
Is it Thomas?
Me? Jason? Hello?
Yes. The person who said he took the hard right position. Do you think
Left.
in that situation, excuse me, left. Do you think the person has, the child, it's a hypothetical, it's a nonsensical question, but do you think the child has the right to kill the mother if he or she chooses?
Wait, the right? I don't like in the case of the
So let's
mother,
suppose-
if the mother were to give birth to the child, she would die.
No. I'm saying, let's suppose there was the baby could somehow communicate, right? Again, I recognize that this is a nonsensical question, but I just want you to play with the scenario. If, for example, the child could speak and communicate his will, and the child said, I want to kill this mother, do you think, because kind of your argument is kind of based on the idea that it's one body, so does the child have the right to say, I want to kill my host, which is my mother, basically?
It's not that both are one body. It's that it's her being the one. I don't think that
okay, her being the
like
one,
I wouldn't
right?
include both. I wouldn't include both as the whole. I would say it's her body.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is that her body includes this child, and this child now has an independent thought, and that independent thought is I want to kill my main part, right? I mean, just to work within those parameters.
I'd advise her to abort it.
Oh, I'm not saying we should advise. I'm saying, do you think that the fetus now, as an independent entity, has the right to kill the mother? Because it's one person, right? I mean, you're saying it's one person. So do you think part of this body?
I mean, obviously there's two bodies, right? There's the woman's body, and it's so, like you said, it's a nonsensical question, and it is
a nonsensical question, yeah.
I mean, it's like Ludic says, it is kind of an appeal to emotion. Like I would have to consider the thoughts and feelings of the baby, like, or of the child.
You have to consider because those would be the thoughts, and according to that thought experiment.
Right, but in the case of what I agree with as the American law goes right now, I agree with their definition of legal abortion. I agree with it. I don't have any disagreements based on moral reasons or anything. We are not able to discern the will of that child.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
So we're not able to discern the will of the child, and if you, in the case of murder, specifically, murder is defined as the unlawful killing of somebody. So it's not, abortion is definitely, if you're going by the legal definition, you don't have any grounds to say abortion is murder.
So that wasn't really the premise of my question. The premise of my question is more like,
that was more of a response to Mac.
Okay.
But as far as your question goes, I understand where you're going, sort of the direction. But I mean, in all honesty, do you really want me to answer that question? Like, I don't think I'm able to give you an answer right now, as far as right now goes. I don't know.
I think the essence of this question is that the idea that it's two separate people, or rather that this child is not a separate gray area, and to say that it's clearly just the mother is very problematic, I think.
Right. It's problematic, but what I'm saying is that if obviously the child is not capable of displaying personhood, right? What we would call a person. I mean, I wouldn't say that it is displaying that at all. I wouldn't regard as person as a blob of cells, regardless if it's capable of performing life. We don't define sentience that way, personhood that way. It's more of it's like a I don't know, like it's a hard question. It's a thinker, but and I'm definitely willing to change my mind on the subject. I just currently take the hard leftist view that there's no excuse. There's no excuse that a woman would need, that I consider it to be her body.
Can I please respond to this? Because this is I find this ridiculous. You're saying that, okay, so you're saying that it's that murder is the unlawful killing of someone, correct?
That's how murder is defined legally.
Yeah, it's defined legally. Okay, so if there is a case, because it used to be so-called legal for white people to kill black people, like there was nothing wrong with it, because they didn't consider them human beings.
So the law can be wrong, in other words.
I would say that that's more of a... Mac, you gotta mute yourself, dude. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to single you out, but that does create an audio problem. Anyway, it was not okay for whites to kill blacks. It was that there was a waving, there was a sort of looking the other way, and that is definitely explainable legally and morally, but it's not that the system specifically said you can go ahead and kill black people.
What about Mosaic law, where if you beat your slave and he doesn't die for a couple days, then you won't be punished?
Yeah, you're basically making the law the standard of right and wrong, and that's problematic. That's hugely problematic.
I'm giving you an example of a definition of murder. So if I'm a Jew under Mosaic law, and you're not a Jew, and I beat you to death, but it takes you a couple days to die, then according to that definition, and according to your line of logic, that's fine. I don't even need an excuse.
That sounds like manslaughter.
Well, it's not according to the law.
If it isn't defined as murder, then what are my other options? I mean, like, what's the question?
That's exactly the point. The point is that it's a really weird morality, because then you're basically saying murder's okay as long as the law declares it to be not.
No. He asked me, he made the comparison between abortion and murder. And I said that murder was the unlawful killing of somebody.
Right, but you're defining away your problem. You're saying that if the state doesn't call it murder, I don't care, like the act could be exactly the same, but it's okay because the state has not called it murder. And I think that's problematic. That's like making the government the ultimate authority of morality and just letting them do whatever they want to do.
No, well, the government is representative of the people, right? The people vote into laws, or they suggest laws that go into the Senate, which is approved, all up to the president. I mean, these things are representations of the people. So we live in a democratic society where we have people that have different opinions about what abortion is and where life begins, and because of that, we have, based on that, certain rights, and for a woman to choose when she can have an abortion. And I think that based on somebody's belief system, like as a Catholic for Nicholas, as a Muslim for me, I can't sit there and tell a woman, okay, at this point, you know what, we can't do this because my religion tells me this is when life begins, or you know what, you can't get married because my religion tells me that you can't do that. And we live in a secular society. So yeah, we should debate these issues for sure, and I think this should be debated in the court, and this should be rated by this, judges. But I think
can I respond to that, Mohammed?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Nicholas.
What I find really bizarre about that is that, like, you're saying that you can't define for somebody else what life is, but it almost sounds like you're saying that your religion isn't true. It's just, you know, one belief among many.
No,
Like,
I'm not
do you-
saying that
do you-
at all.
do you-
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that.
So then, does it matter? Does it matter if somebody else disagrees with you about the definition of life?
I'm saying is that women should have the right over their own bodies, and at certain points in time, people do have different definitions of when life begins in the womb. For a Jew, it's different. For a Catholic, it's different. For a Protestant, it's different. For a Muslim, it's different. But when we live in a secular society, I cannot tell a Jewish girl who wants to have an abortion, and her whole family permits it, and her whole temple permits it, that you know what, you are not going to have this abortion because under my Sharia law, it's impermissible because of these reasons. Similarly, we don't live in we have a lot of Catholics here, but it's not Catholic law that is governing America. So for a woman who wants to make her own decision about when, yes, for me it would be an immoral act and it's wrong. But I cannot tell her that and force another woman that, you know what, you cannot do what you want to do with your own body because Sharia law tells it. I can't tell.
No, not because Sharia law says, but because you believe it's a life. Because you believe that you have the truth, that is actually a life.
Well, I believe it's a life because of what reason? Because my God tells me it's life. You believe, Nicholas, it's life because your God tells you it's life. So
Nick,
therefore, the only reason you have that point of view, the only reason you have that point of view, Nicholas, is that because the Pope tells you or God tells you that this is the reason why it's life. When a Protestant may disagree with you, when a person who believes Jesus is the Son of God and he died on the cross for his sins may have a different point of view than you do.
Yeah, but here's the thing I'm saying. It's not because the Pope told me, but imagine it was because the Pope told me, and I believe that whatever the Pope said was right all the time. Then maybe it's because the Pope told me it was right that I believe it's right. But I either believe it's right or it's wrong. And on that basis is what I'm saying, that, okay, if it's a life, if I actually believe it's a life, then it doesn't matter if you and I agree about whether or not it's a life. It's a life. And so we should be dealing with it on that terms, not like...
Right, but this is why we live in a secular society, so that we don't live in a theology, right? We don't make laws based on people's beliefs.
Nicholas, I can't. Nicholas, I was against the war in Iraq, which went and killed 1 million Iraqis. I was against these things happen, and what happened in Afghanistan was wrong. That killed millions of lives. But there were many people who were Catholic, who were all Jewish, all voted into law, a passing of a law that's going to fly. Are you for drones that go and fly and then bomb?
But Muhammad, what about you? What about your vote? What would you vote for?
Of course, Nicholas, I think it's wrong that a woman to have an abortion because of my religion. At a certain point, obviously, which would be different than yours after the first trimester.
Would you have voted against the war in Iraq?
Absolutely.
Of course, yeah.
So then, what's your objection? Wait. What's your objection to me? What's your objection to me voting against abortion?
I'm saying you can, Nicholas. I'm saying that there's no reason for you not to vote against it. You should vote for what your heart tells you to do. But at the end of the day, that I am not going to sit here, right? And then, in my opinion, when it comes to me to vote, I'm going to make my judgment based on the fact that, you know what, this is not Sharia law.
I don't think that's a fair comparison, Nick.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a judgment because I want to see it this way. I'm going to look at that other person, that other girl, that Jewish girl, for instance, who lives across the street from me. That he may have a different point of view than me. You know what? And I don't want to be the person that's going to limit her and her family from making decisions which they feel is best.
But I'm not telling somebody that they have to go to mass. What I'm saying is that they're not allowed to kill a human being.
No, but that's the thing, though, Nicholas. You're not recognizing, or there's an ambiguity here. Because the ambiguity is that different people have different definitions of life, and when you give the Iraq War example, which is that, well, okay, you're saying, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that don't they both end with life, so therefore shouldn't we be against the war in Iraq as well?
I'm saying that our conscience tells us different things, and that I think we need to vote according to our conscience when life and death is involved.
Okay. Sure, but in one hand you have your beliefs as a Catholic, and in the other hand, let's say that a unanimous decision, there was a unanimous decision that we were going to war, right? Mm-hmm. And you objected to that based on your conscience, right? Which you have this religious conviction and you've melded your conscience to fit that. In one hand, you have your Catholic belief, but in another hand, you need to respect the democratic process, at least until you're able to cast your vote again. You have to respect the status quo, understanding that we live in a secular democracy.
Yeah, but what do you think I'm doing? I'm talking about voting.
I know, but
I'm not bombing any abortion clinics. I'm not ripping anybody away from an abortion clinic. Like that's their choice. That's their legal right. I don't step in. I don't want a theocracy, but I do believe that voting according to my conscience is a perfectly fair thing to do.
Well, yeah, of course, and I'm not going to disagree with you. But the point is that if you object to something strictly based on your beliefs, you may find it hard to be. You might find it hard to sort of go up in arms against a different opinion at least in a democratic process.
I don't know how else I can vote except according to my conscience.
Well, there's another way. There's what is objectively verifiable.
No, that's not a good argument either.
There is not trying to make laws based on your beliefs. There is trying to find a middle ground in what we can show to be true.
No, you can't.
But the thing is that I believe that certain things have been demonstrated to be true. So your epistemology that you're suggesting isn't the epistemology I follow for my beliefs.
Exactly. You can't use that argument. Hey, Muhammad, I'll tell you a story. There's a family in my community that I know them, I know them very well actually, and their child was born, or in the womb they discovered that this child was born with, I think it's called left hypoplastic. I forgot what the exact term is, but basically the child has half a heart. The other half of the heart is severely underdeveloped, and they went to the sheikh, and this is not like some liberal sheikh. He's the one I go to as well, and he said, has the child's heart begun to beat? And that was the criteria for whether the abortion was allowed or not. Because so basically once the heart has begun to beat, they I think even classically that's considered the definition of life.
I think I agree. I think it mentions in the Quran actually, does it not? It says during the first it says Allah breathes life into the heart at the third month, the first trimester. Yeah, that's when the soul. Yeah, that's when the soul actually comes into the body.
I think
the hadith talk about 40 days about the deciding whether or not it's going to be a good or bad person, etc.
No, yeah, perhaps. I don't know when the soul, when it's considered the soul has entered the body, and I don't know when when it's considered. But I know that the heartbeat is considered pretty a sacred thing. That's considered the part of life.
All right, well, I got to wake up early for a road trip, so, I may disagree with all of you, and I may think, differently, but, hey, we can all have a good evening, right?
No.
True that.
All right.
God bless, man.
All right, whatever, Mac.
Have a good one, man.
Nicholas, I'm impressed by your defense of your position. It's a very unpopular position in modern society, and I'm impressed by your ability to hold fast to it. I'm not even being a jerk there. I'm being a very...
I used to argue on the other side.
Really?
By the way, Nick, you're totally right. In Canada, it's the only legal thing is that it's not born yet or whatever. The baby's
yeah, there are guidelines, but yeah, there
are medical guidelines. Yeah, the statistics show 0.2% past was it 20 weeks? Anyway, yeah.
Can we change
the topic? This is something I've looked into. It's important to me.
I can respect that. Is it okay we change the topic? I find this to be a very not okay topic, or a not comfortable topic to discuss.
Yeah, right. Sure. I don't like talking about it either. I just feel like it's I agree with Nicholas. It's interesting. I very much so agree with Nicholas, but I just don't know how to, when it comes to voting and to rights of other people. I feel it difficult to enforce my ruling on others.
The thing is that I'm voting not in my own interest. I'm voting in the interest of people that I think are vulnerable persons. So
unborn,
if those weren't lives, then that wouldn't be up to me. It's not up to me what people do in their bedroom. But when we're talking about it, I believe that is a life. I believe that's true, not just because I read that in the catechism or something. And so on that basis that I believe it is a life, I do believe that life has certain rights that need protecting.
It makes sense to me that somebody would vote, like, as far as abortion is concerned, they're voting in the interest of somebody else, as Nicholas said. When you're talking about something like gay marriage, that's something that really doesn't hurt anybody. It's
true.
But with abortion, there's a life ending there.
Well, Nicholas, people, I mean, Ocean, people do actually argue on the far right that gay marriage does hurt somebody, and the reason why they are against it, like if you take the very far right wing, they will actually justify their reasoning behind why gay marriage, how it hurts society, how it hurts others, how it eventually, life.
I don't see anybody bleeding from it. And like when I ask them to show me like exactly how, why, and so on, it's usually just stuff like society kind of going into a direction that they disagree with, which I don't really care. Sorry. Say what?
One question I'd like to get answered.
Like you're inexplicably. Like,
Okay, before Mac wastes a couple minutes with the audio, I just wanted to say, Nick, I found a really. Have you ever heard of the ncbcenter.org? ncbcenter.org.
I've got a bad memory, so I may have not. I don't know. NBC or what was it? NCB?
Yeah, ncbcenter.org.
My computer seems to think that I know it, but it didn't come up as a. It didn't come up. Is it NCB dot? Oh yeah. It looks like I've been on this site before. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a document in there that would really interest you that revolves around stem cells and fetuses and the Catholic moral stance on it and whatnot. Anyway, it's
one question I wanted to ask. One question I really wanted to ask was, if the definition of life is separate DNA, if that's how we define life, then what do we say about conjoined twins who share the same DNA and the same body? Are they considered one person, or are they considered two people?
I consider them two people.
Like, I really want to get an answer to that question.
I consider them two people.
Why, though?
Well, I guess like without like I guess I would want to chase down the thought experiment a bit further, but my first spot would be that I believe that they each have individual souls.
So I would really say that this is not a thought experiment. That's by the way, I actually do not generally like thought experiment questions. I think they're usually BS. And the question one I asked you earlier was BS, but or whoever I asked earlier, but like this one is not a thought experiment. This is an actual question because people exist or are alive today.
Well, there's no question in my heart that those are separate people. What I'm saying is I would have to start thinking about why I identify them as separate people.
Are you asking like rhetorically?
No, I'm saying I haven't chased it down yet. Did you want me to think about it for a bit and give you to think out loud and start giving you an answer? Or?
No, you can chew on it, I guess. One thing I'd like to say is that like this concept of what is life. You know, when people try to use like objective ways of defining life, I think it's really fuzzy because it's kind of like, how do you objectively define like your feelings? You can't really. How do you objectively define things that are almost by definition subjective? You can't really. And I think that's kind of an odd way of defining. You can find a lot of problems in quote unquote objective definitions of these things.
Right. Well, unique DNA wasn't the only criterion I used. One of the criterion I used was if medical intervention isn't taken to end that life, then it will develop further into a fully autonomous human being.
Okay. So it's a couple. And where do you get these definitions from?
I think that okay. So basically, when it comes down to the question. Is conception? When does life begin? That's I get that as a religious answer. I think that's discussed in the Catechism. It's definitely discussed in encyclicals. And it starts to get down to questions about arguments about rights and freedoms and things like that. I have listened to apologetics that have compared this to the development of the slave races and also the Aboriginal peoples. because they didn't believe that Aboriginal peoples were fully developed, because they didn't have the same culture that the Europeans did. And so they were saying, like, these aren't fully human beings yet. And there was a Catholic dude that said, you know, these people, like, even if they're not human beings now, they're going to, naturally, they're going to develop into full human beings. And if you don't respect their rights that they're going to have in the future, then you're not, like, if you don't respect their rights now, then you're not going to respect the rights that they have in the future.
Okay, Nicholas, I have a question for you. This is a thought experiment. Let's say that we live in a world. Okay, this is the United States. It's composed of a Muslim, a Jew, a Catholic, a Protestant, and an atheist. The Jew comes up and says, and they're debating about how they're going to kind of set up their rules of law and government and stuff like that. The Muslim says, you know what, we're against abortion, but as long as it's before the first trimester, we're okay. The Jew says, you know what, we're for abortion as long as it's before, it's not a, as long as it's before birth. The Catholic comes up and says, you know what, we're against abortion completely, all the way. The Protestant says, you know what, we're for abortion in certain circumstances. The atheist says, you know what, we're all game like the Jew. Abortion is whenever, even post-birth abortion or whatever Nadia was saying. How would you come up and make a law for those 4 or 5 people? How would they find common ground? Should they just fight it out and then kill each other, and then the one who's the strongest?
There's something in Catholicism called just war. And so we're only allowed to, like, the Catholic Church will never again declare a crusade. That's something that's been declared. We'll never have one of those again because too many evils are caused by that. But we do have a just war doctrine, and so it becomes a question of what can be preserved and what will be lost. And so, the scenario that you give, what I would say is, well, there's only 4 or 5 of us in all of America. I'm going to go make a society on my own. See ya. And I'll probably trade with the Muslims that are killing less people. But I mean, if it were a situation like World War II, where they're exterminating Jews. I'm not sure at what point to declare war, but like it's I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of a cost-benefit analysis. What's going to cause the greater evil, and we tend to err on the side of never engaging in war because there's too many unforeseen consequences. It's got to be a really extreme case for there ever to be a war, according to Catholicism.
That actually isn't too different than a lot of the Muslim positions, which is that there is a cost-benefit analysis of these things.
Okay, now that everyone had their time, I finally can say something. Ocean, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. My question to you, going way back when you was talking about gay marriage, you said that there's no harm being done as far as gay marriage, correct?
Nobody gets hurt, no.
Okay. Do you believe in hell?
No.
Okay. Now I can see why you're only saying that then.
I mean,
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Do you think it's illegal? Is it illegal to lie?
Yep.
No, it's not. Is it illegal to fornicate?
Yes.
No, it's not. Is it illegal to divorce?
No.
No. Is it illegal to commit adultery?
Yes.
No, it's not. So with all these other things that are, heinous sins that our country has no problem not really making laws around, why is gay marriage going to be your special pet peeve?
Because first off, I'm not even, when you was asking that question, you didn't even ask me what law, when you was asking that question, am I referring to? Are you referring to society or God's law? I'm referring to God's law.
Obviously, I'm referring to society, Nick, because you're talking about making something illegal.
No, I'm referring to God's law. And
okay.
God is the
I don't
one
care about God's law, okay? I don't give a shit about it. I'm talking about our society. Now let's ask the question again.
You can't say it doesn't do any harm.
So what?
You cannot say it does not do any harm.
It doesn't.
Really?
No harm done.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you this again: is hell real?
Okay. Here's the question that I think defines it. When two people get a gay marriage, does it hurt you?
Does it hurt me?
Yeah.
I would say yes and no.
Okay. What's the yes part?
The yes part is because the Bible says that we're responsible. Like, for instance, if we see our brother in Christ who's been given in fault, that we're supposed to watch over him, let him know that he's in error in the very sins that he is doing, and that we need to correct him. If we do not correct him, the Bible says his blood will be in our hands. He's going to die and burn for the sins that he's committed, but God is going to place the blood that was spilled on our hands. So yes, it does hurt me.
Aren't you cleansed of those sins, though?
So what?
Aren't you cleansed of those sins, though?
Yeah, like he's not. It doesn't come back on him. So I think his explanation doesn't make sense.
I have another question. Wait, did you ask Ocean? You asked Mac is divorce legal, and he said yes, it's not illegal, right?
He said that the only one that he agreed with, because he was answering the questions in relation to God's law and not how I was actually asking the questions, which was retarded. But he was saying that divorce is fine in biblical standards. I think there is an excuse for it, as if somebody cheats on somebody, but those laws don't reflect on what divorce is legal according to our society.
I thought Jesus was in the Bible was way more harsh on divorce than gay marriage.
He says it's fine if somebody cheats on somebody.
As long as
I never saw that passage.
There has to be infidelity.
That if your partner is still alive, it's adultery.
Yeah, you're not supposed to get remarried, but it's fine to divorce.
No, is that right, Nicholas?
Not from my interpretation of the Bible, no.
Yeah,
where's the interpretation of that? Hold on a minute.
I think, Ocean, that's a very specific. I think some Christians are extremely against divorce. I mean, it's very hard to get a divorce. I think in Catholicism.
Matthew 19. Let's look this up.
Yeah, Mac, please go on mute.
Mac, if you're trying to talk, it's not working.
Just for the record, yeah, there is no divorce in the Catholic Church. We have something called annulment, which is if there is certain circumstances that show that the marriage is not valid, then that means that it was never a marriage. But in the Catholic Church, we do not have divorce.
Yeah, in Islam, I can say that it's and Farhan, correct me if it's wrong, but I have heard it stated like this: it is the worst of the halal things that you can do. So it's the lowest permissible thing that one can do. Is that right, Farhan?
Yeah.
No, here it is. Matthew 19, verse 9. And I say unto you, whoever divorces his wife except for unchastity, and marries another, commits adultery. So Jesus makes the exception there for.
That's very interesting. What was it? Matthew what?
Matthew 19, verse 9.
What version are you reading?
I'm reading in our.
That's my favorite version.
And I say to you, whoever divorces his wife, except for immorality, and marries another woman, commits adultery.
That's why people were criticizing Kim Davis, because she had a divorce, and a couple actually, and people.
Yeah, here we go. As they say unto him, starts with 7. They say unto him, why then did Moses command us to give a certificate of dismissal and to divorce her? I think Moses divorced one of his wives. And he said unto them, it is because you were so hard-hearted that Moses allowed you to divorce your wives. But from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whoever divorces his wife except for unchastity and marries another commits adultery. So, as that describes as I understand it, it's cheating is really the issue. According to this translation, is unchastity. There's other translations, immorality of something, whatever. But
so then why is the Catholic Church so against it?
Church tradition doesn't always match up with Scripture, and that's never really been an issue.
Well, we can't contradict Scripture. The clear Scripture, like, we can't contradict it.
Oh, is this a contradiction? I don't know.
At first glance, prima facie, this looks like a contradiction. And the thing is I have such faith in the Catholic Church that I believe that I'm going to find an answer for you very shortly.
Okay. It doesn't really matter to me.
Well, I just kind of walked in the conversation. A contradiction between what?
Matthew
19, verse 9, and the Catholic Church's position on divorce. We were talking about whether or not gay marriage was harmful to society, and I was talking about, as Mac was saying, it should be illegal, and I was saying, well, there's a lot of other issues that are sinful in the Bible that are not illegal, because he was saying the reason why it should be illegal is because these guys are going to hell. So I was saying, well, look, lying isn't illegal, adultery isn't illegal, a whole host of other things aren't illegal because they don't actually harm anybody in our society besides the people that are just directly there. So we have is it immoral? Maybe. Should it be illegal for our society? Nah, no. It's not. It's not really enforceable. It's not really harmful to the point where everybody needs to be removed from society. So, which is kind of like how our law is based. Is when somebody is a detriment to our society, they should be removed from it. I.e., put in jail.
Okay, first off, Ocean, you didn't say if it was is gay marriage harmful to society. You said is gay marriage harmful, and that was it. You put a period on there. That's it.
Okay, well, fine. Whether or not it should be legal, it has to do with whether or not it's harmful to society, like harmful to other people. Is it dangerous?
Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, yeah, to you, according to your unsubstantiated hell belief, sure. I don't think that's enough to make a law.
No, that's not true, because gay marriage has been shown to be a destructive relationship.
How so? Yeah, you gotta fix your fucking audio problem, Mac. Have to.
No.
No doubt, man. You're fuck.
Bro, just get headphones, man. Mac, you have to own some headphones. I shouldn't say that. You may own some headphones if you have them.
And are you using a smartphone, Mac?
You have the moral obligation to get headphones.
It is harmful to society.
It's harmful to society.
I am going to put you in jail. We're going to remove you from society and place you in a special place with bars because you can't fucking put on your headphones when you're talking to people. Jesus.
Well, how about one of y'all buy me some headphones since y'all so just dead on?
I don't even know what you're saying, dude.
Okay, so I've seen a couple things that I'm not. I'm just reading forums at the moment. I'm not really on board with. The one says that it's the original Greek is porneia, which is referring to marriages of too close blood or by previous marriage relations that should never have taken place to begin with. Under Roman law, for example, brothers and sisters could marry half brothers and sisters. Women are uncle, first cousin, son, and his widow's stepmother, daughter, his widow's stepmother. As pagans joined early Christian communities, some religious leaders allowed the pre-existing marriages to stand, but other religious leaders insisted they followed Jewish law forbidding blood or legal by previous marriage relations for marrying. I have another person that said you can divorce, but you can't remarry. I'm not happy with either of those, so I'm still looking.
Do you know that in there was a period in Islamic history where the Muslims came across some people who had this one guy who had married his sister, and this was like the pre-Islamic Arabs, or they were, I guess, post-Islamic Arabs, but they were not Muslims though, and it was like, well, what do we do with these people? Because that's clearly against our Sharia, and it was decided that because they're not Muslim, they didn't have to follow our laws, and so therefore they were allowed to marry. Like they didn't stop them or anything like that.
SubhanAllah.
That's see if
porneia means unlawful union.
So what?
Because Sharia does not apply.
Porneia means unlawful union.
Sorry, Farhan and Nicholas are talking at the same time. Nicholas, can you repeat yourself?
I'm reading here that porneia means unlawful union. I haven't double-checked that.
Okay. Is that what the Greek is stating? Or is
That's the Greek. Yeah, the Greek for that unchastity is
Matthew
unlawful
written
union.
in Greek, or was it written in Aramaic?
No, it was written in Greek.
Matthew was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I don't know that part
Jesus
as
spoke Aramaic. That would have been his predominant language, but they would have also spoken Greek. But the
so
New
there's a
Testament was
translation
written
issue
down.
upon a translation issue.
We don't ever have an Aramaic version of the Bible. We have the Greek, and the Old Testament that they're quoting in the New Testament is the Septuagint, which is written in Greek.
And seeing this original Gospel of Matthew, original language Greek.
So if you Nicholas, if you saw this text that said the way Ocean said it, the New International Version, I guess, would you consider that to be a wrong translation?
That's NRSV.
NRSV. Would you consider that to be a wrong translation?
The thing is like just like in the Quran, a translation is not the actual Bible. So like translations can be wrong, but the thing is the thing that makes me hesitate is that the reason why I use the NRSV is because in North America that's what the Catholic Church advises me to use. And so I'm still looking for a good answer for you guys. I don't have an answer for you yet.
So in other words, it would require a certain kind of scholarship and context to be able to analyze that verse correctly. Correct, because the way Ocean interpreted it was one way, but he didn't, I guess, understand the scholarly point of view or the proper translation in the Greek, the way Catholic scholars would actually.
Yeah, and you could be absolutely fluent in Greek and still misunderstand the Bible.
Yeah, so you have to kind of understand kind of the context in which it was given.
Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons why the Catholic Church is so important, is because they help us understand the context and they declare doctrine. So, but the thing is that I'm not comfortable saying like, oh, it's just a bad translation. I think that the Catholic Church has got a really good answer. I'm just trying to find it for you guys. It'll just take a bit.
All right, no problem.
So what are you trying to find? You're trying to find what the Catholic Church.
I'm trying to find the proper Catholic interpretation of Matthew 19:9.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a contradiction to between the tradition and what the Bible says. As
I understand it, there's no divorce in the church. There's only annulment, and so this seems to be an exception to that. It says whoever divorces his wife except for porneia, which would be unlawful union. So it may be that the unlawful union is referring to a null marriage, but I'm not going to tell you that from me. I'm trying to find a good source for that. I'm sure that there's an answer to this for you. I just need to find it.
Hey, Nicholas, while you're looking that up, I just had another quick question for you. I know that recently the Pope has been really liberal on some of his views, from what I've read. Like he was very I think he made some pro-gay statements.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man, the media just really misinterprets the Pope, and even some Catholics misinterpret the Pope. Pope Francis is like a very great guy, and he's very good at addressing the public. But all of his rulings have always been completely in line with church tradition. He hasn't really shooken anything up. He just, like a lot of times the popes change the way we talk about things.
I see. Okay, so he's not necessarily for gay marriage.
No, that's impossible. There are some bishops in the States right now that are arguing for that. And there are also like people that are like flipping out about it because the recent synod there was some discussion about same-sex unions, and the way that it was written, it made it appear as though they were putting same-sex unions on the same level as marriage, but that can't ever be so. Like if we had a pope that infallibly declared same-sex unions to be marriage, that would be a refutation of the church.
I see. Okay. He's coming to North America. You know that, like, pretty soon. Are you gonna go see him?
No, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, he's going to a few places in the States. I think he's in Cuba right now.
Yeah, he's in Cuba now. Yeah.
He's gonna basically shut down our road system.
Well, I have a question. Why is he in Cuba? Wasn't there, like, didn't they pretty much, like, when Che Guevara came and they pretty much ousted the church, didn't they?
No.
How do you guys know this stuff?
I
Do you guys
don't
have
know
a
any.
Pope tracker or what?
I don't know anything about that, but I mean, John Paul was there twice in like the last 30 years. So
Ocean, what's your question? Sorry.
How do you guys know that? Do you guys have like a Pope tracker or something?
No, I just saw it in the news.
Okay.
That he's coming. Yeah, like CNN.
He's got a chip implanted behind his forehead.
Uh huh.
We call it the mark.
Mark.
Wow.
I'm joking, of course. The Protestants are always talking about it.
Wow.
I got that.
It's funny. The Catholic Church gave me one to put in my left hand.
Oh, there you go.
I never understood. Like, I went to a Christian school my whole life, and I never understood why the Church of Christ and they're so against Catholics. Like Church of Christ, Baptist, like.
Yeah, what's with that? This is something new to me as a Canadian too. Like, people have come in here, fundies, and said full out that Catholics aren't Christians.
Well,
I don't know why.
I would suggest looking at some debates and some lectures and stuff. That's what I would suggest, and you'll get to see why.
You should check out some debates between Dr. James White and some of his Catholic opponents. Those are the best.
Yeah.
Well, I want to point out that it's actually calmed down lately. Nowhere near as bad as it used to be.
Yeah, because now everybody's against Muslims, so.
Issues between Protestants and Catholics.
They have a common hatred. They have a common enemy now, us.
Well, the issues between Catholics and Protestants were gigantic up until the 1940s or so.
Hey, Muhammad.
It started going down at that point, but it was still an issue into the 60s. JFK's presidency was questioned severely because of his Catholic faith.
Yeah, this is true.
Hey, Muhammad. When you're in a prison camp, which cell do you want to get, the top bunk or the bottom?
The day that we get a Muslim president.
It ain't gonna happen.
I don't know, man. It might.
According to some, it's already happened.
What are you talking about? Obama is a brother.
That's not gonna happen with Muslims. No, I don't think so.
The camps? I don't know, man. They're gonna be like the threat to national security. We need to start keeping track of who these people are, and then.
No, from what I hear, and I've been meaning to research this myself, but I've heard from two different sources that don't even know each other, but they're saying something about the military has a list of groups of people that they think are very dangerous and to keep an eye out on. And from both of these people, they are saying that Protestant Christians were at the top of this list.
Now, yeah.
And I was just like, are you kidding me?
It's not Protestant Christians.
People are saying, yeah.
It's not Protestant Christians. It's
neo-Nazi groups.
Yeah, it's like people who are like more patriotic than patriots. I don't know what to call them.
Do you have access to this list or something?
No, but it's pretty wide knowledge. Like, you can Google it. It's basically like the new threat that they've discovered that people have actually reported have been like patriot groups, and that's on the rise. But I think what captures the media is Muslims. So I think it's still like up there. Actually, when I was interviewed by the FBI or questioned, they basically were actually naming, like, are you part of this organization? It was like some mainstream Islamic like institute. I was like, why are you asking me about that? And so Muslims are still up there on the list. But what's increasing is like the patriot movement. That's on the rise. It's not Christians though. It's not Christians. It's patriots.
Usually goes hand in hand with economical instability. You see this also in Greece.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Or
But
it could be just a bunch of Cold War warriors who were left with not a whole lot to do post Russia
I mean, there is, from what I've heard, there is still a. We are sort of, from what I've heard from a lot of evangelicals, if you look at evangelical sort of end of time beliefs, they have a certain world that a certain thing needs to happen in the Middle East in order for Jesus to return. And
Right.
we're kind of in the way of that, if you think about it. You know, Israel has to be, I mean, occupy so much part of the part of Middle East, and right now we are sitting there in their way. And if you look about it, each country is just falling like dominoes. You know, there has to be chaos in the Middle East and all these kind of things. I don't know if Nicholas maybe can talk more about it. I don't know what the Catholics believe, but a lot of evangelical Christians were Protestant. Actually, they really are really big proponents of end of times kind of Middle East havoc type thing. Like I was even watching
it's a belief that there will be like one of the things after the Antichrist reveals himself, there will be a war between of Gog and Magog in the Middle East or something like that.
Yeah, and I was actually watching a documentary. It was really disturbing. It was this woman, and I don't know, but she might have been a good person, but I mean, because of her views about the end of times, it was really weird. She was saying that there's so much havoc going on in the Middle East. Praise God, like God is coming. It was a documentary, and it was an evangelical, and she was like, "Praise God, God is coming soon," because there's so much bloodshed. You know, we hate the bloodshed.
That's not an uncommon feeling. That's why a lot of Christians go to Israel and help, settlements.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a whole group of Christians that have movements that go and help Israeli settlements.
Yeah.
Do Christians in America, do they consider those people to be Christians? Who do that kind of stuff? Who like help out Israel? Or are they considered like heretics?
No, they're huge. There's a huge movement that's like that, and it's funny. Like there were many.
Are they like our ISIS though? Like, are they considered like our ISIS?
No, they're mainstream. Which, I mean, you can be pro-Israel. There's nothing wrong with being pro-Israel. I mean, it's the fact that if you I mean, to me, as a Muslim, I'm pro-Israel. I mean, I think Israel has the right to exist. I think they have the right to have their own land. I think some of the things they are doing to Palestinians is wrong, and they need to correct that, and there needs to be peace in that region. I mean, but to a point of going there and saying, you know what, the Middle East needs to be in havoc and in war, that's an issue.
No, but like what I'm saying is like, for example, the settlements or the fact that they're killing people like on a regular basis. Like, I mean, just I think today they killed a 14-year-old boy. And like, for example, Masjid al-Aqsa has been under attack for the last week. It's like the third holiest site in Islam. It's being bombed. They've actually really damaged some of the infrastructure of that building and stuff.
I know.
And so when I hear these things, I'm thinking like, do Christians, are they seen like the way we would see our ISIS as something that needs to be condemned? Is in America, are those types of Christians seen as people who are like they're extremists?
If they're not committing direct acts of violence, probably most people would just think them people.
But they're offering material support, though, aren't they? Like
to the Israelis, absolutely.
How is that? How you think Israelis is equivalent to ISIS?
Absolutely.
No.
No, absolutely.
No.
100%.
That sounds crazy, man.
No, it is not. It is not. They are absolutely, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Let me explain something.
I'll tell you why. Because
here's reasoning.
Well, the reasoning why is because both of them were started by a disenfranchised population escaping war. Both of them are fueled by religious ideology. Both of them ethnically cleanse the population around them, both based on race. Both of them, like everything about them, both of them are run by foreign fighters. In the case of Israel, you have a lot of foreign fighters that come in to help the military. Both of them are, what else can I say, genocidal. I mean, there's so many parallels between them.
Well, could you say the same thing about America? I mean, to some extent.
No, you can't. America was not formed like. I mean, America was formed in a very genocidal way, but right now you can't.
But I mean, so many other countries in the world have come into this like that. I mean, you could say Saudi Arabia. I mean, you could say
Saudi Arabia doesn't do genocide though. They're doing a very horrible thing in Yemen right now, but they're committing genocide.
Oh, they are.
That's not genocide though.
Just the other day, they killed hundreds of Yemeni innocent people. I mean, that's genocide.
Yeah, and that's wrong. And but in Yemen, they're wrong on the Yemeni conflict. I'm not even disagreeing with that. But I wouldn't say that that's genocide though, because because war and genocide are two different things. What I'm saying though is that Israel is doing a genocide. ISIS is doing a genocide. That is genocide.
They have a right. Listen, Israel is yes, I agree they are doing wrong things, of course. But you have to look at it also from another perspective. Is the fact that when you have when you have people like Hamas and all that kind of stuff sitting there with weapons, and they are putting weapons inside populations of the people, they are no good for the people. Okay, you may say, okay, yeah, they're freedom fighters. Okay, you can argue. You can argue that. You can argue that. You can argue that. Okay, but then you come to I mean, even people like Norman Finkelstein would agree, who is a Jewish scholar. You have a lot of people that would agree with you, even Jews, that they're freedom fighters. But but there's a point of view here that you have to realize, that the fact that you have these people like Hamas that are putting bombs and weapons inside
Civilian locations.
Civilian locations. This is justifying a reason for Israel to attack.
No, I don't think so. I completely don't.
I've got an answer for you guys when you're done debating that.
Look, but that's not what's happening, though. That's not what's happening. We're not talking about Gaza, right? Whereas I'm not even going to defend Hamas, but I'm going to say that I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about, for example, in the West Bank, Israel's foundation did not come because the Arab states made an announcement on the radio to leave, and all the Palestinians just left, and then Israel, and then that's not what happened. Before the creation of Israel, there were death squads that were going around village, and this is documented history. This is not like conspiratorial. That were going around to a village, and they were saying, "Is this village a Jewish village? No, we will kill everybody in the village, or you must leave." It was genocide, and they wanted. And the slogan for the foundations of Israel was Haganah, was "For us alone." And basically,
when did that occur, Farhan?
In 1947.
This is actually true. This is actually true, because I can tell you
organized death squads that were
A
going
lot of
around,
that
and
was
they were.
under UN mandate, right?
It was right before. So right before the creation of Israel, there were groups of people, and you can look up the group. It's called Haganah, I think it's pronounced, who were going around village to village and kicking people out based purely on their race. And so they said,
this wasn't state-sponsored group. This was a group called, what was the name again?
Haganah.
Well, what happened is also.
But the point is, it wasn't state-sponsored. Not that that particularly matters, but it was
that organization, though, became the basis of the Israeli military. And the thing is, those policies are still in place today. So they go to a village and they say, is this village occupied? Which race occupies this village? If it's the wrong race, they'll kick them out. And so when I say that I think Israel and ISIS have a moral equivalency, I'm not saying that like as some extreme hatred of Israel. I'm saying when Israel does the things that ISIS does, we give it a pass because it's a government. When ISIS does the things that Israel does, we say it's terrible because it's a horrible thing to do. And I think there's an exact moral equivalent between the two.
No, I think there's a big difference, because yes, I agree with you, Farhan, is that yes, these people, there were these incidences in the 49 and 47 and 65 and all this stuff that happened in Israel. I mean, I can tell you, I have family that went through that crisis. They were actually kicked out of Palestine and had to go to Jordan and were actually killed. So these things actually did occur, and I understand that. But the fact that you have to understand that right now there is a population of people that had nothing to do with that are innocent people, just like me.
Yeah,
I was born here. I'm half white, so my great grandfather could have killed some Indians to get his land. Okay, it's very feasible.
At this point now, you should have the right to live here.
I have the right to live here. I have the right to do that. The Israelis have the same thing. There are people in Israel, Farhan, that are very much against their government, that are very much against the policies, that fight every day for the rights of Palestinians. There are Jews there that fight every single day for the rights of Palestinians.
Right.
That's happening. But you can't morally equivalent what ISIS is doing when they're sitting there beheading and torturing and raping and doing all this kind of stuff, when Israel is right now, they're doing they have some wrong policies, but then again, you have an opponent that's shooting rockets into Israel that has in their mandate, we're going to kill Israel. When you have somebody like Iran next to them that says, you know what, we don't even believe Israel has the right to exist. I mean, you have a very different situation of a government, of a society, and not just a government, but a democratic society, not like ISIS, which is a theocracy, which is a self-imposed caliphate, which you and I both know are Khawariji. Khawariji, these are the people that Rasulullah said that we should kill them wherever we find them. These are the kinds of people that they are. We can't morally
so you need to kill them because of the way they are? Wow.
No, it was that Ad, that's he's kind of a side topic. He was talking about how
ISIS. We're talking about ISIS.
Yeah, our Prophet said that people like them would emerge, and that there's no reasoning with them, and they'll be treacherous, and they'll do all these terrible things, and there's no reasoning with them. You kill them like Ad and Thamud, which is like pre-Islamic nations that were just completely destroyed.
What's interesting, Ludic, is actually, and you can also look at this, Nicholas, as well, the hadith. There's a hadith that says that there will become a tribe after me, and they will have beards, they will have long beards, and they will make you seem like your prayers are inferior.
Yeah.
Because they will pray all the time. They will read Quran better than you. But the fact is that the Quran will never go past their throats, meaning that it will never reach their heart. It'll never
I know
reach
the one
their
you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll never reach their heart. And
They,
so
they wear their hair. They wear their hair like women or something like that, right?
Yeah. They wear their hair like men. If you look at ISIS, they all have long hair. And so, I mean, these are the kinds of people that many scholars say they're referring to ISIS. And then so these people, the reason why they say, the Prophet ﷺ said you fight them is because of the harm they do to people. Because of the fact they kill innocent, they rape women, and they justify all of this within some crazy context in Islam, and how they're doing it is an amazing stretch.
That's
And
like.
But if I could go back to the thing,
that's
though,
a really strange instance that you just stated, to the point where it's like, I halfway consider converting to Islam right now.
do you know that? Okay, so
because that's a great prophecy with accuracy. That's
the accuracy of that hadith is like mind-boggling. Like even someone like myself who always has trouble with prophecies, that one is like really specific. It basically says that there will be people who will. So like if you refer to yourself by your name, like my tribe is Yusuf Zai, so I would be Farhan Yusuf Zai. Like a lot of historically people went by their tribal names, and they say that it'll be a time where people will go by their city names. So they'll be like Al-Baghdadi, Al-Amriki, Al-Kuwaiti or something, which is really bizarre. Like it doesn't sound right. Then there's that. These people will. It says Hum Ashab. This one blows my mind. Hum Ashab al-Dawla. They are the friends of the people of Dawla. And it's like, what does Dawla mean? Dawla means state. And these people, they call themselves Dawlat Islamiyya fi Iraq wa Sham, the Islamic State, Dawla in Iraq and Sham. And people didn't usually call themselves that. That wasn't what they went by. They'll have black flags. They'll have long hair like women. All those people, I'm not going to call them, but all those people have long hair. And it's not that wasn't wrong to do. It's that it wasn't really the norm, and that everyone they have. Anyways, they're all young. It says they're. Halaka ummati ala yughayr as-sufaha. My ummah will be destroyed upon young idiots, and all of them are young. They're all a bunch of young kids. They're not like shuyukh, like scholars. None of them are. Their leader is like under 40, or I think he might have just hit 40, something like that. He's an idiot. He has like a master's or something like that, like in Arabic, which is nothing. That doesn't mean anything.
And they're all named after where they come from, not their fathers, right? That's part of the hadith, I think.
I haven't heard that one.
I think they're named after the places they come from. I don't remember it fully, but I do have an answer for you guys about the Matthew 19:19 or 19:9 when you're ready.
If I could say one thing though, I want to go back to the Iran thing, the Israel thing. I would completely grant you that, for example, an Israeli who was born in like Tel Aviv or whatever has the right to live and has the right to be whatever. I'm not talking when I say they are the equivalent of our ISIS. I'm not talking about those people. They have the right to do whatever they want to do, practice their religion, go to the Western Wall, go in any part of Israeli proper, or even for that matter, if they want to go to Palestine and everyone welcome them, fine. I have no problem with that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the IDF are ISIS. They are the equivalent. They are, and I don't think we should be ashamed to say that they are the equivalent of the ISIS from the other side. Because these are not people who are defending their borders because the rockets firing at them. It's not what's happening. That's a misreading of what's happening. What's happening is that the Israeli military is in Palestine. And so when like these killings that happen like on a daily basis, it's not because like there's clashes. It's because the Israeli military is inside of Palestine and they're going around hunting people, killing people, doing like really bizarre things sometimes. As far as the rockets, I will grant you, like I'll grant you 100% that Hamas is wrong for firing rockets into Israeli civilian areas and indiscriminately. That's a war crime and they should be condemned for that. But that's not why the genesis of these conflicts. I mean, that's wrong. And I'm not going to defend Hamas in any respect. But that's like a secondary issue. The first issue is that they're only doing that in response. the initial response is that Israel goes and bombs people, like random people. And as far as Iran is concerned, Iran can say whatever it wants to say, but the fact remains that Iran has never attacked anybody, whereas Israel has bombed Iran. So one, in theory, is claiming that they're going to wipe Israel off the map. Israel actually is wiping Palestine off the map. So it's one thing, like, which are we going to say is wrong? Is someone saying something or someone actually doing something? I really think that we should not be shy to say that Israel is the military, not the people. People are fine, but the military are the equivalent of our ISIS. And I really think if you actually look at what even rapes, for example, 40% of Palestinian civilians or children that go into Israeli prisons that are kidnapped by the Israeli regime are raped. 40% of them are sexually abused. This is a study that was done recently. So rape, we have, I mean, it's racial. There's so many things like that, and I think it's just because like it's Israel, we don't really make that equivalency, but it's clearly there. I don't know. I'm rambling, but
I used to be against Israel until I looked into it, and now I'm in big support. So I'm completely on the opposite side of you, Farhan. I don't defend them on a religious basis. I think that they're the only people there that are fighting for peace and fighting for the rights of even Muslims.
No, but
Hamas has declared in their charter that they want to destroy Israel. So
no, but Israel actually does destroy. So there's two things about that. There's two responses to that. Number one, they actually made a statement that said that we would recognize Israel's right to exist in the 1967 borders if Israel allows for a Palestinian state. And number two, Israel actually does destroy Palestine. It's not like some theoretical thing. They are actually destroying it. Like it doesn't exist anymore functionally.
They like deliver leaflets into areas that they're going to bomb because they know there's rockets being fired from there. There's no other military in history that's ever done something like that. Like they do everything they can.
But the thing is though is that those rockets are fired and they're wrong. But those rockets are the symptom. They're not the cause. Israel will bomb first, and then when they get retaliated, they'll say, "Oh look, now we're being attacked. Now we have the right to bomb even more."
Like if they could wipe out Palestine and everybody in it.
But that's not okay. That's not the point.
That's not the point. That doesn't.
The point is that okay, you can't. For example, if I come to your house and I kick you or I punch you, and then you punch me back, I don't get to claim self-defense. Do you understand? Like if I go to your house and I assault you, and then you hit me back, if I hit you after that, it's not self-defense.
Yeah, but imagine I come to your house and I hit you, and then you come to my house and you hit me, and then we go back to our own houses, and you start firing shotguns from your house, and you write a doctrine saying, I want to destroy his house and everybody in it, and I drop leaflets and say, hey, I'm going to come get your guns, so you should probably leave the house because I'm probably going to bomb your house with some rockets.
That's not even a fair analogy. That's not even at all what happens. It's not like they just go back to their own separate places. Israel will bomb Palestine first for like trivial reasons. Like they'll just like we have the ability. They'll break ceasefires on a regular. They just did, in fact. They just bombed into Gaza, and there were no rockets. Like 2 days yesterday, actually. Why did they bomb? Gaza?
I think we're getting our news from different sources.
Yeah, because I actually heard that Hamas did actually fire rockets the other day. That they fired first, actually.
Yeah, Hamas constantly breaks the ceasefires.
I've actually, you know that the day after the ceasefire, they still have not, one of the conditions of the ceasefire was that Israel would allow in food and rebuilding material, and they haven't done that. And they would extend the fishing lines to a certain point, and they haven't done that. And so there were actually Palestinian fishing boats that Israeli military fired upon.
Like they gave them the land in Palestine, and they give them a bunch of places to have like greenhouses and stuff like that, and they turned those into munitions factories, and they took the money that they should have been doing to build infrastructure and built tunnels into Israel.
And then Israel sealed off the area and didn't allow anyone in. Anything in. They didn't even allow food in. Actually, at one point,
I think if it were any other nation, Palestine would be leveled by now.
But but let me ask you a question though. What about the equivalent though? What if, for example, someone tried to do that? What Israel does to Palestine, to America? Wouldn't America have leveled Israel? if, for example, Israel's tried to say you're not allowed to bring in food into this
If the
country.
government of the United States had declared that they wanted to destroy Israel, Israel would be destroyed by now. It's
No,
just
but
because
you
someone has to
can't,
do
you
it.
can't make that statement though. Again, I've already addressed that point though. You can't make that statement though, because number one,
He can actually.
I'll tell you why you can't. Because Israel is actively destroying There's one state, like there's two responses to that. And the first one is that, like I said, they have said that we will accept that Israel has the right to exist in the 67 borders, and Israel does not accept that. So Israel does not accept Palestine's right to exist. And then the second, and Netanyahu very literally said that. The second thing is that one is a theoretical statement, a declaration. The other is that Israel is actually destroying Palestine. So you can't say like, oh, it's wrong that you're saying something, whereas I'm allowed to actually do it.
Okay, well, there's one place in that area in the Middle East where Muslims, Jews, and Christians are all allowed to freely practice their religion.
Christians. Do you think Christians are allowed to? First off, that's not an argument. But first off, do you think you know about the discrimination of Christians in Israel? Are you familiar with that?
Well, in the sense that the Jews have a certain priority, and that's their homeland that they've declared, the one place, because everywhere they try to go in the world, people try to exterminate
That doesn't
them.
mean they have the right to discriminate against other religions.
You should look into how they treat Christians in Israel, because I think if you were to really look into it, you would be appalled. And by the way, there are Palestinian Christians who are bombed by the Israelis, and they are defended and protected by other Muslims. Now, I don't deny that there's actual discrimination, but by and large, though, these Palestinian Christians have been there forever.
Well, yeah, let me say something real quick. Yeah, I agree with Nicholas on some regard. Yeah, Nicholas, you do need to look that up though, because actually there was recently I read an article that a lot of Christians were rioting because they weren't getting any funding from the government, because there were some schools there that they were defunding. Or actually, they don't fund at all, but they were getting rid of some schools or something like that that was there in Israel. But to Nicholas's point though. Farhan, the fact that you have groups like Hamas that are able to practice right. First of all, they're able to live freely. They're able to worship their God. They're able to practice Islam. They're able to have mosques. They're able to go to Al-Aqsa.
No, they're not. That's the point. You're not able to go to Al-Aqsa. You are not allowed to go to Al-Aqsa Masjid.
I'm not allowed to go to Al-Aqsa Masjid?
No, nor am I. How old are you?
I'm able to go. My father went just last year.
How old's your father?
He's 60.
He's allowed to go. If you are under 40, you are not, as a male, and you're under 40, you are not allowed into Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, except during certain times randomly.
Okay, well that makes logical sense. That makes logical sense because it's a small country, right? It's not like Saudi Arabia. It's not like we can all go for Hajj, and have like 25 million people. It's a small country.
Don't let you into the masjid. If I was to try to go there, there are certain times they do allow people, and I know people who have been up to the premise of it. But you can go into Qubbat al-Sakhra, but you're not allowed to go into Masjid al-Aqsa if you are under the age of 30.
Okay, that could be a reasoning because of the fact they don't want overcrowded in the area.
No, that's not why. That's not why. They wouldn't separate it by age. They would separate it by number. That's not why. Because they don't want young men to go there and like get riled up, because that's a very big symbol.
This is from the Wikipedia page for Christianity in Israel. Prosperity of Christian community. Israel is generally regarded as the only country that Christian communities have been able to thrive in the Middle East, which is often demonstrated by the growing cooperation between the Israeli government and Christian leaders. However, there has also been criticism by Palestinian Christians to claim that Israel is the only country that Christian communities have been able to criticism by Palestinian Christians to the claim that Israel is the only country that Christian communities have been able to thrive in the Middle East, with such statements as called a manipulation of the facts. Members of Palestinian Christian community claim that such statements attempt to hide the discrimination that Arab Christians face within Israel due to discriminatory laws, as well as the effect of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza on the Christian population in these areas. So there are tensions, and there are some Jewish nationalists that are causing problems, but it sounds like the outcry about Israel is coming from Palestine again.
Yeah, Palestinian Christians.
Not from Christians in Israel.
No, those are Palestinian Christians that are in Israel. They're called Arab Israelis.
Yeah, don't know. It's the members of the Palestinian Christian community claim that such attempts attempt to hide discrimination against the Arab Christians. So it's not the Arab Christians that are complaining; it's the Palestinian Christians complaining and saying that they're being manipulated.
Those are the same group, and they have publications on a regular basis, and I've seen them on a regular basis. And I know Palestinian Christians who will tell me this, like, yeah, we're treated like crap. I mean, I don't know them well, but I know Palestinian Christians who are like, yeah, we're treated very badly there.
Well, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Page it's saying that it's Palestinian ones, not.
Can I ask you a question? Because I really think
not Arab Christian.
Let me ask you a question, because I think that is, to be honest, I think that's almost an irrelevant question. How they treat their own populations doesn't make a difference in the conflict. What matters to me is, like, for example, when you say you are on the other side, do you, for example, support the settlements?
Well, if you're going to ask me a series of questions, I'll say right out that I support a one-state solution.
Okay, I actually would agree with you on that. No, I'm completely serious. I think that would solve all the problems. I don't think that'll ever happen in our immediate. Well, maybe, but I think the reason why it won't is because Israel wants to maintain a Jewish majority, and in order to be the racial majority, you need to actually expel or exterminate the minority.
Nicholas, you know that Israel's against the one-state solution, right?
They are officially against the one-state solution. Yeah.
You know that, Nicholas, right?
I think that I've been paying more attention to commentators that aren't from Israel in terms of what the best situation for politics there would be.
Israel is strongly against the one-state solution because of the fact that if they do implement a one-state solution, they have to give rights to Palestinians. In other words, the right to vote, the right to, live freely, and that would not work.
They call it the destruction of Israel.
They call it the destruction of Israel. Yeah.
Here's what I was going to say. Was that, for example, would you say you're against Hamas's argument of destroying Israel? Which, by the way, I would agree with them against as well. But would you say you're against that?
I don't consider the path we're going to go down here as fruitful. I feel like we've got a good relationship as brothers, and since we disagree about the facts, we are going to fundamentally disagree about the solution here.
Well, I mean, sure, but we disagreed.
No, you just agreed on the solution.
No, what we disagreed on abortion, and we had a really long conversation on that. I'm not going to be upset at you or anything like that for your views, by the way. Just that's clear. But like,
because I agree with you. First of all, Nicholas, I agree with you to an extent as well. So I'm actually a little bit against Farhan. I want to hear him out, but
sure.
I'm almost entirely agreeing with Farhan.
Okay, here's what I was going to say, was that would we condemn, do we have a room-wide consensus for a condemnation of Hamas for saying we're going to destroy Israel? Can we agree?
I condemn Hamas uniformly. I think they should be removed from power.
Okay, now here's my question to you. Would you, for example, if Hamas actually carried out the actions that they said, would you say that's even worse than their declaration?
Well, it would be worse in the effect that they have, but they just don't have that power. If they had that power, they would have done it by now.
Okay, now here's my question. Let's suppose, for example, Hamas was Jewish and Israel was Muslim, or Muslim/Christian, really. Would you condemn Hamas, a Jewish Hamas, for attacking and destroying Israel?
I would condemn any group of people that are looking to exterminate another group of people based on their ethnicity.
Okay, now when Israel, for example, goes into Palestine and sets up settlements, for example, and says that because the race is the wrong race in this area, that you have to leave, and then annexes that and makes it part of Israel, and builds roads and stuff like that, which is destroying Palestine. Would you say that that's wrong?
Like, okay, I'm going to cut us out a lot of problems. I would be in support of Israel ruling the Middle East.
Wow.
So basically, you're Hamas then.
Wow, dude.
Then you're basically Hamas.
I don't think that they would exterminate people, but I think that they would do a better job of ruling that than any of those groups in the area.
I mean, then I'm going to say then you're Hamas then, as far as I'm concerned, because what you're saying is exactly what Hamas says they're going to do.
Okay, well, I think that the equivalency between Hamas and Israel says a lot.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Like Israel, they both commit acts of terrorism. They both are ruled by radical religious, racial ideology. I mean, they're identical. I don't see how why that's in dispute.
The way I see it, there's one fighting for human rights, and for a second, Nazi. Like
That's
a
exactly
second
my
Okay,
Holocaust.
point.
wait, before
That's
you go into
exactly
the human
my point.
rights
That's
thing, I'm
exactly
going to
my
say, hey,
That's
Farhan,
exactly my
let
point.
me cut in here for just one
Go ahead,
second.
go
I've
ahead.
been listening patiently and so on, but this is something that I'm somewhat aware of. I was at a meeting with Amnesty International where they were talking about the conflict between Palestine and Israel, and their verdict was that both of them are incredibly fucked on this issue of the issue of human rights. Because you have Hamas committing some crimes that are, I'm sure you're aware of, but Israel also there's a lot of grievances between Amnesty International and Israel because of their extreme maltreatment of the Palestinians and basically starving them out. Like there's gross human rights violations happening from Israel that Amnesty International has documented and is working to prevent from happening and continuing. But Israel will not stop doing so. And
They
it's
actually
it's
have
absolutely
a-
ridiculous.
They
And I
actually
agree.
have
I agree. I agree that they are doing wrong. I agree. Nicholas went a little bit above and beyond there, where I say they should control the Middle East. But I think that.
Yeah, I don't think many people would agree with me, but that's how I feel.
Well, hold on, Nick. I mean, I agree with you on a lot of issues about Hamas and Israel and their right to vote, but I don't agree with that because, and I have one issue. Do you understand that, looking just from a Catholic point of view, I don't know where you're coming from with that, but you know that just from a Christian perspective, that if you're looking at it religiously, Jews are very anti-Jesus. Like you have a lot of Jews. Like if you watch some videos, there was a recent video put on YouTube about a guy going into it was an Israeli asking Jews what they think about Jesus, and they were saying that he was, you know, this is horrible to say, but he was like a crazy person.
You're such a
He was
Pakistani, dude.
Huh?
You're such a Pakistani.
No, I know that. No, but listen, I'm saying just from a religious perspective. And then if you go to Palestine and you ask the Muslims about Jesus, they're going to say, "Peace be upon him," after they say his name.
But that's not a basis for an argument, though. You can't say like,
Farhan, that
therefore,
sounded like an ethnic slur that you just said against your brother there. Is that what you meant?
No, that's not what he meant. It would
That's
be
not what
like
I meant.
he's
The
just
way he said
enabling him.
Toba. No. He
I think
said,
he was
said-
saying it in
said-
jest.
He said Toba. He said Toba astaghfirullah, and saying Toba like that, but with his accent and the way he said it, in the context he said it, it's such a Pakistani thing to say.
It's
Right,
fine.
it sounded like you were holding his Pakistani origin over his head.
Dude, I'm Pakistani too, dude.
And
I have a
your
freaking-
Afghan background, Farhan?
It's my
Says
tribal
Afghan
flag.
tribal flag there. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm
No.
Pakistani though. Yeah.
Okay, the whole point of bringing that up, it wasn't. I don't take that. It was a joke. I know. I have a lot of Pakistani family. We say that stuff all the time, and that's funny.
That's
actually.
that's not a racial
The thing I'm bringing that I bring that up just for an interesting point, but I agree with you, Nicholas, on a lot of issues. That I think that, but what Israel doing is for sure wrong on some cases. I think that Hamas needs to be eliminated. I think they are not good for the Israeli people. I think there does need to be a one-state solution. I think if Israel can do a one-state solution, they can give rights to Palestinians, they can give rights and treat all of their citizens equally and respectfully, that is the best option. But right now, what Hamas is doing and what these kids are doing, these rock throwers are doing, is not appropriate. And then
I'm
again,
not against the rock throwers. I'm pro rock
Isn't part of the issue here a legal one in terms of citizenship? That a lot of Palestinians don't have citizenship, right? And thus they're not afforded legal rights.
They're not afforded legal rights. They don't have the right to do anything.
So
Yeah,
three
but
things were
that's
said.
one of the issues. That's the issue I'm saying is that Israel needs to do that. But the fact that I think Farhan is saying that Farhan is going on one side of the extreme, was saying, you know what, well they are
No,
rock
I'm
throwers.
not. I'm not an extreme. That's not an extreme to say they're rock throwing. Look. As that's not an extreme at all. Look. As Americans, if for example, there's a movie where North Korea or China invaded America, would you consider it an extreme for Americans to say, "Hey, I don't accept that. You are in my country," and to fight that? Is that an extreme?
I'll go on record and say that I admit that my position is extreme.
Look. If for
Then
example,
why do you hold that position, Nicholas?
No, but okay. An extreme would be, for example, calling for the destruction of Israel. An extreme would be to killing, suicide bombing in buses that actually did happen in the 2000s. That's an extreme. That's wrong, and they're killing innocent people. And I have no problem condemning that, and I will condemn that. But what I'm saying is, rock throwing, for example, these are not rock throwings against like inside of Israel. Like again, this would be completely wrong if it was happening inside of Israel. It is not occurring inside of Israel. It is occurring inside of Palestine because there are literally military troops who are raping and molesting women as they're going to school. I mean, we have videos of this stuff happening. And so to say like we can't throw rocks at those people as an extreme, that's like kind of like I would question like what would you, where do you draw the line of extreme?
Yeah, and I would say that's propaganda. I don't believe that any IDF are raping anybody.
We have videos of that happening.
Are you fucking kidding me?
But that's very much a fact. I think even what they do is they take young 18-year-old, 19-year-old, and let me unmute Sugar. They have young 18-year-olds and 19-year-old soldiers, not 18, but 19, 20-year-old soldiers who are young boys, like frat boys basically, and they put them inside of the thing. And what they do, and this is like one of my friends saw this occur, who by the way has a very large Twitter following. He said that what they do is they separate the pretty girls and the unpretty girls. And they for security purposes, they inspect the pretty girls and to make sure they don't have weapons. And all the men can't do anything because if they fight back, they're terrorists. So what they do is they just, out of respect for the woman who's being like undressed, they look the other direction and they can't do anything. And so to say we can't throw rocks at that, I'm sorry, like I would say like that's like saying Black Lives Matter is a bunch of hoodlums, they're stupid. Like I think that's an extreme to say that. As far as Nazi ideology and human rights, that distinction, I would say that the Israelis are on record for saying that the problem with the Nazi ideology was that they picked the wrong race. The true master race are the Israelis, and the race that we need to exterminate are the Palestinians. This is on record. And as far as human rights is concerned, I'm sorry, the exact opposite is true.
But these are extremes at either end of both factions, right? I feel the people,
that's true.
The people in between
That's
on
true.
either side just want to live and be left alone, man.
True. I'm agreeing to that. Yes. Unfortunately, the radical right wing in Israel has significantly taken control of the military, and it has taken control of the regime and the military, and is the force that is governing and doing these policies on the Palestinians.
It all went down when that Rabin, was it? Who was shot, the guy who was leftist leaning.
Yeah.
Honorable
man, yeah.
Farhan, what would you have them do? A small group of Israelis, right? That had a piece of land, that first got their piece of land. It's the only Israeli country, Jewish community in the world. Jewish state in the world. You have a country next to them that says, you know what, you guys don't exist. The Holocaust never happened.
Now in 1967, 1948, or now?
I'm saying even now.
Okay, even now. Okay, I'll tell you my honest opinion right now. My honest opinion.
One second. Let me finish my point real quick. So you have people that are there that are basically want Israel to be wiped off the map.
Mm-hmm.
You have people like Hamas, which is shooting weapons into Israel.
Mazen, for example.
Abu Mazen. You have all these people. You have Hezbollah. You have all these groups that are against them, surrounding them. Then you have the innocent people in Israel who just want to live their lives, as Ludic was saying. You have to have a right and a justification to protect that. Yes, there are people doing wrong. That needs to end. We need to fight that. We don't need to say Israel is the next ISIS. This is the beef I have. We can say it in a nice way. Listen, Israel, what you're doing is wrong. Let's do it the right way. Let's not go as far and say they're ISIS, because listen, and I know you don't mean this, but I'm saying when we talk about ISIS, we're talking about a group that we need to go fight as Muslims. We're talking about a group that are the worst of people. Okay,
correct,
Israel is not like that. They are a country full of innocent people that are run maybe by the government needs to change. Maybe there are some policies that are wrong. Some of their policies are actually very good. Some of their policies are not bad. They have some very progressive policies in Israel. If you look at their agenda, they have progressive. Let's look at ISIS's constitution. It is very crappy.
They don't have a constitution,
They don't even have a constitution. They make it up. They write it. They make it up. Okay, then you have a very democratic, peaceful society there in Israel. Yes, they have very wrong things. Of course, you have people like Nicholas, which I don't know if he was being serious when he said that they need to control the Middle East. I don't know where they're going to get their oil then. If Israel controlled the oil, you can say bye bye to any oil deals in the U.S. But if of course Israel's not going to take over the Middle East, but if the fact that they have some bad policies, yes, we need to be against those policies, not Israel itself. That's my only point.
Okay, so here's what I'll say to that. I would say that first off, I'll say that it would be a shame if such a what is in theory there's a difference between de facto and de jure. I want to establish that. De jure, Israel is actually a very tolerant society. And there's a lot to be proud of that country. The technological progress that has come out of the country, the innovation. To be honest, I'll even just say it, it obviously is a more tolerant society than a lot of the Muslim countries, and that's something to be very proud of. And if I was an Israeli, I'd be very proud of that fact. and I can praise them for a while. I think the educational system they've built up, these types of things are very honorable, noble things, and I would hate for that to be destroyed. So I'm not speaking like I want to destroy the country. I would do one of two things if I was a moderate Israeli. I would either A, say that we need to combine Israel and Palestine and make it one country and forget this racial superiority stuff. Because that's, I mean, their concern is that they're going to become, the Jewish population is going to become the minority, and if that happens, then there will no longer be a Jewish state. I think I think that's not a fair desire. If it happens, it happens. I'm sorry, it was the ethnic minority in the country, and it only became the majority because of the extermination policies and because of mass migration. So I don't think that's a valid request. I think it should be one country, or it should be two countries, and the only time that Israel should attack Palestine is if Palestine initiates the conflict. But I think that if there's two countries and Israel ends the occupation, anyone who tries to attack Israel will be destroyed by the Palestinian civil society themselves. So for example, if someone fires a rocket into Israel, then those people, Palestinians, will stop those other Palestinians because they're saying you're going to trigger a war and we want to fight you. So I think one of two solutions. It should be a one state or two state. I'm leaning towards a one state.
They voted Hamas in.
They did. That's right, they did. But under what context, though? Under the context of the occupation. Now, if the occupation ends, then that'll end. And by the way, even when they voted in Fatah, Israel still continued to bomb them. So Israel will not stop. They're not.
I think they need to give those Palestinians Israeli citizenship, and then they'll have legal rights that will do a lot of good.
That's never going to happen, Ludic. That's never going to happen.
Oh, I know. And you guys also have to see. Here's one point I want to make about what I see is happening in the Middle East and the Arab world. Is a lot of these poor Palestinians, they're not just in Palestine. They're all over the Arab world in countries. And Saudi, for example, they use them as a cheap labor force, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole Middle East exploits them as a third-class cheap working force.
Let me speak something about Saudi Arabia and these UAE countries and all this stuff. If they had a backbone at all, none of these issues would exist in the Middle East. First of all, they have humongous pieces of land where they could hold the entire Syrian refugees, all of them.
Yeah.
You know how many they've accepted? 0. They have
and yet it's almost a rite of passage for a young, well-to-do Saudi national to go to Palestine and sponsor a family in Palestine, and get one of the sons to strap explosives to himself, go blow himself up. You know, they choose one of the sons, and they help promote that. They come in from outside and
that's not really big anymore. That was like in the 80s and 90s.
Okay, but it used to happen a lot though for Han. Like a lot of the groups behind it were coming out of Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Saudi is an embarrassment. Yeah, undeniably. One thing I will say though, what do you think about this? Muhammad? Do you know that there are people who go to live with ISIS, like who are Westerners who have no interest in fighting?
What are we talking about?
Do you know that there are like Americans, for example, who go over to join ISIS to fight, not to fight with them, but to work like they just say, I don't want to fight, I just want to live here.
Who says that? Well, who says that?
They're like not just Americans, but people from all over the world.
I'm sure they get a shock of their life once they arrive.
I've heard that very same thing.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. They're not interested in fighting. They just want to live in this new quote.
Like Muslims.
Yeah, Muslims who do that. It's stupid.
They're stupid. They're
stupid, right? But would you say they're part of?
Get into Iran?
Would you say they're part of ISIS though?
Oh right, they're Sunni, not Shia.
Would I say they're part of ISIS? Well, look, I would say this. I would say you're stupid enough to go over there and live under these people. Then yeah, you're pretty stupid.
Yeah, they're stupid. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like what I'm saying is that do they have the right to live there? Like, should we just? They're dumb.
Okay, we could say you can have the piece of land, but we're gonna take out whoever's ruling you. I mean, we're gonna take out ISIS, and you can still live there if you want to. Yeah, fine, that's fine. Give them the right to live there.
Yeah.
But let's remove the people that are around them, the extremists.
Okay, so what I'm saying with Israel is that it's the military itself, like the regime. I shouldn't say the military. I should say the regime is an extremist regime. And I think like America should do something about it. I'm not saying military. I'm saying we need to put political force on them to remove the regime and change it. I think we need to have regime change in Israel.
Okay, I mean, I agree.
Have a more moderate, peaceful
I'd agree.
government there.
And I'd agree. I'd agree that it doesn't be done forcibly; it doesn't be done democratically.
Of course, yeah, democratically, ideally. I don't want war ever.
There should be democratic change in the rulership. Yeah, I think it's very important. I think there's a lot of issues. Also, there's a lot of propaganda too in the region.
Like I used to be pro-Israeli, by the way. Like a couple of years ago, I looked into the issue and I was like, no, I think Israel is the right party because of X, Y, Z. And then when I looked into it more, I was like, I'm getting like this is nonsense. What I'm hearing. It's not even like bias. Yeah. It's like I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, Nicholas, you didn't look into.
Honestly, you were pro-Israel.
Yeah, this is a long time ago. Yeah. Because it made sense to me, like the fact that like these are in battle, they're surrounded by enemies, like that kind of, which is not entirely accurate, but like.
And I was anti-Israel because I thought their only claim to it was a religious claim to that land.
I don't think
just based on the way that they rule, that's my support. They conduct war. That's my support for them. And the thing is that we're going on different facts. If we agreed about the facts, I think we'd agree about the way forward.
Nicholas, have you heard? Nicholas, have you heard of what's going on in the Negev in Israel? This is not okay.
What?
The Negev. What happens in the region called the Negev?
Naqab.
Let me tell you this, Nicholas. I go to university, and the teacher who taught this, was a visiting professor from Israel. I swear by God, she told me about the Negev. I didn't learn about this from some outside source. So apparently a lot of Jews are against this, but how they run it is the fact that it's almost like the slum. Arabs live there. They provide hardly any electricity there. So if you look at the region where predominantly European Jews are there, or even Arab Jews that live in the northern region, it's very nice there. It's very clean. It's like a high-tech society, everything. You go down to the Negev where Muslims live.
Arabs.
Arabs, predominantly Arabs.
Some of them are Christians.
Some of them are Christians, some of them are Jews, some of them are Christians. Yeah, there are some Christians there as well. But so I think it's equal amount of all of them, equal amount of Christians and Muslims there. It is completely run down. They get no water. They live in tents. It is like a horrible society. And apparently they say that they're trying to remove them, in essence, because right now they had some right under the law, and so what they're doing is instead of just forcibly kicking them out, it's a way to remove them by not actually doing the forceful way. They're kind of by ignoring them, by cutting off electricity. I think they're lead showing the electricity, not providing adequate water.
If I could expand on that.
Yeah.
If I could expand on that, they have these Palestinian villages, and they're both Christian and Muslim. But they've been there for like 400 or 500 years, and because they've been there for so long, they don't have like housing permits. Some of these neighborhoods in these villages exist before Israel existed.
There's a bunch of property rights issues.
Like they've existed, and there's no dispute. There's no like I want it, you want it. It's just like this is just land that people have lived in forever. Now what happens is that Israel will give you property rights not by de jure but de facto, based on your race. So if you're the wrong race, they will not give you the right to build somewhere. So these Bedouins, they're Bedouins. When I say they're Arabs, they're Bedouins who've lived there forever. They technically don't have the right property rights over like their ancestral village, and atop that they can't get the ancestral rights because it won't go anywhere. Like they'll file a petition, hey, I want to own this unowned land, and they just won't get it. And then what happens is the Israeli military will come in, and they'll demolish the village. And this happens several times. Sometimes they'll demolish a village 5, 6, 7 times, and then they'll go in and then they'll build a Jewish-only town there. And then when the Palestinians get upset and say, "Hey, what the hell?" or the Bedouins say, "Hey, what the hell? You can't do that," and they'll attack them. They'll say terrorists. And so this is by the way from like Israeli sources. This isn't like some anti-Israeli claim, but people don't know these things.
It looks like they're looking to develop the area, to irrigate it with an artificial river.
Right. But who's living there though? Who's been there for like hundreds of years?
Well, yeah, but it looks like what they're trying to do is improve the area and remove toxic sites and things like this.
Oh no, I'm okay with improving an area. I'm totally okay with that. But you can't say like, I have the right to unilaterally destroy your village.
Here's my basic answer. There's a saying, I believe it's in the Quran, that says persecution is worse than slaughter. And I disagree. And if I were to live in any nation in the Middle East, then I would want to live in Israel.
I don't see how that's related.
That's the place where I would feel the safest. That's the place where I feel like my rights would be protected the most. That's the place where I don't believe that my daughters would be stolen from me and raped or married off to somebody else.
Your rights will be protected the most.
It depends.
Your rights might be protected the most depending on what your race is.
Exactly.
I'm just based on what I am right now.
Yeah, Nicholas, if you were an Arab, it would be very different. If you were a Christian Arab.
I personally have a friend, by the way, who I mean, I don't want to just give anecdote after anecdote, but he landed in the airport and they detained him for like his father actually detained him for a bunch of hours, like a whole long time, and he had some kind of heart condition. Even his medicine, they wouldn't give it to him, and so like he wasn't that wasn't afforded to him. And then someone made a joke about how Palestine doesn't exist, and he got really offended. But
yeah, but that issue
yeah,
is. Can I make a point though? That issue is a social issue in terms of prejudice and stuff that we can't really govern by law because people have their own free will and whatever else. Even though some here might not think we don't have free will, but
you can make laws.
You hear what I'm saying? You can
it's
like being black in America.
Yeah,
America has a lot of rights, but okay, if you're black, you're probably not going to get those rights. And we can say, well, American law is X, Y, Z, but hey, in practice, if you're a black person, I'm sorry, you're just like I was going to use the N-word.
That's right.
That's what you are.
That's all I'm trying to point out is in practice versus the laws, right? And
having the law on the books helps, though.
It certainly does.
Like I'm actually kind of shocked, Nicholas, that you have that. Even the Pope doesn't have such views.
Like I'm actually really surprised as well.
Like I thought you were.
I don't know actually what the church's position is on it.
Dude, the church's position is like overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian, like overwhelmingly. And I'm actually really surprised to hear you say something.
I'll tell you what, brother, what the church has to say about it, and then I'll have more to say the next time we get together.
Fair enough. By the way,
but I have been looking for an opportunity to address this passage in Matthew.
Okay, really quickly, by the way, I'm not upset at all, and I'm not I'm a little bit surprised, but I'm not upset. I don't get angry by these things, and like you can totally disagree with me, and people like Philip, for example, I think he's a great guy, but he's very pro-Israeli. And I don't have any like anger or anything like that. So I just hope that's clear. I do get passionate, but I'm not angry or anything like that.
I don't think we're angry with each other because I think we understand that if we were in agreement about the facts, we would be in agreement about the way forward.
He just said he disagreed with you on that.
Yeah, I don't quite agree with you on that. But okay, fair enough though. Yeah, I'm sorry I get passionate. This particular issue, like I was about to buy a Palestinian flag today for my laptop. So I'm pretty pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, I know you are, buddy. And I try not to make a big stink about it, but yeah, I'm very pro-Israel. Not for religious reasons. But like I said, I'll look into what the church has to say about it because the church's wisdom is more important than my own perspective on it.
I'm pro-human, and I just wish all the regular folk caught in between could have a reasonable life.
Yeah, and honestly, my position is based on, like, I think that the best place to live as a Muslim in the Middle East is Israel, and maybe that's ignorance, but that's based on the facts that I have. That's what I believe.
But Nicholas, hold on a second. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you say about what's going on, and I think that there needs to be some change in some policies, though. But you understand, Nicholas, the fact that Israel will not allow that. What you're saying is not possible, because Israel will not allow that to happen. It's kind of like saying, you know what, I think Saudi Arabia is the best place to live for a Christian. So we should go because it's the best place to live because they have such a nice society and it's such a beautiful place. They have tons of oil. Does that make any sense? Because the fact that Saudi Arabia won't allow it. Is it you're saying the best place?
I guess this is based on the assumption that if it was not a Jewish majority, then they wouldn't have the same basis for their laws. Whereas I feel like even if it was a Jewish minority, that they would still have a basis for the laws they have.
This is one of those situations where, if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass when it hops. Like, what does that if have anything to do with reality?
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Nicholas.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm saying, like, yeah, that's what I'm arguing is the fact that it's what you're saying, Nicholas, is not possible. That if Israel took over the Middle East, that means Muslims would be gone from the Middle East. We would not exist there. Like, does that make
Okay,
sense?
well, I would be against that.
So that's what you're saying, essentially, that Muslims should be out of the Middle East, because Israel would not allow that to happen. Like then
what I'm saying, I'm not saying that. If that's how you're interpreting what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what would happen, though, because of the fact that right now, if you even look right now, Muslims living in Israel, they don't have right. Even if you're in Jerusalem, you don't have the right to vote or anything like that.
Some hold Israeli citizenship.
Very few, yes, they give it to very, very few people.
There's lots of Muslims that choose to fight for the IDF.
And there's lots of Jews who openly join, for example, the International Solidarity Movement. And actually there's Jewish Voices for Peace and things like that. Quite a few people who oppose Israel.
Where's this this article here? Israel 240 children.
Sounds like you're typing on a keyboard. How come you can't see the sidebar? You're on Android, are you, Nick?
What's that?
Oh, it just sounded like you were tapping away on a keyboard, so I was just wondering why you don't get the side chat. Is it you're on an Android tablet with a keyboard?
Yeah, exactly. No. I have a desktop and I have a tablet, and the tablet is what I use so that I can talk to you guys and hear you guys. And then I have a totally different desktop that's not connected.
He's multi-devicing.
You know what's a good thing to do is buy a second monitor for your desktop if the video card's got two screen outs.
You don't know the financial troubles I'm having right now. I am in so much trouble. But things are going to get better. I have faith. But yeah, I can't afford to buy anything right now. There's a bunch of stuff that I need. My computer's almost not working now, so.
If you ever need help fixing it, let me know. I'm a computer guy. Like physically or software-wise?
Physically. The computer is over 7 years old now, and it needs a minor repair that I'm not competent to do.
What kind of repair?
I apparently there's some sort of paste under the CPU that needs to be replaced.
What?
That causes coolant. That it cools the. Palm will tell you, I think.
Well, that'll just result in your processor running a bit hotter. Your computer should still be fine.
Well, it causes my computer to randomly shut down if I'm doing things on load, so I have to be really careful. But I have a prosperous life. I'm just in a tough spot right now. Things will get better. But anyway, I am sorry that we disagree in something that we're so passionate about. You may not agree with me, but I believe that if we were in agreement about the facts, that we would be in agreement about the way forward.
No, I thought about it again, by the way, and I think I would agree with you on that. That there is a factual disagreement there. That is true. Yeah, sure. One second, I'll put that link up there again.
But this link that you have, I've found and I've bookmarked it, so I will be looking into this later as well.
Yeah, just look up the statistics on the number of Palestinian children that are like raped and stuff like that in Israeli prisons.
The IDF does a lot of horrible things. They come in and they piss into people's little water cisterns and stuff. You know.
Okay, well, I honestly, guys, I don't trust the sources that you guys are using, and that's why we're in such disagreement here.
Will you trust Amnesty International?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Because I think that they're trusting the wrong sources.
No, they're doing their own research.
They have people on the ground.
Yeah, they
right.
have people on the
But
ground.
the thing is that like members are only allowed in certain places in Palestine, and they're allowed a great deal more fluidity in Israel. So I don't trust
the IDF. I know you're not suggesting the IDF is benevolent or something to that effect, but a documentary I suggest worth watching to get a good idea on it, because films can somehow give you some pretty good insight. Is Death in Gaza? It's British filmmaker James Miller, who was actually making the documentary, was shot by the IDF and killed. I shouldn't have told you beforehand, but it's worth watching that documentary.
Yeah, we just don't trust the same sources, guys.
Would you trust Israeli sources?
I look at the discussion, the debates on places like and is a great misrepresentation about the Palestinians and about Hamas. And what I see is the Israelis being quite frank and honest about their tactics. And quite frankly, like if you told me that ISIS was dropping leaflets in areas before they attacked and saying "Get out of here" because we're about to attack, that would change my opinion in a great degree about ISIS, as evil as they are. I would be like, oh, well, it looks like they're not trying to like capture people; they're trying to just defend themselves and the territory they think. Like Israel has been so careful. Like it's like unlike any army in the history of man.
You know that Israel went into a city called Shujaiya, and they had their ground forces. Like some of the regime forces went in, and they encountered resistance from the Palestinians who were in there, and so they just said screw it, and they bombed the entire city, and they destroyed every last building. And it wasn't rockets. They were like videos of them. They bombed every last structure in the building.
When would this be?
This is in 2 years ago. There's video of it actually.
I'm telling you guys, I'm unreachable in terms of this. I will research it, but I'm as far as this conversation goes, you're not reaching me.
Fair enough.
Well, but Nick, we're not arguing the point of who's right and wrong or who's the instigator or anything. These are just particular incidents that have been observed by NGOs like Amnesty, right? Who have actual people on the ground. So it should be as vettable as it's certainly a step above news reporting, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I disagree. I think that all that we're getting out of Palestine is a bunch of propaganda.
But these are Western sources, though.
Right.
You have Westerners talking about the situation in that spot, which is mostly what's going on.
That are going into Palestine are how many times I can tell you guys that I'm unreachable on this point. Like, if you were to call me unreasonable about anything, this would be the moment, because I am not really hearing what you're saying.
Okay.
It's like I'm back in like 1942, and the Nazis are telling me that they're really great guys.
Okay,
it's like I'm not going to listen to anything coming out of Germany.
It's funny because actually that's the way I see Israel. I see them as.
One second. Let me say one thing.
You're speaking my language so much in this conversation.
Let me just say something real quick. Nicholas, just look at. Okay, I'm with you on a lot of issues. We agree on some things, right? But I want you to just do me a favor. Look up Norman Finkelstein. And just watch some of his videos and read some of his work. He is a Jewish man. He is father, and I think his whole family was killed in the Holocaust. And he is a scholar and a PhD. And so he has lived in Israel for a while, and he is a scholar about the issue, and he talks about it a lot. So I think he's a source that you can really look up to and maybe read and be other, because this is a Jewish guy talking about what he's seeing in Israel.
Okay.
Guy I went to college with.
I've got a video on watch later. I'll watch it later.
Guy I went to college with is a Jewish rabbi that is very pro-Palestine, and he grew up in Israel.
Yeah.
I wish I could get him in here.
And it's funny, my professor too was actually very pro-Palestinian. She was actually from Israel. And then she came and she spoke, and she was actually also very pro-Palestinian. She was very much so against what Israel is doing there.
Where would you place her on the political spectrum?
So she,
right, leftist-leaning socialist, or towards the right?
So she's more for. She wants Israel to exist. She wants there to be a state. She wants there to be a peace in Israel. She wants there to be success in Israel. But the fact that what they're doing, what Israel's, she's a scholar. She's a PhD of actually I think sociology or anthropology. And I think she got her degree at University of Tel Aviv, and she was very much so against what was happening in the Negev and what's happening to Palestinians. So she would say, I guess she's against some policies. So I guess she'd be more towards she'd be more leftist for sure. But she definitely was against and very outspoken against what Israel, some of their policies against Palestinians, which is very much, which I find interesting that Nicholas would not even take that as a authentic source. I don't know what sources you would take, but I don't understand why you would not take that as an authentic source. That'd be somebody like that'd be like Nicholas, like if imagine if you somebody came on that was ISIS, and they were like giving you all this evidence of what ISIS was doing. And you know, it's funny, Nicholas, those people who are pro-ISIS would disagree with what everybody is saying ISIS is doing. People who fly overseas, if you like, when people interview them afterward, they say, "Oh, we don't believe anything about what the news is saying about ISIS. They don't rape women. They don't behead people. These are all fake. This is all propaganda by news organizations. It's all lies. It's all this."
Yeah,
That's exactly what they would say.
Mohammed, I think that at this point, the level of bias that I have, that is an apt comparison.
I see. That's fair enough. I mean, I think that I agree with you on some of the things just happening over there, but I wouldn't go that far to be very right wing when it comes to like, or very not right wing. I shouldn't say that. Very anti. Yeah. I would say very, because even right.
There is a general correlation, though.
Yeah, there's a general correlation. I wouldn't be so anti-Palestinian. Like, I'm not anti-Palestinian. What I am is I'm pro-Palestinian and I'm pro-Israel. I'm like trying to be in the center. Like, I think what Israel is doing is wrong in some cases. What Palestinians are doing are wrong in some cases. Needs to be better. I'm not going to say that Israel is Jesus incarnate. They're doing everything right and everything Palestinians doing is wrong.
Well, my family is not pro-Israel, and I feel like they're deceived on the issue.
Well, how are they deceived?
Because I think they're trusting bad sources.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no like I know that you wouldn't see it this way, but there's no perhaps religious basis for some of your views.
No, because when I thought it was just a religious claim, I was totally against Israel.
I don't mean from the Jewish
screw those guys. They think they got this land on claim because of religious claim. God didn't tell them they can have this claim.
Yeah,
that's so stupid.
Yeah, I hear you, but I was thinking more along the sense of the rapture and the fact that in the Bible it states that
No, because that's not my interpretation of the Bible. I consider that to be unbiblical and dangerous. Most of what's discussed in Revelations, I believe, has already happened. I'm not predicting the end of the world. I expect that humanity will live for many hundreds, if not many thousands of years, and I expect that we will leave the planet very soon. I expect that we're going to colonize like inner space and then outer space in the next few centuries. So no, I don't have this funny interpretation.
Get off our butts and fund NASA.
What's that?
I said if we can get off our butts and fund NASA.
I think it's inevitable. I think that, I won't get into it right now. We've got too many things in the air right now.
Hey, Ocean, you said I do what a lot? I say I take the words out of your mouth?
He said something along the lines of we're really using his language now or something.
Oh, no, it's like, Farhan, I was agreeing with you a lot is all. It's like most of my sources on this have to do with Amnesty International is a big group that I use, and I'm like halfway associated with them, but I won't go into huge detail. I went to this big meeting and there's a huge seminar on this exact issue, and I came away from it pretty convinced about the situation there. There was a fairly even-handed report. I hadn't heard such an even-handed report. That there's issues with both populations, but it would be a fallacy to say that the Palestinians are unjustified.
I'll say also that I think that the Turks in Cyprus are on the wrong, and what they did to the Greeks in terms of kicking them out of their land is equivalent to what the Israelis did to the Palestinians, and I think the Turks should give up large parts of that country and give it back to the original people whose houses it was and whose land it was. And I would say that it's an equivalent situation. And I'm bringing that to attention to show that it's not just because I'm Muslim. Like,
How do you feel about Northern Ireland?
You know, I don't know much about the conflict. Enough. To
It should probably be
Most Muslims, especially ones closer to your bent, Farhan, are very against the Turks.
Actually,
They-
Farhan,
for the
sorry,
same reason.
you should absolutely look up the situation in Ireland. You'll find that it's incredibly similar to Palestine.
I know that a lot of the Irish did support the Palestinian movement. Like, there's even like flags like in
And
Ireland.
there's a lot of reason for that because it's basically the same situation.
I don't know much about it. I can't comment.
Well, part of
Irish
it is basically land was stolen from the Irish, and then there's groups of the Irish that resorted to basically the modern form of terrorism was essentially founded in Ireland, and a lot of the same tactics were used, and for a lot of the same reasons.
And people say it's a religious conflict. It's not a religious conflict. I know that much.
It is a religious conflict there.
No, but it's a political one in its essence.
It's political and religious.
By the way, do you want me to show you that hadith I was referring to? The one that Muhammad was talking about?
Sure.
The British made it
Okay, give me
illegal
just a few minutes to find it.
for my people to speak Gaelic, man. They tried to destroy our language.
Yeah, there's a lot of definitely a lot
you-
of cultural destruction.
Oh yeah. The only reason why the South even exists is because of the revolution, right?
Pretty much.
Give me just a minute. By the way, I didn't say anything upsetting or like I didn't insult anybody in that last conversation, did I? Oh, wait,
I'm heavily offended by your very existence, Farhan, so there's not really much else you could say.
I actually need to apologize to Slim and.
You gotta be kidding. You're the most couth at all. I was screaming into the camera at Nick earlier about abortion laws.
I don't remember that.
I did. I just
And
because
then-
I was wrong. And the thing is, I was wrong, right? So
What's her name?
You gotta apologize to Slim? What the fuck for?
And
That guy's a dickweed.
and Michael Ann. That's it, Michael Ann. I don't know why she was upset.
Why?
with
She's
me.
a dickweed. Why are you apologizing to these horrible people?
I don't know. I think I might have gotten a little testy with him. I mean, I said he was a gun nut.
I've
I think he
gotten
took really a lot of offense to it, and I shouldn't have said that.
but that's a
definitely
term
gotten
of
more than tested with
endearment
them.
that people that are into guns will call themselves. They have little T-shirts and bumper stickers that say "gun nut," dude.
Well, I think it's clearly not.
call them gun
It's
nuts?
endearment.
Wait, what's your position on gun control?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not a gun. I have no problem with it.
Guys, Matthew 19:9.
I have no problem.
No,
with guns.
that's done. I don't care about it
Listen,
anymore.
I'm totally.
You guys suck.
I'm totally okay with guns. I'm not, but I don't particularly agree with his attitude towards guns. Purely his attitude, but that's it. And I think during our conversation, I got a little heated.
Well, yeah. How many guys have shot themselves pulling out a gun on camera, right? There's videos of it on YouTube.
Of him?
Guys pulling it out just guys pulling out a pistol and having a round in the chamber and pulling the magazine out and not
Because you don't
cycling
fucking do that. First off, like if you're gonna be pulling your gun out, it should either not be loaded or your finger should be nowhere near the fucking trigger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can tell how much of an idiot they are by if their finger's in the trigger guard.
Ocean, you dick butt, you can't bring up an alleged contradiction in my religion and then not let me respond.
Let him respond to it. I mean, that is true. He's been trying. Yeah,
I just think that your religion is incredibly contradictory, and I'm moving on from that.
well, you have a point, and he should have the right to defend his religion in the same form that it was.
No, he
produced.
doesn't. He has the right to defend it. I don't have to listen to it.
Hey, I'll say one thing though, is that you're gonna hate me for saying this, but one of the reasons why I don't believe in Protestant Christianity, and not all, but one of the reasons I historically didn't is because I thought that the Israel-Palestine conflict was so clear that the only reason why a lot of the Protestant Christians support Israel is because of like eschatology reasons. And so I thought, well, that must make it false. Like I was like, I
That
can't
must make
believe.
Protestant Christianity false?
Yeah, I was like, I can't believe in a religion that would actually support this,
That's funny.
and therefore it has to be false.
Well, you know, I'm not Protestant, right? Like,
I know. You're
I
not
don't know
even
why you
Christian.
think that would piss me off.
And I certainly know that the Catholic Church hasn't come out and said that something as extreme as I've said during this conversation. Like, they would never take a position like that.
Yeah, they pretty routinely criticize Israel, pretty routinely, and they pretty routinely call them to support Palestinian human rights on a regular basis.
Yeah, they would advocate for
As
human
does
rights no matter
Amnesty,
the
as
conflict.
does a lot of other institutions. Like, it's pretty bad. I don't know. I'm frustrated.
I know. I would probably, unless it's Trump versus Clinton, I would not vote for Clinton because of this.
Unless it's Trump.
That's the thing with Trump is it doesn't matter what he says he's going to do. You know he's just going to rape the country. So and like
Trump gonna do what Trump gonna do.
Yeah, exactly. So
don't matter.
It doesn't matter what his platform is. But anyway,
continue. Please say your
Okay.
Go ahead and defend your faith.
Okay, all right. So I'm still young Catholic, so I'm still learning stuff.
Hitler in the early 30s.
And one of the things that I really enjoy about these hangouts is that it does give me an opportunity sometimes to get challenged, a chance to
Yeah, your
research.
totally fucking up, but I totally catch your drift that sometimes you have to learn something in these conversations. I get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think your audio seems to have gotten better, but anyway.
All right. Yeah, sometimes it's been cutting out. Oh, actually, this might help. Hold on a second. So anyway, I'll speak while I'm trying to set this up. Maybe I won't. I don't know where that is. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So I've always gone with the NRSV because I once read somewhere that that's what I was advised to use in North America.
As a Catholic?
And reading this, I have discovered that the translation that I'm using is one of the ones I can use, but it's not a literal translation. The reason why it's used is because it's translated with more what's called natural language.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting is that the Bible that I have does not have the special seal, which is seals, which is the nihil obstat, which shows that there is no contradictions, it's free of doctrinal and moral errors. This would be like the Sahih rating.
Ew.
And
so you're using a book that ain't Catholic approved.
Well, it is Catholic approved, but it's not doctrinally affirmed in every sense, and it doesn't have the seal of the imprimatur, which I'm familiar with both of those, but I just sort of assumed that the NRSV would have it, but no, it's not. So that's interesting. So I can use various translations. That's one of the ones that are suggested, but it's more of a natural translation than a literal translation. And now it becomes really important on issues like this because this is translated as unchastity. But here's the thing. So the constant teaching. Okay, so what may appear. I'm just going to read a couple of paragraphs from Catholic Answers here. What may appear as a loophole is a consequence of the misinterpretation or mistranslation. The King James Version and others translate the passage into English words that appear to say fornication, unchastity, or adultery are exceptions that allow a divorce. Constant teaching of the Church has been that a valid sacramental marriage cannot be broken, even if one party sins. As Matthew 19:6 says, therefore what God has joined together, no human can separate. Biblical scholars such as J. Bonservin have pointed out that the Greek word that is pivotal here is porneia, which means unlawful sexual intercourse. The Gospel does not use the Greek word moachia, which is the ordinary Greek word for adultery. The intent appears to distinguish true marriage from concubinage, which being said is that if a man and a woman are in fact married, the bond is inseparable. But if they're not married, just living together, and there can be a separation or annulment. The wording of the New American Bible for Matthew 19:9 in this translation gives us this sense. I'll grab that in a second, but what's more important is what it actually says in the Greek. So I looked it up. It's number 4202, porneia, and it means it can. We've got. It specifically refers to adultery and incest. So in the pagan cultures that were around at the time of the 1st century,
There's that word.
Porneia? What's
No,
that?
pagan. Go on.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, you know, pagan means something different in historical studies than
No, I understand
what it means today. But yeah, there were different marriage laws for those groups, and some of them, their marriages were just sort of considered valid when they converted to Christianity. But the thing is that they had different laws, so you could marry certain people like your half-brother or your half-sister, and that was not considered valid. Now, I have the canon, and the canon has a lot to say on this, and it actually has some things that you might find really constricting, and I found interesting. Okay, so it's separation with the bond remaining. So Canon 1151, spouses have the duty and right to preserve conjugal living unless a legitimate cause excuses them. Canon 1152, although it is earnestly recommended that a spouse, moved by Christian charity and concern for the good of the family, not to refuse forgiveness to an adulterous person to disrupt conjugal life, nevertheless, if the spouse does not condone the fault or any other expressly or tacitly, the spouse has the right to sever conjugal living unless the spouse consented to adultery, gave cause for it, or is also committed adultery. So I should be more clear that what I'm reading here is specifically showing how adultery is not grounds for a divorce. There is no grounds for a divorce. There's not even there's even very strict grounds for separating conjugal living that I was unaware of. So this porneia is very important. I gave you the actual Greek translation. I'll continue with the canon here. So the tacit condemnation exists if the innocent spouse. So this is specifically talking about if a spouse like tacitly condones adultery, basically like looks the other way for their partner sleeping with somebody. Tacit condemnation exists if the innocent spouse has had marital relations voluntarily with the other spouse after having become certain of the adultery. If it is presumed, moreover, if the spouse observed conjugal living for 6 months and did not make recourse to the ecclesiastical civil authority. If the innocent spouse has severed conjugal living voluntarily, the spouse is to introduce a cause for separation within 6 months to the competent ecclesiastical authority, which, after having investigated all the circumstances, is to consider carefully whether the innocent spouse can be moved to forgive the fault and not to prolong the separation permanently. Canon 1153, Section 1. If either of the spouses causes grave mental or physical damage to the other spouse or to the offspring, to the otherwise renders common life too difficult, that spouse gives the other legitimate cause for leaving, either by decree of the local ordinary or even on his or her own authority if there is danger in delay. Section 2. In all cases when the cause for separation ceases, conjugal living must be restored under ecclesiastical authority unless ecclesiastical authority has established otherwise. After the separation of the spouses has taken place, the adequate support and education of children must always be suitably provided. The innocent spouse laudably can readmit the other spouse to conjugal life. In the case of innocent spouse, renounces the right to separate. So, although in English it appears to speak about chastity being a reason for splitting up, even if my wife cheats on me, I can't divorce her. There's no grounds for divorce in the Catholic Church. And not only that, even though I can approach ecclesiastical authority and separate from her when I found out that she's split from me, when she stops cheating on me, unless the ecclesiastical authority establishes otherwise, I'm supposed to move back in with her, unless there's some sort of a danger to me or my kids. So, if you were to take an English reading, which it does not have the nihil stat and impromptu seals, then it might seem as though there's a loophole that you can get divorced in the case of unchastity, but we see that the word adultery in moachia, and that's the big difference. And so, once again, I'll just say that, yeah, I had complete faith in the Catholic Church that they had an answer to this. I just needed to find it for you guys. anybody have any questions or comments?
I disagree with you for no reason.
Well, that's
I just
probably
think that
because
we need to look at different
you worship demons and devils, and they're in your heart, right?
Something to do with that.
I like you a lot, Ocean. I actually would like to hear more about your religious views on some occasion.
People keep saying that, and then I go into hangouts and everybody talks about Christianity and atheism. Or Islam, as this...
Well, because your polytheism isn't contrarian enough. You're too accepting. You have to tell everybody else they're wrong.
Actually, I don't think I really talk about Islam very much. It's actually kind of rare that I do.
No, and I appreciate it. That's the reason why I don't.
Oh, we really
conversation when
appreciate
it goes
it.
to Islam.
I love hearing you, Muhammad, talk about that stuff. It's great.
Yeah, I really like hearing about it because it's like
Well, it's relevant, Ocean? It's relevant.
Yeah, it's definitely
What's
relevant. It's
happening,
also
so.
something that we don't hear very often from people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about.
And by the way,
Yeah,
I wasn't hating on his. I wasn't making a slur. I was joking about the way that he says "toba."
No.
He says "toba toba." It's like his accent, and
it would be very similar
You're
to me
making fun of his
saying-
Pakistani accent.
It's very
said it-
similar to me, Nicholas. It's very similar to me saying to you that you're so Canadian because of the way you say a boot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, except that a lot of Muslims don't take Pakistani Muslims as authentic. Like, they insult them over their race and ethnicity.
No,
right?
no, that's not true. Pakistan is one of the main countries of Muslims. It's like there's three main like cultural powers, and they are for Sunni Muslims, and they are the Arab world, the Turks, and the Pakistani, or the Indian, really, the Indian Muslims. But they're
Okay, well, I have heard reports of a lot of
it
ethnic
was a
slurs
part of
regarding
India, right?
Pakistani.
Pakistan was a part of India. They had a civil war, and that's how it split off, right?
correct. Yeah. But no,
So
I
it's
don't-
not my place to say. It's just that's what it seemed like to me.
Oh, this is probably my explanation, lack of it. It's actually like I kind of like if I'm with people like and I know they're not gonna take offense to it, I totally like rag on their accents. In fact, I did it earlier tonight. Like, I'm very particular on accents. So like people from India, Indian Muslims, they can't say kha, so they'll say ka. So like the word will be like khudwa, and they'll say kudva, and I'll just be like, oh, you're such an Indian. But like
But you're of Qureshi descent, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm actually.
Oh, you're not? Oh,
I'll say
okay.
that a lot of people don't see Canadians as real Americans.
Well, I guess I would have taken it less seriously for Han if you were of Qureshi descent.
No, I'm also Pakistani. What was I gonna say? No, I'm actually of Jewish descent. If I go back far enough.
Palm Jam lost his car.
You know what's amazing enough? You go back far enough, we're all black.
Yeah, that's true.
Speak for yourself. I was a platypus. I claim somebody was a platypus. Oh yeah. I revealed my friend's secret that he was secretly a platypus earlier today.
You get him, Palm. Oh, here
Get
comes
back on the road.
dude.
Go!
Oh, go! He's coming! He's coming!
Motherfucker's coming after you. Your little hunchback is gonna get fucked. Get in there. Oh, someone's on your car. Two people are on your car.
Oh.
Rocket out of there, buddy.
Well,
You
those
got it.
conversations were engaging enough to me that you interrupted my work for about 2 hours. Congratulations.
So I found that hadith. If you're interested in hearing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I translated it. I'm looking at it. Shit. Hold on a second. I have a copy of some hadiths somewhere.
If it was Google Translate, it's not very good.
I know it wasn't. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't actually put a lot of stock into prophecies I hear. I generally, like, even like scientific miracles in the Quran, I'm always like, okay, well, that's up for interpretation. This particular one,
That
really,
passage there, that talks about the long hairs for Han.
Yeah, amongst other things, yeah. This one really hit me when I saw it. I was like, this has to be like, I don't. To me, it doesn't seem like something up for interpretation.
Islam has quite a bit of science in it. Like Muhammad said that science was a path to God too, didn't he? And like it was a lot more pro science, I guess, or.
All right, I got my hadiths.
Logic,
Hold on a minute.
You know,
I have
I don't know that. I don't. I've heard that, but I've heard. I've not actually seen like any source of that. I think it's just something people say.
Farhan, would I be able to find that in the Sahih al-Bukhari?
Probably not. I don't think that's from Bukhari. Let me find the source. It's
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not from Sahih, Bukhari, or Muslim.
So let me just. I don't think that's in Bukhari. I think that's in some other book.
David?
What's Kazbar iron?
They have hearts like iron.
Oh, okay.
So إذا رأيتم, if you see black flags, so don't go anywhere. Don't join them. ولا أرجلكم. So don't move your hands and don't move your feet. Don't join them. Just stay in your houses. Then you're going to see people.
Was there a similar fringe movement, like when this was written? Was this what Muhammad said?
No, this is not. The hadiths of not Muhammad. Sometimes they're attributed to sayings of Muhammad.
Well, a lot of the stuff in Hadith are the sayings of Muhammad. The sayings and traditions of the Prophet.
By him.
And the followers. Oh, well. No, nothing was written by him.
Oh.
He didn't write anything down. He was illiterate.
Yeah, he was unlettered. قلوبهم كزير, like they have hearts like hadid. They have hearts like iron. Hum ashab ad-dawla. So like if you will see these people, they'll have black flags. Don't join them. They will. It says you're going to see a nation of something, a word I don't know, and then it says their hearts are like iron, and they're hum ashab ad-dawla. They're the people of. They call themselves the people of dawla, which is in modern Arabic state. لا يفون بعد ولا ميثاق. They don't honor their covenants. Like mithaq is like covenant. So like they don't honor that. They have no honor and they don't do that. يدعو إلى حق وليس من أهله. They call to the truth. So they're going to call towards a good, but they're not from the people of good. So in other words, they're calling to Islam, but they're not actually doing Islam. أسماءهم أسماءهم الكنية. Their names are kunyas. So like
the places.
Yeah, but I don't know what this next word. Oh yeah, and they go back to towns. So like Abu this, Abu that. They don't go by their names. They go by Abu's this and like
al-Baghdadi.
Like al-Baghdadi, yeah. Now people did that historically, but they didn't do that to the excess that these people do it. And then it says like, and their nasbiyatum like are from towns. So like people went by tribes. So like someone would be like Abu something al-Ka'bi, like from the tribe of Ka'b. And so like, or something a Thaqafi from the tribe of Thaqif. That was normal, that was their tribe. But these are people going back to qaryas, so cities. So it wasn't normal for them to do that. Al-Amriki, Al-Kanadi, which is so bizarre for me to hear. And the American, the Canadian. شعرهم ميخات كشعر النساء. So their hair is long like the hair of women. حتى يخلفوهم فيما until you will see that they're going to have disagreements amongst themselves, so they're going to end up killing each other at some point. ثم يؤتي إلى الله حق من يشاء, and then they'll remain until God decrees and He'll decide between them.
Did it say among themselves, or they'll disagree with the Ummah?
Read that again. حتى يخلفوا فيما بينهم. So until you see that they're going to بينهم is like amongst themselves, not amongst بين المسلمين or بين الأمة or something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, there's more. Actually, I don't know if I even read that properly, but there's other hadith about them, and I'm like, yeah, these people are ISIS.
Yeah, it sure sounds like it.
Yeah, black flags, hair like women. They'll kill each other. They'll kill. They're treacherous. Their titles, lots of things like that.
They'll constantly quote the Quran, but it won't go past their throats, right?
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. So one of the things is that like This was actually not specific to ISIS, but yeah, but it's their ideology though, or their mentality, that they'll quote the Quran. If you see your prayer compared to theirs, you'll think your prayer is nothing, and like they recite the Quran so much, but it will not go past their throats, meaning it won't go into their hearts, and like you'll think they're these good Muslims, but they're actually not. I hate ISIS. I really do.
Oh, I can imagine how you feel about it, Farhan. And how the vast majority of Muslims do in the world.
Yeah. The majority of the people they kill are actually Muslims. They're not Christians. And that isn't to say I discredit the killings of, like, discount them or belittle them. It's horrible how they killed them for no reason, but or no valid reason. But the vast majority of people they kill are actually Muslims. There was a sheikh from Zaytuna, which is like this pretty large Islamic institution. Muhammad, I think, has been there, he said earlier. He's actually from Syria, but he was giving a speech there about like refuting ISIS, and he basically said he read like hundreds of their books and articles, not books, but like articles and publications and whatever, and he was like, every single one of these has some like very obvious problem. So like, for example, there's an instance where they burned this man alive. And they said, oh, there you go, crashing. They burned a man alive, and their justification for that is that there's a verse in the Quran that says if you're harmed, you harm back the same way. And that verse is referring to, like, if you are declared war on, you declare war back on somebody. But ISIS took it in the sense of, like, if you're fought with a sword, you fight with a sword. If you're fought with fire, you fight back with fire. And so they burned this guy alive. Now, the thing about burning him alive was that there's actually a very well-known hadith that says, "La yu'adhibu an-nar illa rabbun nar." Nobody punishes with fire except the Lord of Fire. And they burned somebody alive. So it's actually known that it's sinful to do that, and they did it anyways.
Yeah, but there's a hadith about Muhammad, and he said there's some people that were going to the morning prayer, the morning salat, and he told them that they had to, and then they ended up going, and he said that if they hadn't gone, then he would have burned them in their homes.
That was Umar bin Khattab. That was Umar bin Khattab, and that was like, that wasn't a literal statement.
No, Omar, like, I believe Omar actually burned some. Muhammad never did it. He said he would, and then I think it was Omar that said I think he actually did, and then the caliph that came after him, he said, I wouldn't have burned them. I would have done as Muhammad commanded, which was behead them, or which was kill them.
No, I've never heard that before. What we're referring to is when Umar bin Khattab was told to, what he said, that if people who don't go to the morning prayer in the masjid, I wish I could burn their houses. That's what he said. That wasn't, and that's not taken literally. Because he wanted people to pray in the mosque. He didn't want masjid. He didn't want them to, like, pray in their homes. I've never heard anything about him actually burning people's houses. Like, ever, actually. I think that would be very much against the general character of Umar bin Khattab. Can you show me a source of that?
Yeah, I'll find one for you.
Sure.
So obviously it takes a long time to search through the actual hadith. They're huge files. So the first thing that I go to is one of these apologist sites, and then check the quote, and then try to find it. So that's where I'm going first.
Sounds good.
Does my game stream look like Palm's? Is it smooth or fluid, or because his was a little bit blocky, but
no, yours is perfectly fine.
It looks really good, eh? Like,
yeah, it's as if I'm playing there. Probably not as good actually as I'm playing there, but it's good.
Okay, cool. I got 2.5.
Okay, so I can look this up in the actual source, but this is Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 9, number 57, narrated Ikrima, Some atheists were brought to Ali, and he burnt them. The news of this event reached Ibn Abbas, who said, if I had been in his place, I would not have burnt them, as Allah's messenger forbade it, saying, do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment, which is hellfire.
Yeah.
I would have killed them according to the statement of Allah's messenger. Whoever changes his Islamic religion, then kill them.
There were people who basically said that Ali, it was God, and he was like, no. And yeah, he burned them, and then he was very much rebuked for that. But that wasn't the Prophet. That was Imam Ali.
Yeah, that was a different quote than I was talking about how he was going to burn them in.
And that's by the way where this
in their
statement was
home.
also used.
Like I said, this is his follower and the later caliph, the guy that would succeed him, is said, I would have done as Allah's prophet said. So that's the first quote that I.
By the way,
mentioned.
and those people who it's a really bizarre story. Like if you hear it, it's really disturbing. But those people actually like danced on their way to being burned. And they said, our God has commanded us to go into fire, but the hellfire is actually heaven. It's really bizarre. Like they worshipped him as God, and he was actually rebuked, Imam Ali. And actually when they did that, the statement was actually said, "La yu'adhib an-nar illa rabbun nar," and it was like, yeah, you're right. I'm not doing, like, he was incorrect in doing that. In other words.
You remember playing Doom for harm?
I do. But you're playing it. I only had the trial version. I think you have something different. Like I never saw that guy, ever.
That creature?
Yeah.
Well, I don't find it immediately, but I kind of feel like the Muhammad part is not really important because he never does it.
Dead. Tough
Well,
game.
yeah. Here we go. This is from a Muslim apologist site. Said that at the time of Azan, person does not attend the mosque, then he would be up to me. Then if it would be up to me, I would have burnt his house. But only for the sake of the family, I'm not able to do so.
That's Umar.
Asahi al-Bukhari.
Is the video
References 1:617 and 1:626. Quoted by Abu Hurairah.
That's Umar bin Khattab. That's not the Prophet.
Quoted a hadith that the Prophet Muhammad said at the time of Azan. Okay, so Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased upon him, narrates, the Messenger of Allah said, no prayer is harder than for the hypocrites than in the morning and the night prayers. And if they knew the reward of these prayers at their respective times, they would certainly present themselves in the mosques, even if they had to crawl. The Prophet added, certainly I decided to order the Mawqudain to pronounce Adhan and order a man to lead the prayer, and then take a fire flame to burn all those who had not left their houses, so far as the prayer along their houses. Bukhari, Adhan 29, Husumat 5, Ahkam 52, Muslim Musajid 252, 651, Mawati Salatu. I don't know what. I guess these are various references written in ways that I'm not familiar with. So we have Bukhari, Adhan 29, Husumat 5, Ahkam 52. I'm guessing that's a reference. We have Muslim Masajid 252, 651.
Musnad, Imam Ahmad. Actually, when you give me the numbers, it doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I have to hear the actual statement, because I don't know, like...
Okay, well, I did just read it. I'll read it again for you.
No, you did, yeah, I got that. Do me a favor. Paste me that link. I want to read what you're reading.
Well, I can't do that, but the site is questionsonislam.com/question/. burning dash house dash prophet dash PPUH dash if dash prayer dash congregation dash not dash attended.
Below 60 frames.
That actually loaded entirely.
It says, since the word men is used in the hadith, women and children are regarded to be exempt from it. The threat uttered by so this guy says, keep in mind this is Muslim apologist, but there are many hadiths mentioning the importance of prayer in congregation. As it is understood from those hadiths, the threat was uttered by the Prophet because he did not want his ummah to be deprived of the reward of praying in congregation, and he wants to call those people who do not pray to congregation to the mosque, and hence to praying in congregation. He expressed the importance of praying in congregation like that. The hadith should be evaluated in the form of encouraging people to pray in congregation and threatening those who abandon praying in congregation. The Prophet did not utter those words because he wanted to burn the houses of people. As a matter of fact, if he wanted to do so, he could have done it. That is, he preferred those words in order to express the importance of the issue. We also use different expressions for the importance of things in our daily lives. So, this guy is saying that he was saying it basically rhetorically, but I imagine that ISIS would take that differently.
Actually, you're bringing to my attention a hadith I've never heard. I've heard it from Umar bin Khattab, but not from this one, as you mentioned.
Yeah, because I was personally interested because whenever ISIS does something that's apparently not supposed to be according to the hadith in the Quran, I immediately look at it because I'm looking for theological points to defeat them on.
Yeah, they have their proofs. So ISIS has its evidences, but it's like weird evidences.
Yeah, it disregards the four schools, right?
Completely. There's only one person they really take. There's actually an evidence that says, like, go fight the people of a certain tribe. It's actually not evidence. It's actually a statement from Ibn Taymiyyah. And it was because when Ibn Taymiyyah wrote this, he was fighting against what are they called? The Tatar, which are the Mongols.
The cavalry, the super cavalry.
The super cavalry?
The super cavalry. The Tatars were excellent cavalry, and they had
yeah, that's right.
Was unparalleled.
I think specifically they were like the Mongols that invaded them, and so he was saying go fight against the Tatar, and so there was a tribe of people who he said go fight them, just go like wipe them out basically, and so that's what
okay, because they may have originally been the Mongols, but there was a group of Muslim cavalry.
There were many
that were the Tatar. Yeah.
Actually, I think his time he was actually a lot of them were Muslims, but specifically he was saying like go fight out this. What I'm getting at is that he was saying go fight out this group of people, and so Ibn Taymiyyah said this. And it was Ibn Taymiyyah said this in a clear context, and ISIS says Ibn Taymiyyah said it, so we can just go fight him now. And so they did. Like literally, they fought them because they said Ibn Taymiyyah's evidence of this. So they have a lot of weird evidences like that.
So you said they basically follow one person. Would that be Ibn Taymiyyah?
Not entirely. They'll jettison him when they want to, but a lot of in Islam you don't follow one person. You follow obviously there's things that are clear, but when there's like disputes, you follow schools. So it's not just like one person. It's all of the different like opinions within a school. And like for the Hanafi school or the Maturidi or not the Maturidi, a Hanafi school or the Shadili or I'm sorry, I'm just getting sleepy, so I said that wrong. Shafi'i, Hanafi, Maliki, or Hanbali. Any of those schools, you would follow one of them, or to some degree all of them, but that's minority. They just follow, and you don't follow one individual. So the Hanafi school is not following Abu Hanifa only, and I think that's lost on a lot of people. They only follow one individual or themselves. So there's a lot of odd things like that.
You realize, as Muslims, you guys are commanded to kill al-Baghdadi, right? If he's not a legitimate caliph.
I don't think you kill people for not being a legitimate Khalifa. I've never heard that before.
Let me get your reference for that.
By all means. I think sooner or later, Baghdadi's group is going to destroy itself, and then they're going to fight amongst each other.
Well, I think it could grow and then end up affecting Saudi Arabia proper.
I hope not.
Blowback.
The caliph has to be the descendant of the Qurayshi tribe.
That was only in the initial part. And there was a dispute amongst the Ansar and the Muhajirun. And the Ansar said, or the Muhajirun said it has to be from Quraysh.
Oh, so that's, you don't consider that...
Who's that from? Who said that?
I don't have a reference for that. That was said by somebody. I don't know where the. I'm kind of lost in between references right now, but it's not somebody you would consider an authority.
In the very beginning,
just some dude, basically.
In the very beginning,
like a contemporary dude that's alive right now.
Oh yeah, I forget that. But in the very beginning, there was a dispute about who should be the Khalifa, obviously, and then one of the conditions was it has to be initially from the people of Quraysh, because they were like the equivalent of like the city folk.
I just walked in the living room. My uncle's watching TV, and Bill Maher's on there. I mean, I'm in the same camp as him politically, but I don't really like the guy. I think he's kind of a fucking idiot when he opens his mouth about a lot of political things. And here he is building a case for, you know, the Muslim world being, I guess, inherently violent without speaking it outright, and making reference to some punishment in Saudi Arabia. Some guy's gonna get crucified, something to that effect. And you know, you think someone would point out to him that Saudi Arabia is ran by a royal family, that it's not a democracy, and it's not, you know, like a caliphate state or a Muslim. It's not like Iran, right? So
Saudi Arabia is really bizarre.
this is stuff sponsored by, you know, a royal family, like the way Europe used to work before we, you know, when kings and queens ran it, right? We talk about a mischaracterization, you know, when you can't really point to any other Muslim countries that are, you know, even Iran that would do anything like that, right?
Iran is essentially, or like Saudi Arabia is essentially a secular country in practice. It just happens to be run by a king.
If it's so secular, then what? Isn't there a bunch of like religious group, like courts and stuff that handle people's affairs and conflicts and stuff?
That's true. Yeah. So there's a lot of things like that. That is true.
Oh, that's
But, like,
hardly secular, Farhan.
No, but what I
can you
mean is,
imagine
like,
in Canada, if our government, or my country, Canada, the government started to open up, you know, government flagged, you know, Catholic centers or something like this, right?
so
You
would
know
you
what I'm saying?
consider, sorry, I'm getting a little sleepy. A kingdom to be inherently a religious system?
If you look at it historically, it seems to be, because most kings and queens claim to represent God or something to that effect.
But like a lot of times, yeah, but they weren't though in essence. But they weren't in essence though. They just kind of use that claim. It's the same kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. And the Ayatollah never claimed such things, did he?
You know, I don't know much about Iran. I know Pakistan is a secular country, but it's legally, but it's not. It's kind of like a hybrid.
Mm-hmm. It's one hell of a mess, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Middle East is a mess right now.
The rest of the world's just kind of threw their hands up in the air, right? You think Europeans could at least get their fucking ass together to move some people via train or something, you know?
I'm falling asleep. My code isn't working.
I'll get some sleep. I should be doing the same. Your DC time, eh?
Yeah.
You're 3 hours ahead of me.
I don't know why this isn't working. I thought I fixed this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Farhan, I can't find that that source for you right now.
That's fine. I wanted people to think on that anyways.
Do you not have a history in Islam about people illegitimately claiming to be caliph and being removed from power? Because if if a leader commits shirk, then they must be removed, right? Like we have that in we have that in Italy, is it, or where was it? Spain, right? Put a Jew into power as a deputy, and they rioted and killed him and removed him from power, I believe.
There was a there was the Khalifa system was actually weirdly stable. Like there were some initial shakings, but is actually weirdly stable. So there was basically there was the first four Khalifas, and then after that there was Banu Umayyah. There was a rough period of transition during that, actually like a good number of rough years, like 10 or something like that. But then the caliphate system came in, Banu Umayyah, which was a kingdom, and that kingdom actually was very stable. And then they were actually eventually taken out by revolutionaries from Banu Abbas, which were themselves a kingdom, and they ruled for a long time, long time. And then after them came another system called the Ottoman Empire. And in between those, there were many, many small little kingdoms and fiefdoms, I guess is the term. here and there.
Well, what's the penalty for shirk?
I don't know. Depends, I guess.
But if you had somebody claiming to be a leader and committing shirk, then what would be the penalty? If
I
they
haven't
claim
looked
to be
into
Khalif?
Sultan al-Hakimiyya, so I don't know. I've actually never heard of anything like that.
Okay.
But I'm also not learned in that. When I learned about Islam, it's like what affects me, not the theoretical state laws.
Okay, because I that's like if I'm going to make a prediction, that's how I expect ISIS to go down. I think that one of his followers are going to assassinate him because his military campaign is not successful enough.
I would say that it'll be accusations of it'll be like in essence it'll be ego driven, but I think it'll be like accusations of like he's not a true Muslim kind of deal. I think that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it's like a hydra though. Another head'll sprout.
Probably not for a while.
One of them.
It depends on how ISIS does, really, right? If they have a successful military campaign every year, then somebody will want to replace them. But if they get crushed and the people that are being ruled by ISIS right now suffer, then it will be taken as a sign that God is not on their side. Am I right, Farhan?
I can't tell you that.
Okay.
I mean like in the sense of I don't know how people will interpret it.
God, America screwed up Iraq, eh? It's just awful. Those people have been suffering now for how long?
Okay, I figured out the problem, but I'm not going to fix it right now. I'm too sleepy. If you could, Nicholas, look into how you feel about the Catholics' position, the Pope's position on Israel and Palestine. I think it might change your positions because what you said tonight is quite in contradistinction to from what I've heard from the Pope. Like it's like a 180.
Okay, well, I'm as a Catholic, there's certain matters that I'm free to disagree with the Pope and with many other Catholics about. But I also take their viewpoints very, very seriously. And like, there's a lot of matters that like where I would have looked at the world and made certain extrapolations and predictions that have been completely wrong. Like, I mean, if you had asked me before Vatican II about the introduction of contraceptives, I would have said that that's a great thing. You know, it would increase the happiness in marriage, and that like Catholics would be able to engage freely in sex, more freely in sex. Like, we can still have sex without having kids, but more freely in sex without worrying about unwanted children and things like that. I would have predicted all of these sort of great things, and the Catholic Church said, no, this is terrible for all these reasons. These things are going to happen, and they were totally right. So before Vatican II, I would have been free to disagree with them on certain matters like that, but they've been vindicated with their wisdom.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna call it a night. Have a good night, guys.
All right, see you, buddy.
Good night. I think a lot of what you're saying, Nick, though, has to do with Israel's government and the way in that you have more faith in the Israeli government and that it's sort of Western based and whatnot versus the Arab states that don't. So I think that sort of what you're saying, more so than saying
It's all about it's all about human rights. It's completely a secular perspective about human rights.
right, and it had nothing to do with them being Jews and dominating over, because they would read a lot of connotations into that. You know what I'm saying, man? That they might not.
No, I place zero importance in those prophecies. Whatever's going to happen, God's going to make happen. We don't need to worry about that.
I just mean how people might perceive you saying that comment you said earlier about Israel running the whole region, right?
Well, actually, if I were to take a rather than a preterist position, but to take like a millennial position or premillennial position or something like that, that would actually be a sign of the Antichrist for Israel to be dominating its enemies in the Middle East. It would be a sign that they're being led by the Antichrist. So it would be, if I had a religious basis for that comment, then it would be precisely the opposite. Do you understand what I'm saying, Lucid?
Yeah, I think so.
Like have you heard Funnies talk about the predictions and stuff? About Gog and Magog and the two Jewish messiahs?
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay. Well, basically the idea goes that a bunch of enemies turn on Israel, and then there's a great leader that they consider to be the Messiah, and
Eschatology, is that it?
Eschatology?
That's it.
Yeah. This isn't my view. This is a funny view I disagree with and I consider dangerous. They have two messiahs. One that's going to be like a very cunning military leader. He's going to be he's going to conquer the enemies around Israel, and all except for one particular group, which is very small. And then he's going to be assassinated by a head wound. But then there's going to be the second Messiah is going to resurrect him from the dead, and that's going to be a vindication that he is actually the true second Messiah. But that's actually the Antichrist.
Where does it say all this?
Well, these are mostly extrapolations from Revelation, but they're what I would consider unscholarly. And it also has to do with what's written in the Talmud and also in the Muslim prophecies as well. There's a combination. They all talk about some of the same figures from the Protestant view, or from a certain Protestant view. And so they sort of try to sew them together. The Jews that believe in this concept of the two messiahs believe that there's going to be a warlike Messiah and then like a more peaceful Messiah, because the descriptions in Isaiah and other predictions in the Talmud, they don't seem to be describing the same person. So some Jewish scholars throughout the ages have reconciled this by saying that there's going to be two. I don't even remember the names of them.
When I think of end times, I think of, if it ever comes, it'll be either an accidental nuclear exchange through our own idiocy, or it'll be an asteroid impact.
Yeah, and I don't predict the end of the humanity. I don't know how we're going to die, because I expect that we're going to have colonies outside of Earth, and I think that it will actually be not economically feasible to exterminate humanity from that perspective. So I think that likely something's going to happen that's going to wipe out most of Earth, but that the colonies in space are going to survive us.
If we get out there before global warming kills us all.
Global warming's a pagan myth.
Hardly.
No, I believe in climate change.
Well, it'll hardly, I don't believe it'll wipe us out.
I think that the next big step for humanity is coming up with some sort of way, probably a new use of power to purify seawater into what do you call it? Freshwater, and that will change the game.
Takes a tremendous amount of energy to do so. Desalinate water.
Sorry, what's that?
Water desalination uses a tremendous amount of energy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying that we're either going to find some sort of a new power source to do that, or we're going to find some sort of it's possible that we could have some sort of a chemical concoction with a catalyst that would do it.
Drinking water, potable water is a big issue in the world for a lot of people. It almost entirely correlates with your geographical region. Some of us in the world are very fortunate in that regard.
Oh yeah, in Canada we're just like an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah. That reminds me of this book and documentary series called Guns, Germs, and Steel. It's about why Europeans dominated the world. It's a question of timing and being at the right place at the right time. The ability to store protein and like wheat. All those guys in Southeast Asia, they didn't have wheat. They couldn't store carbohydrate like we could. Hi, Sugar.
Is Sugar even dropping in and out during our big theological discussions?
Yeah, my internet connection is really kind of crappy, though. I've got a new camera and a new thing, and I've been kind of playing with it. But my internet connection's been really bad, so it dropped me.
Your audio sounds better.
I know. I got a new headset too.
Great.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. Just a matter of getting this damn connection. I think I just need a stronger router.
Yeah, there's something going on with your wireless there. Probably what's happened is someone's popped up another router and it's using the same frequency. I don't know. What happens? It just keeps disconnecting, or?
Yeah, pretty rhythmically. I think that because it's just a small little 2-bedroom, place. Because I live with my my daughter and her husband and grandchild. So it's not a big place. There's not like a bunch of rooms, and we're just using the one router. But
right.
Don't know.
Have you ever logged into the router before?
Yeah, I did. We even changed the.
Changed the channel? Yeah,
Joe Stackhouse changed it. He was in my computer for something. He was fixing something, and we changed it that way to kind of, give it more.
Yeah.
It's been a bit better, but not enough.
Yeah, well, get on your internet provider, like the phone company or the cable guys, and tell them you need a new router, and they'll probably just send you one in the mail.
Good idea. That's probably a good idea. I'll do that.
Yeah, sometimes the devices go funky, or if it's an older one, like I'll go to people's houses, I fix computers, right? And they have like an old DSL modem from the Thomson ones. It's like a little silver box, with kind of a round top. Those are shit.
Yeah.
If it's one of those.
They've only been here for about 6 months. And they just got it. They just got the cable, so it's got to be at least up to date.
Oh, you're on cable internet?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, cable internet.
See, that's the best internet, so
Yeah, like I said, I think the routers, because I have it plugged in. I have the Ethernet and wireless. Just in
Right.
case.
Did they give you an all-in-one router, and then you have your own router? Do you have two devices?
No, there's just the one.
Just the one, eh? It's probably like an Cisco unit, I guess. You know what you can? You know what you can do? You guys can buy your own router, and then what you do is you phone the cable guys and you tell them to put that unit you have into what's called bridge mode. And if it's in bridge mode, then it no longer does any routing stuff, and then you use your own router, which will work a lot better.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to just buy them a stronger router.
Yeah.
Because I think that would be
I'll tell you what model to get. It's called the Asus. This is a good model. It's about $150 to $200. It's kind of expensive, but
yeah,
what's really good about this one.
Well, he's going to be getting a PlayStation 4 or something, the new 4 thing.
I replace routers all the time for people that have kids, and it doesn't open up the ports properly through the router to make their PlayStation work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the best
I know
thing
he's
to
going to
do
need
is
it better.
yeah. That model Asus RT-AC66U is really good. There's an open source software firmware for it that we could direct you to load onto it. That's totally bulletproof. Like that's what I'm using. All these people have audio problems and disconnects, and I have no problems. But I'm using an open source router, and yeah.
Very cool. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just muted.
What happened there? Oh. I don't know what's wrong with... Yeah, I can hear all kinds of inconsistencies in the computer. It's skipping and crackling and all kinds of stuff. It's really on its last legs, so it'll be gone soon.
That computer? Oh, I bet you there's nothing wrong with the
old.
computer. Oh, is it?
Well, it's a laptop, and it's an HP laptop. It's kind of the extra long one, and it's probably 6 years old.
Oh yeah,
it's 6 years old, and the fan's constantly running.
Right.
I took it back down to factory resets, cleared everything out. It runs better now, but still, it gets really hot.
You know what you do?
Laptops do.
You make sure the laptop's actually turned off, like unplugged from the wall, so that the fans aren't spinning. And you get some canned air and you blow it into the little vent holes and loosen up all the dirt and dust in there.
I do it.
And then take like your vacuum and suck it. The problem is, this is the mistake people make. You've probably placed the vacuum where the little vents are, right?
Mm-hmm. So you told me this. You told me about this.
Oh, I went through this, did I? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's right. And I actually have it off. I have it up on little risers, and I have a fan behind it, so extra air is blowing through to.
Oh
nice and cool. I keep it well ventilated. Do what I can. But you guys might want to go back to your discussion. I don't want to wreck your discussion.
No, I think everyone's left.
Have they? That was quite an interesting discussion you guys were having.
Ocean. And yeah, it was interesting hearing the two Muslim point of views.
I know.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Muhammad's Islam.
I know. I've been watching you guys discuss this. It's really nice to see that discussion happen, peacefully, and I thought it was a good group to... Because I think there was a little tension at times. I mean, and I think you guys handled it, seemed to, what I saw, pretty gentlemanly. That's nice.
Oh, Farhan's a great guy.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
I know of him on Hangouts, and same goes for Mohammed.
It's pretty impressive that a Google Plus Hangout can have such diverse views on Israel and Palestine, and yet it still be so friendly.
Yeah, and that's one of those subjects I'm still trying to figure it out, because I came to the party so late on that, and I don't know how anybody can really come up with how do you take sides, because everybody's got such a passionate issue. Oh, each side has a passionate issue, and the common man doesn't really know what the truth is. Although, I'm sure there are some, but I certainly don't.
Yeah, I think it comes down to who you trust as a source. I mean, if you agree with ocean sources, then I don't think you could disagree with them.
I didn't hear everybody's sources, so
He was going with Amnesty International.
I guess that I would assume that they're a reputable organization.
They are reputable.
Yeah.
That there's people like Nicholas's issue with them is that he doesn't trust kind of their political angle. They do come off as liberal sometimes, which is fine. I get his criticism. I just don't agree with it, obviously.
That's all right. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as we can have some decent discussion and,
No, he has to agree with me by the end of the discussion, or else I don't respect him.
I know. I learned that a long time ago about you. You say, yes, sir.
Shit.
I know if I was that kind of woman. I try and pull off the submissive type. Doesn't always work. What are you going to do?
Oh, don't use that word with Ocean. It's a trigger word for him.
I know.
Is it?
Submissive?
Is it tricky?
Is it tricky? Yeah, it is. I always have to have my safe word ready around him. Just never sure.
Oh dear.
I'm in trouble. Yeah. So yeah, I was afraid my camera was gonna make me look my age. Can you see all the wrinkles now? The new camera.
Yeah, you do look 29 and a half.
You are a charmer. No, I really did. I thought, new camera's gonna be, too sharp. It actually looks okay. No big deal, right? Same thing. Doesn't matter. So
yeah, you're always perfect. Yeah, I can't tell the difference actually.
So cute. You never feel more special than when a ninja compliments you.
Yeah, usually they don't. Usually they don't say anything. They just watch from the darkness.
Yeah. I know. Sneaky that way. What did I see? Who's this Ron Beasley dude?
Oh, good old Ron Beasley. Is he back around?
Rob Beasley. Yes, he's. You know me, I say down the hall. He's down the hall. And he's very strange. Patrick was in there, drunk off his ass, and I was watching from the outside. And at that moment, I'm like, let me in there so I can tell him to go to bed. And he's really drunk, and they were encouraging him to stay, and he was talking his shit, and I hate to see him embarrass himself like that, but I don't know who this guy is.
I've had a hankering for some wine lately.
Before.
I think I'm gonna get some. I've had some hankering for some wine lately. I think I'm gonna have some wine someday and come into Nadia's room.
Have you had a hankering for some wine? That seems strange coming from a Catholic.
Yeah, it does.
Why does that seem strange?
No, it's incredibly normal. Like every Catholic I know loves them some wine.
That's true.
We do have some pretty awesome wine every week, so that might be part of it.
It's something to do with like blood of Christ or some shit. Like you guys
something
just
like that.
That's right. We're commanded by God to partake in a bit of wine every week.
There you go. Can't beat that. I watched. You guys know who Christopher Mowdy is?
Howdy, Mowdy.
Nope.
I'm the only one that's like, I don't care. Jello says everybody's sort of Mowdy sexual. He's a nice guy, but that doesn't do it for me. It was his birthday, and a lot of them were in there. So I was watching, and they were just telling one Catholic joke after another. And I thought of Nicholas. I said, "Oh, thank goodness Nicholas is in here." They ran the gamut on that one. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Well, if they weren't pretty, then I'm glad I wasn't there.
No, they weren't. Well, I mean, it depends on where you get your humor. I'm not going to tell you I didn't laugh at a few. That would be a lie. But I don't think you would have appreciated them. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
well, I have a hard time laughing about crimes of the church, so that was the...
I get it. I do. Yeah, I mean, it's like sometimes you laugh for a second and go, oh, you shouldn't laugh at that. It's just one of those. It's a fine line, and I do apologize. But yeah, they were just telling every bad joke. It was a religious, non-religious, any bad joke they could think of. I tell horrible jokes, so it's always funny for me to listen to them. I can never repeat them.
We have what I would call kosher jokes about Catholicism. I can't think of any right now, but we've got kosher ones. But
I had this one joke. There was this Jewish man, and he wanted to win the lottery. So he'd go down and he'd buy a lottery ticket. Oh, shoot, now I screwed it up already. See what I mean? I screwed it up already.
okay, well, pretend I have a really short memory and keep going.
Your mom screwed it up already.
Really? So this... Considering I'm old enough to be your mother, yeah, your mama. Yeah, I'm your mama, and I screwed it up. So there's this Jewish man, and he's sitting there talking to God, and he says, God, I'm a good man. Every week I go to temple. I do what I'm supposed to do. But yet, I have not won the lotto. So this goes on week after week. He's praying to God, God, what do I got to do? I got to die in a gutter somewhere before you let me win the lotto. Will you? This goes on, and he keeps up with it. And one day, he's doing that same thing, and the building starts to shake, and it opens up, and light comes shining down, and God's booming voice says, for God's sakes, Ira, buy a ticket. I can't do everything.
That's funny. I like that.
Yeah. His laugh, I believed. Your laugh, I don't believe. Thanks, Nicholas. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, it was a great one. It reminds me of the one everybody's heard about, the guy that's drowning at sea. You don't know that one?
Yeah, no, I know that one.
I'll tell you this one in case you haven't heard it before, Sugar. There's a guy drowning at sea, and he prays to God, come on, save me from I don't want to drown. And a boat comes up, and they're like, oh, come on, we'll get you in. They throw him like a life preserver, and he says, no, thanks, God will save me. And they kind of shake their heads, and they go on. You know this one, eh? Yeah.
But I don't remember the punchline, though.
Okay,
unless it's a Raquel Welch buoy thing.
No. I don't think so. But the second one comes, same deal, and then he says, no, thanks, God
I want
will
to hear
save
that
me.
joke, though.
And then they leave, and then he says, God, why didn't you save me? And he says, I see you too, big boats, you dummy.
That's right. I like that one. That is really funny. I mean, when you think about it.
It's got a lot of it's kind of a commentary on how people think about God too.
It's true. That's very true. Yeah, I sent you those things. Silly. Do you think I was going to come down and save you myself? I'm busy. I got the whole world here.
You're pretty good at that accent.
You like that? I know.
What's your fucking problem?
Well, yeah, exactly. He's either a New Yorker or he sounds like an old Jewish man. I imitate my mother sounding like a Jewish woman, and she doesn't at all. And she goes, why do you do that? I go, I don't know. I have no clue. It's just what I do. My grandfather, who, of course, was an atheist, he said if he was going to be... No, guess what? He said if he was going to be anything, he would have been Jewish. So it was something that it always kept, with me. I always thought, well, I guess I would do the same thing if I was going to, just in honor of him. Because when he came here to this country, it wasn't popular to be a Mexican. And then to be an atheist Mexican is almost unheard of. And he went all the way from Mexico up to Michigan. Like, how does a Mexican get to Michigan in the 20s? It turns out there was a few up there doing what they do. And he worked for Mr. Fishman, and it was at a Christmas tree farm. It was near the border, and it was really cold, and he'd send my grandfather to go buy whiskey over in Canada, and Mr. Fishman was really good to my grandfather at a time when, Mexicans were just dogs, and people were not very good to them. So we never forgot that. And even when my Uncle Carl died, my grandfather's son, my grandfather went through the whole Shiva, tore his shirt, didn't shave for however many days, and did the ritual. You know, Mr. Fishman taught him. So I'm gonna hold on to that. So maybe that's my affinity with it.
That is really interesting.
That's cute. It's the only bit of religion I ever had growing up, or just that story. It wasn't really religion. And then I had step-grandparents that were Catholic, but I was older by then, and they were very good Catholics. They loved their church. They went all the time. All the time.
I'm playing this game called Caesar 3.
Caesar 3?
Yeah, there's this little house. It's where you basically manage a Roman town. And there's this little house that's in between these two incredibly large houses that have been this neighborhood have been taken care of, like making sure they've got all the stuff. And this little like straw house is in the middle of these big houses. I'm like, why the hell is this happening? I click on it. It says there's too little entertainment to be found in the location. Down the street, there's a coliseum.
People are picky.
Walk down the street. There's an operational coliseum. Fuck, shit just fell down.
I would speak to the tourism people there. Is there a concierge at that place at all? Just thinking.
Yeah, maybe they run out of Christians.
Wine house. I'm gonna put a theater here. There's fuckwits. Fucking shit.
Maybe someplace to
go to the theater. There's an amphitheater.
a bathhouse.
There are 3 places where you can go to be fucking entertained. I feel like throwing a sword at them.
Not easy to be God, is it? It's not easy, is it? Now you're finding out.
Bullshit.
I was gonna play Second Life. Is that what it's called, Second Life?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got around to it though. Having a hard enough time managing the first one. We have time for
The whole point of Second Life is that you can
look
keep
who.
up. It's like, oh, this one sucks. I guess I'm gonna go to this one.
Yeah, I hear there's some filthy stuff that goes on in there though.
Oh, it's a lot of dirty shit.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm down with that. Did you see what that young man came in to hang out the other night and wrote in the side chat that he wanted me to masturbate on camera? He said that.
Just openly just went, hey, sugar.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to do.
That's what he said in the side chat. I came unglued. And someone said, sugar, maybe he just likes you. And I went, yeah, that's fine. Love the adoration. We'll never turn it down. But that's not how you talk to me. You don't talk to me like I'm a whore. You know? I mean, no. Right? That's the right thing to do, right? Stand up for something like that.
You know what I think is interesting is how people deny that women do get more online kind of attention anyway.
I mean, they do
That's
get a lot
for
of attention online. Who denies that?
A lot of these crazy MRI kooks who suggest that, you know all that Gamergate stuff and all the rest of it. And the social justice wares on the other end are just as loopy. So.
Well, it's different when she's on camera, right? Like.
Yeah. I mean,
the stuff that I hear about is like that people are freaking out because it's a woman playing like GTA or something like that, and I imagine that's probably not too like. I imagine everybody gets advice. Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, I don't play that. I don't play any of them. I mean, there would be no denying that it's kind of cool. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. It's kind of cool to get the attention, but you have to, if you really want to be authentic, you have to try and keep it in a humble place, and you have to remember that people giving you that attention are people, Like we were talking about it earlier, and I said, had he come to me on his own and asked me to do that, I would have just politely said, thank you so much, I appreciate the flattery, because I would think it came from desire, right? And I say, no, thank you. But if you're going to call me out in public like that and do that, then you're going to get my squirrely wrath. And and I don't think that's unfair. Do you?
No, I don't think it is either.
I mean, because I don't want to be disrespectful, but yet I kind of felt that was. You know, I mean.
Well, it was.
And yeah, and then somebody said to me, "What if he'd have come to you privately? You wouldn't have humiliated him?" I said, "Why would if he came to me privately? Why would I humiliate him? What's the purpose of that? You know, I mean, it's not going to happen, but at least, you know, I don't know. I give the guy credit for, you know, for doing that. That happened in the beginning. Some young man came up to me and suggested that, and I said, "Well, aren't you a brave one?"
Ocean and Lucid are both sending you secret messages right now.
They said what?
He says that your private line is ringing. That's what he said. Or he said my private line is ringing.
I'm not even looking at the screen, dude.
No, I'm not. I wasn't. Yeah, way to out us, buddy. No.
Oh no, I'm talking to. I thought Nicholas was trying to send me.
He was teasing that. Yeah, that you and I were, and then I was joking.
Yeah,
that you and I were.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, see, that's how far off the radar it is. He's like, whatever, old lady. He's younger than my son.
And that's what she likes about me.
I like your brains. You're pretty cute, but I like your brains. I love a brainy man. Gotta love it. But that's it's a playground for me, that's for sure. Who's that? Who's got us in infinity? Ludig?
Me.
Where'd you send us?
Twilight
Down the
Zone.
rabbit hole?
Yeah, down the rabbit hole.
Why?
Just messing with this. I just started using XSplit. It's great.
You know what? I just got it too, and then I had to reload Windows 10, and now it's gone. So is my Manicam. You're laughing at me. You're getting a lot of pleasure at me being stupid today, aren't you?
Maybe.
Yeah, you're being fussier than normal. I may have to ground you.
Uh-oh. That sounds dirty.
I know. You need an adult?
No, I think I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I know. I think you are. So, what else? What else? Nothing really going on.
We got pottery again. Great. Fucking A.
What?
These towns keep changing their socio-political status or their class, really. Because I can't fucking get everything to operate at the same time near them. Like this little tiny house, as soon as they get pottery, they turn into huge buildings. It's like, oh, we're at a metropolis, and then all of a sudden their pottery stops coming in, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's a little suburb. So
you let these people get out of control. Where's your dictatorship skills? I mean, really? Huh?
So they're getting big again.
I think somebody needs to teach you how to dominate a world.
You know, people have tried.
I've been married 4 times. Let me help you out.
I welcome your aid.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't know what to do. I honestly wouldn't. I would be a pushover. I'd be trying to cut everybody's meat and do their laundry and.
Yeah, whenever I think about what I would do if I was God, it's usually like 5 minutes of fantasy and then like a half an hour of me like trying to figure out how I would fix all the problems I just made.
Yeah.
You should play Caesar 3. It's basically doing that.
If I were God.
Look, I can fix this by building this and creating this industry, and all of a sudden you fuck over half of your village. Shit! Everybody's starving. Damn it, I'm being a terrible governor.
Hey, Slash.
Suckage.
Hello.
Let's take a look.
Someone let Slash in.
Hey, Slash.
Hey, brother.
Hello.
I don't know.
There you go.
Okay. That's good.
I'm probably going to get off here soon.
Is that... Oh, was that the game? Or no, that's Ludig's game.
Yeah.
I gotta find a game to play. That's what I need. Need something to keep me busy.
This is terrible for me. What time is it? Shit, it's 5:20. I gotta wake up in like 3 hours.
Shit. Oh, that's too bad.
Sleep is for the weak.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Oh, me. Exit the Empire.
Yeah. Well, you know.
I like your new camera, Sugar. Looks really good.
You do?
Yeah.
Doesn't make me look a million years older?
You look sexy.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Oh, did someone let Joke in?
There we go. Sugar, I'll hand you some mods.
Oh, okay. Mm.
There you go.
Thank you. Hey, Joke.
Ludic is worshipping Satan, it looks like.
Who is?
Ludic.
Take
I
it
saw some fetishes on the wall.
I won't have it.
Ludic? What the hell?
Nobody worships anybody but me. Who is a Satan person? Let me deal with him.
What are you playing, Ludic?
Fishy.
The original Doom.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
You know what?
Heavily
Doom.
modified version of the graphics engine. You can look up and down. You never used to be able to do that. 3D, like texture filtering.
Hmm.
3D
How are you
models.
playing that?
So you're not playing the original.
This thing called
You're playing
it's
some fucked up version that's.
no. It's the original. It's called the Doomsday engine. It's based on this thing called JDoom. Dates back about 15 years. It's I've just added all these better textures, and I've put in 3D models, and I can turn them into sprites, like the original game, and I can make it look identical as it used to, but this is much better.
Makes my hand look weird. I should move that camera. I don't know where to put it. This is probably weird, huh? That's strange. Yeah, that's weird. No. Not there. Well, that's where it's going to stay then for now. I gotta find a place for this.
Am I gonna make it back? It's poisonous floor.
Ooh. Focus.
Run, 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 run.
Focusing.
Ooh, I made it.
It's not focused, is it? Is that me? Oh, I don't have my glasses on. Duh. Oh, it's fine.
It'll automatically focus itself.
I couldn't
Like
see.
as soon as you
I
put
didn't
on
have
your glasses, it fixed itself. It was unfocused.
Yeah, I know.
It's on your glasses.
Shut up. Shut up, shutting up. Kids. Just wait.
Did they make a movie out of that video game that Ludic is playing?
I don't know.
Doom?
If they ever made a Doom game. Essential first-person shooter.
First-person shooter.
Wait, what?
Sort of the, well, I guess Wolfenstein is, but same guys, id Software.
What was the question?
I was wondering if
Your
they
mama. That's the
had a
question.
game that Ludic could play.
This is absolutely free. You all have access to it. Google Doomsday Engine.
I just never really cared about Doom. The game that's closest to that I played was Dark Forces.
Oh, that was fun. Multiplayer deathmatch was excellent.
I kicked the shit out of that game. The first one, not the second one.
I never played Dark Knights 2. The first one I remember, though. It was really
Not
good.
Dark Knight, Dark Forces. It was
Dark
basically
Forces.
Doom and Star Wars.
This is basically a puzzle game more than anything. You know, you shoot, and it is first-person shooting, but there's a lot of puzzles. These levels and maps are really complicated. It's like Portal that way. It's really have to think. This door here is a blue door, right? I have to find the blue key. See the map on the screen there? You can zoom in and out and pan around it and set up so it's like an overlay. You can look down and... Okay, so where do I go?
And I could have sworn they were making a Halo movie, but I guess that's not going to happen, or...
I don't know.
You check.
The game? I thought they were going to too. Heard something about that. It was a long time ago though. Is that a doorway? No. How the hell do I get over there?
The doggy.
Is anyone? Think I can run and jump that? I don't think so.
What are you, dead? Why are you doing that? My doggy. He's just laying there, lazy.
Dog you have?
You gonna try that run jump?
At the mix. What?
They did make...
Order.
The Rock was in... Came out in 2005.
Died in the lava.
Yeah.
That sucks.
They made it called
There's no way I can jump across there.
The Rock
It's impossible. You must have to fall from up there to down here. That would make sense, eh? There's no other way you can do it. So I gotta get the hell up that building.
Did you hear me, Ludic?
That?
Is this a level that was in the original game?
Yeah, these are the exact levels that were in the original game. Yeah. I've replaced some of the textures though.
As long as the levels are the same, it's fine, you know?
Yeah, they're identical.
Yeah, I've been playing Diablo, the original Diablo lately.
Yeah, I can see
And,
helipad right there. Teleporter pad.
mods.
The original Diablo, you're a madman.
Yeah, that thing's scary as shit.
I remember playing that. People figured out how to hack it and they would cheat. They'd
Yeah. I don't
jump
play
online and
multiplayer. I'm playing single. Trying to just beat
How do you
Diablo
cheat?
1. Like doing the multiplayer
How do you cheat
online,
a
just bumping into a bunch of cheaters.
people
How do you
hack them
cheat a
and
computer
first
game?
Here we go.
There we go.
It must not even exist. Oh well, that's right.
It's
I'll just take my shirt. I'll just take my shirt off. Nobody knows me. Since nobody knows that I'm here, they won't care if I'm naked on camera. That's all right.
You're desperate for attention. You hack. You like write a program for it, so you hack into the program.
Oh, you have to actually write it yourself?
Well, unless you're somebody else's.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, if you have to write it yourself, then yes, I think you're cheating. But if you don't write it yourself, then I don't know. If they made it, then they must want you to use it at some point, right? I don't know. I'm just a girl. I don't know anything about these funny
They don't
video
usually
games.
do, cheat for multiplayer games like Diablo and stuff.
Mm-hmm. The Doom. Original
I bet
Doom.
you Doom had a god mode.
Cheat codes. Yeah, they do have cheat codes, huh?
What was the best version of the original Doom? Like, was it DOS, do you think?
It was a DOS game, yeah. DOS 4.
No, but what's that?
No, it was not. Not even close.
Amiga?
Not even close.
It was on DOS.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was the one that he just said.
I'm just trying to which was the best one? Because I know it was ported in a million different ways, but
The one I'm playing, I'd say.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Which one's that?
The original, but with tweaked graphics.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Google Doomsday Engine. You can all download it for free.
Well, I remember I was in grade 6 when it came out, and we were like not allowed to play Doom because we were told it would give us nightmares, and it did.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, that is Nathaniel. I thought I recognized your voice, buddy. How's it going? I haven't seen you.
Hey, Nicholas, I just saw you there. How are you?
I'm well. I heard you go to Japan.
What? Who said that?
I think Nadia said you're going there.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Nathaniel's Canadian.
Somebody else.
That's
No,
right.
It's Nathaniel that's going to Japan.
Well, I'm Nathaniel too, but
Oh,
there must
never mind.
be another Nathaniel that
There is another Nathaniel. It's Jewish Nathaniel.
I did get a
White
letter.
guy.
I did get a letter though from Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Cornwall, and you can view it on my blog, which is it's nathaniel.ca. That's Prince Charles's wife, Camilla Parker Bowles. She was known as at one time. She sent me a handwritten letter.
That's crazy. For what?
Well, you
Did
can
you stop doing what you're doing, or what?
It was a cease and desist letter. No, I had sent her a birthday card, and she liked it, so she wrote me back to say thank you.
That's awesome, man.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yes.
Me and Maximus were partying the other day about the monarchy.
You're not. I hope you. I'm supportive of the monarchy. I'm glad we have it, and I support its continuation in Canada. And
yeah. Me and Maximus
I think
as well.
that was
Yeah.
Maximus. Yeah, because
Right on.
I'm moving to the UK within the year, and I like it, but I don't know a whole lot about it, and I don't have any disdain for it. So.
Where are you moving from?
From the States.
It's probably a good move.
I think it's a great move. We all know that.
Well,
yeah, the monarchy was awesome. They abolished slavery, right? And they gave us our freedom. No war needed. Right?
I wouldn't even go that far. I would just say that in its current form, I don't see what harm it is. Like we have a constitutional monarchy, and I think the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. It offers a sense of history, continuation, and frankly, there's huge cachet with the British monarchy. This institution that's existed for 1,200 years in some form or another. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Keeps us all.
I think so too.
Thank you.
Well, when I was very young, probably about 8 years old, I used to dream about I was going to someday live with the Queen.
Well, now you're going to live quite close to her.
I'm hoping. Yep.
So why are you moving to across the pond? What's the draw for you?
It is that I've gotten divorced and my kids are raised and gone, and I've always wanted to live there, and now I have the opportunity. I don't have much obligation.
A job? Sorry, do you have a job over there?
I will. I do work in the medical field, and they're quite. They actually really need what I am. So.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah,
well,
I'm
congratulations.
looking forward to that.
Huge congratulations are in order then. That's wonderful.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
Bring Nadia with you.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to learn to drive on the other side of the road before I can,
It's not that hard to get used to.
Yeah, when you're driving Code 3 through all the streets.
Tell that from the guy from War Games.
What was that?
The guy that starred in War Games, what was his name?
Matthew Broderick?
Matthew Broderick, yeah. He drove on the wrong side of the road when he was visiting there, and he killed like 2 people.
What a
No. Global thermonuclear war.
What a he did. I remember this now. What a bad driver.
Although I don't quite know what I'm going to do with all the time. I spent my time doing gunshot wounds, and you guys, the UK doesn't seem to have that issue at all. So that's actually really nice. That's one of the major things that I'm quite happy about.
I won't lie, I fucking hate the United States in many ways, and I think near the top of the list is how the normalization of gun culture and gun violence within the United States.
Ha ha ha! I got Wolfenstein. You see that? I found a secret
I would
level and
probably
unlocked Wolfenstein.
put your anger towards the NRA.
So cool.
Yeah, no, they don't give us our citizenship until we vow our hatred for the states, right?
That's right. Well, I am I'm an American citizen. but I've never lived there and I wasn't
Wow.
born there. Yeah, see, I've got a Canadian passport and an American one. I am a U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
But I
So
wasn't.
you're Jason Bourne.
I was not
I
born
can
there.
get an Italian one as well.
No, I said Jason Bourne, like from the Bourne Identity.
Born.
Oh, yeah. So you have like you have I assume you're of Italian descent there.
Right. My
Sugar.
grandmother was born there.
Okay.
Yeah. My grandmother
So-
was born there, and they allow that. So that I'm going to be getting that before, because I may have to go over there in a different way if I don't get the job I want right away. You know,
No,
when I go over there.
that's a very wise move. I would strongly recommend it because obviously you know the whole European Union deal, and it would certainly make sense to be a European citizen before you get settled there, because then you'd have access to much more in the way of services and supports.
Yeah.
It's ever awesome. I'm playing Wolfenstein. I did not know
That
Wolfenstein was hidden beside Doom 2.
That is really cool.
Yeah, even years ago when I played it, I never knew it was a hidden level in Doom 2.
Getting very excited. I'm trying to figure out. You know, I don't know what I don't know about moving abroad, so I have a lot to learn.
You don't need to bring toilet paper.
I'm not going to bring anything but clothes. I
Yeah.
can't imagine that. You know, I'm going to get rid of. Well, I'm just going to leave it with my daughter.
Well, I mean, I guess your grandmother isn't living, but she obviously moved abroad, so maybe you could ask someone who knew her how she...
But that wasn't. She was 5 at the time, which
very different.
She came across on a boat. Yeah. Well, quite different.
I think you'll like it. I think
And
you'll
at
have
that point, my
No, continue. I'm sorry.
No, my great grandfather came here first, and he kind of paved the way for everybody, and then he sent for them. Back on
My
the boat. I couldn't do it their way.
My family left Northern Ireland because they were kind of, basically chased out by the IRA, and there was no desire to ever move back. And
yeah,
you're an Orangeman.
Well, no, I'm not. My family, they were Protestant. They were like the Scottish people of Northern Ireland. What were they? The Ulster Scots type.
Right.
They spoke Ulster Scots and English. They were Protestant, but they weren't involved in politics or anything. And they just GTFO. They were like, nope.
My grandmother's side of the family comes from your type of Irish background, but my grandfather Chuck was Catholic.
Yeah, no, I would not describe myself as an Orangeman or anything like that, or my family. They were.
I didn't mean that, and I didn't mean that negatively, man. Sorry.
Oh no, I don't take offense at all. It's just there were orange parades back in the day here, and but those issues have been resolved in Canada.
Well, you got to admit, Nathaniel, you're a little orange. You got some orange hair.
I do. I have orange
Everybody
sideburns.
loves a ginger.
I have orange sideburns. That's true. And orange is my favorite color.
I have one side of me. That's funny. Orange is my safe word. Anyways, that's inappropriate.
That's great.
Sugar, you're my favorite
It
fucking
is
person
true.
right now.
What was that? Oh,
You're
you
my
heard your
favorite-
safe word.
You're my favorite person right now.
Mine too.
I have one side of me. I'm a quarter Scot Irish, and then I'm Italian, Greek, and Mexican.
Wait, Sugar, do you have a grandparent who came out of their mother's vagina in Ireland or Northern Ireland?
A grandmother?
A grandparent. If you have one grandparent born in either the Republic of or Northern Ireland, you can apply for Irish citizenship.
I think it was the great grandparent, because I think my grandmother on my father's side.
Ask.
You know, I'll ask. I'll have to ask
Because
my dad.
if it's a very long process, and my mother did it. It's like 18 months, 3 years, and they'll eventually change that law, I'm sure. But as it stands now, you can get Irish citizenship through a grandparent born there. It can't be like they came over with their it can't be great grandparent or anything like that. You had to have a grandparent born on that island.
I will ask.
Well,
wouldn't that
in
be
the South.
Wouldn't that be
You're talking
special?
the Republic.
No.
You're talking the Republic?
No, anywhere. It could be in Northern Ireland because the Republic of Ireland claims the whole island, obviously. And yeah, so I have a grandparent born in they were born in the what's now the Republic of Ireland, but during British administration, you see.
All right.
Huh.
But they're still
my
eligible.
Irish buddy. I got an Irish buddy. His kids hold 4 passports.
That's awesome.
Canadian, British,
Mhm.
Irish, and Filipino.
Well, I wouldn't want that last one. That's a dodgy one. But yeah, the other ones are good.
Dodgy one. Tell us how you really feel, Nathaniel.
I'm sorry, but like
Very unusual to.
My ears are in the United States, so you have freedom of speech as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Well,
And you are an American citizen.
Yeah, well, the Philippines is it's not generally a place people emigrate to, is what I meant by that.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a...
Oh, okay. Good.
It's not a place I'd want to live. And I have a lot of dear friends who are from there, and I don't know.
I like the food, though.
I love the food, and but I don't know. I'm digging myself a hole, I think. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, you can stop anytime, honey. I'll take the blame. Blame it on me.
Hitler's hidden room.
But the
It's her fault.
I blame you. My apologies if anyone's
They'll
offended.
believe you, too, because I stick my foot in my mouth all the time.
All right, okay, then we're in good company. I'm just digging this game. I mean, it looks really good.
Graphics?
Well, the Wolfenstein level on Doom 2, it's pretty awesome.
Oh, it's funny how the scale of the doors don't fit. It's at that point they hadn't quite got the scale worked out.
Well, I don't know. That was like,
It was
I don't know.
mouse going up to this big
Ludic,
door.
I don't know how old you are, Ludic, but I remember when this came out and it was like cutting edge.
Oh, for sure. I remember too.
Yeah, and it was like the physics and everything were just awesome. It was, and I remember playing this on I think DOS actually, and Super Nintendo, but they blocked out all the Hitler shit.
Yeah, there was a big political uproar about it.
But it looked good though. It looked actually really good. Otherwise, the Super Nintendo port was a good game.
Who was the guy who held up? There's a guy who held up the box for Doom. It was that guy who was. He helped to create the RPSA or whatever that does the ratings for video games.
Oh my god, I don't remember.
I remember his name. He was a Republican. And there's a famous photo of people had like a lot of. Oh god, I'm not thinking. I'm so tired. I can't even playing this mindlessly.
That sounds interesting. We didn't have
there's
that.
Memes. There's some meme posters of this guy sitting there holding up the video game box for Doom.
We didn't have that problem here. Actually, this is funny. I still have the box for. You remember this one? I still have this from like 1993. Pagan. It was a terrible game, Ultima 8, but it like had this pentagram, and you're like trying to get your parents to buy you this, and they're like, "What?" But no, I don't come from a religious society, so they were just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Underworld.
That's great. You still got that.
Oh yeah, Underworld.
I'm the same way.
It was terrible though. This was terrible. Underworld kicked ass.
I came back from school and my father had thrown out my entire computer game collection. And I had titles from the C64 era in mint condition, like Raid on Bungling Bay and Beachhead and summer games, winter games, California games.
Old fogies.
You are kidding me.
Mint in the box. I kept them in. I was
Is
kind
this
of
man
a
in
weird
jail?
little
I mean,
aimless kid.
seriously, is this man in jail?
Yep.
I can't hear another bit of it. It's horrible. I'm shocked and
But-
appalled.
It upset me for years. I priced it out. I was talking to my mom about it when my dad died, and a few years ago, and I went online and priced it out, and it was probably like in today to collectors today. It's a good $25,000. I figured maybe a bit more.
How did you get all of that, like, to begin with?
Bought them paper route money.
How old are you?
Just over 40.
Awesome. Yes,
Just over 40.
Awesome. No, that was a golden time to get that. I have. It's not mine, but I kind of stole it. But I have an original copy of Microsoft Adventure still in the original thing.
Oh yeah, cool. The Atari Adventure. Yeah.
No, it was the one for IBM computers. I have it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It was the first video game.
Cool.
For computers.
Really? Not the first one?
Yes, for IBMs, I think.
Yeah, IBM PCs.
I'm 34, so I'm kind of partial to early 2000s games, which are all here.
I see System Shock sitting there towards the.
Is that? No, that's the Elder Scrolls stuff.
Elder Scrolls series, yeah.
Yeah, I got all the add-ons for Oblivion, Morrowind, and then I'm sorry, I love The Sims 2. Sims 3 was an abortion. SimCity 4 was awesome. Civilization 4 kicked ass. Yeah, so.
When I was a grocery clerk years ago in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, one of my coworkers I met, I became a friend of his, and I showed up at his house, and him and his dad was a doctor, so he had money, right?
Yeah.
But they bought computer games non-stop since like 1980. Computer and arcade games. Do you know in comic book collecting there's this collection called the Winnipeg collection that's really famous that contained all these classics, right? It was like worth millions of dollars. But this guy's like this when we're old fogies, someone's gonna find this because they had his entire basement was loaded with computer games. And I mean, these big fancy nice houses where they have book racks that are all fancy wood. It was like that, but all video games. And this huge, like, at least 800 square foot basement of like computer games. And he was showing me, and he had spare bedrooms, and he'd lift underneath the bed, and he had boxes after boxes still in the cellophane and stuffed under the.
Holy.
His dad just religiously bought 20, 30 titles a month for like 20, 30 years. Yeah, going through all the era, all the Amiga generation, all that stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't sell it off, or who knows what he's done with it. But
how do you feel about like the process of archiving all this stuff? Because we're gonna eventually lose the ability to load all this shit.
Yeah, that was a big concern. That's what pushed a lot of MAME. The early MAME ROM dumps.
Yeah.
There were people concerned, man. They're legitimately concerned in the early to mid 90s, and they went around collecting old arcade machines and pulling the proms out and dumping them with an EEPROM. It's called a Wilhelm programmer, like just dumping it to like files on a hard drive, in fear that the information would be lost forever, right? So nobody thought about it.
I have a question for you. Right.
Yeah.
I had a problem with something on the computer. When you have a second, can you answer a question for me?
Sure.
I installed something accidentally, and I cannot get my Skype to reinstall on my. Oh gosh, now I can't even get in here. It's this thing called Connect or something. It's almost like a Skype phone. I don't know why how it got installed. I think it was one of those things that if you press yes and don't check it out, but I can't get it to uninstall, and I went into the task manager. It says it's still running, but I don't know how to force quit it.
Can't kill the process?
I don't know how. Do I do that in task manager?
Yeah, go to Control Shift Escape, and then if it doesn't show up in the Applications tab, you can always go to Processes. I wouldn't know how to identify what process it is, though.
Well, I know literally,
is related to the
100 running.
Before she shuts it off, she should write down the name of the program so she can go to the control panel and get rid of it.
Yeah.
Or click on Google and find out what the name of the actual program is and go to the control panel and get rid of it.
Usually if it's running in the background and you don't see it running in the taskbar as a full-size taskbar item, it's usually a program that's running in the tray. The tray is the area where the clock's located with the smaller icons. Yeah.
Okay.
Because usually when you go to add remove programs and you remove a program, you shouldn't have it actually running when you remove it, right?
Right, that's what it tells me. It says, are you sure you want to completely remove, it's KNCTR, that is the name of it, and all of its components. I hit yes. It says uninstall has detected that KNCTR is currently running.
Right.
Please close all instant, but I don't know how
Can you
to close
screen
it.
share? Can you screen share?
Yeah. Hello, hello. Hold on
I
just
better
a
make sure I
second.
save Doom in case it crashes.
This is. Oh, wait. Oh. Sorry.
They actually ported Doom to Rockbox, and I can play it on my MP3 player if I'm so inclined.
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's been ported to practically everything.
Yeah, it's
funny.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to get
John Carmack released the source code in like
Uh-huh.
I don't know sure what year, 98 or somewhere in there. 90, yeah, around there.
I had someone who worked on I knew someone who worked on one of these horrible games, and he gave me like a developer's copy. What was it? Ultima 9, and I still have that somewhere. It's such an abortion.
I had a copy of the original Command and Conquer. This is one of the titles my dad found. But it was the original Command and Conquer. It was a version that was printed in France.
Mm-hmm.
I bought it at the Superstore. Remember,
Right.
Superstore?
Oh yeah, you're a guy.
And the first disc, there's two discs. One's a NOD disc and one's the GDI, Global Defense Initiative.
Uh-huh.
And
What are you doing? Are you
when they
mocking me?
when they had done the first run, they printed the disc backwards. Like the GDI was the NOD disc and the NOD
Very
disc
funny.
was the GDI. There's literally like, I don't think, because I have some friends in the industry. I like some collector people I know too, and those copies are super fucking rare, man. They printed like less than, like maybe a couple hundred before they made the mistake.
Why did your dad throw all your shit out? That is like
I don't
that.
know, man.
There you go, Ludy.
We didn't get along.
I'm sorry he passed away. I made a joke that he should be killed, and then I found out he's dead, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's fine, man.
I didn't literally mean it.
I hear you.
I hope you got. It's tacky to say, but
I should go to therapy. Oh well.
No, you should get that. I hope you got that out of his will, like when they were doing the final tally or whatever.
Well, I don't know about that.
Sorry. When my father died, I got $9.16, I think, and I went out and I bought a McDonald's meal. And I'm like, this is the only. That was the only time in my life that my father bought me something.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And I went to class.
You can laugh about it.
Oh yeah, it was kind of funny. You have to have humor in
Life.
Yeah,
Well,
you
for
can't
sure, man.
take it too seriously. I mean, it was sad that he died. Of course, he died of Lou Gehrig's disease, which is a terrible way to go. And but hey, you know what? We only live once, and if I die, I hope some friends have a good laugh at my expense, because there's a lot of things you could laugh at me about, and that's okay. Ocean, you're typing a lot of
Oh, what happened to Sugar?
She'll come back. She's dealing with some malware-ish bloatware. It sounds like.
You should install malware bytes. That's a really easy one for people to use.
I'm wanting to get the fuck off Windows before Windows 7 support ends, because I do not want to go to Windows 10. I want to get onto something like Ubuntu or something.
Sounds like a good plan.
But
let's hope by that point Vulkan and a lot of games get released for both platforms.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I could still have a computer to like play. Like I don't know, I could run a port of an older version of Windows to play the games I love, right? But I just find it's just getting creepier and creepier.
Oh, definitely.
like I have a bunch of Lenovo laptops, for example, and try installing Windows on one of those.
You know that the federal government, both in Canada and the States, won't use Lenovo's.
Really?
Yeah, Chinese government put backdoors into them.
That's creepy. Well, I got the last ones before they turned to complete shit. I like their build, but the old
they make good computers. It's IBM, eh? That used to be IBM, right? Or it was their hardware division.
It was good, and I think the people who developed it are the same ones who worked in Lenovo. But in the last few generations, it's just been complete shit. Like the classic ThinkPad keyboard is gone.
Yeah, they used to be built like brick shit houses. Those are like the best old school notebooks.
Well, I've got
the old IBM ThinkPads. They were excellent.
Well, yeah, I drop shit all the time. I don't have a very steady hand, and I need a computer that can take a beating, and that's why I get Lenovo's. But I'm not going to buy another new one again because of all the creepy shit.
Panasonic make really good heavy-duty ones too, but they're really expensive.
Really expensive, yeah.
Very expensive.
I want to get one of the X series Lenovo's, like not the X60, but like the X221, the one with like the tablet screen that you can twist around.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's crazy.
That is really cool. Can you put a link for that, like where you get that game at?
You got me.
Yeah.
Sure.
That'd be great.
There's a bunch of acid. The game engine itself in the WAD files, which you need a copy of those. You can get those through.
I have that. I have it.
Okay, yeah. The original WADs right off the floppies will do, even if you have a way to read them.
No, I do. Actually, I've got an IBM USB floppy reader. The last one they made, I still have it because I deal with I do a lot of archive. I'm a journalist, and I have to go into a lot of archives, do a lot of research, and a lot of times governments will stonewall me by saying the data is only on old format, and they say they'll take our tech department a week to get it for you, and I say no need. I have all the equipment right here.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so I don't have a 5 1/4 inch floppy. I've never dealt with that, thank God.
Yeah, those are pretty damn rare.
Yeah, so I just use zip disks and 3 1/4. Yeah.
Backups, games, engine.
Poor Sugar, she's not having a good time.
I wonder where the hell these files are.
Oh, fuck. I want to get a new...
So many windows open. I had 2 monitors for the longest time, and one of my monitors packed in, and I just didn't bother replacing it, and I sure regret it. I gotta get another screen.
Have you ever done 3 monitors?
Oh, even better, yeah.